Welcome, one and all, here to the China region DPC. We are going to be ending off the regular part of our tour today with the final three-part header of some incredible games and games that really determine the fate of many of the teams here remaining in the tour. My name is Sneh. I'm going to be joined by an incredible panel today to try and bring you these games. Today and this morning, I have T-Gov, I have Lacoste. Gentlemen,
Good morning, mate.
this first series, or just this day in general, right? Everything gets to answer today. We have one slot left within the region. It will be probably determined within this particular first series of the day. However, for the rest of the day of action, we still have some games that make a lot of difference for DPC points, a lot of difference to how things go towards CI and the Berlin Major. For everybody at home that hasn't seen how things have gone here in the region, let's quickly take a quick recap if you haven't heard about what's been happening so far. But first, I want to start with you, T-Gov. Yesterday, a day of upsets. The only person who got any of the predictions right yesterday was Sheepstick. I could not have predicted the series. I thought YBB was bang on going to be winning this game, but Aster Aries coming up with an upset.
Yeah, I mean, so Aster Aries, they entered the day with just confidence exuding from them with some beautiful plays and whatnot. We got to see some Morphling Ember just popping off. I don't know, yeah, just a really nice game from them, if anything.
And one of the things that I found very interesting about this game, Lacoste, is something that Lyrical mentioned yesterday. The fact that when you're so close to be able to determine your major slot, right now, YBB Gaming, had they won this game, today would be sort of an academic exercise. But the fact that they weren't able to make a particular comeback makes things very interesting and might have cost them a major slot. And they weren't drafting and playing in the same way that we saw them when they were being successful. What do you think happened when they got so close to be able to get a final game to win?
Yeah, I don't know what happened with the team, to be honest, because they
I was
played
being polite.
Yeah, I mean, they almost managed to win against the PSG LGD. They had some like really good series so far, and the team looked really good. They managed to beat Aster, and then they lose to younger brother, which I don't think it should happen. But Aster Aries yesterday they did show up, and I don't know. I thought YBB, this should have been like a clean 2-0 coming out from them, maybe 2-1, but definitely had them as the favorites for taking this one.
Bro, I mean, this draft's wild. They had Lesh, Morph, and Brew in their
the
first
opening
three picks.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, in what draft, other than maybe some, Bulba Shopify Rebellion style draft where it's like core, Like, you rarely see it, and yeah, this game at least, it also didn't have that insane value of why they're picking them up, and it's probably maybe one of their biggest undoings.
Yep, this is also one of the games where we got to see the side of Aster Aries play really, really well. Another series where we saw another upset, IG versus the side of PSG LGD. And Lacoste, you were mentioning that YBB almost beat LGD. Up until this point, they were completely undefeated, haven't even lost a single game. But against IG, the first game, honestly, I thought it was going to be another day at the office. Like, well, LGD is rinsing the team. They only found 2 kills throughout the entirety of the map. But then the next game, I don't even know what happened, honestly. And it feels like LGD themselves were very surprised about how IG sort of resurged. But that is one thing that we've seen from IG, even at the beginning when they were losing games, is that they had resilience. No matter what, they would keep fighting until the very last second. And I think that resilience probably came in clutch today because they recovered and rebounded from a very painful loss.
Their will to go to the major did show. Like, they're like, you know what? After that one series, we do have chances to go to the major, and they really showed up, which I also didn't expect. Like this, yesterday has been the wildest day in China. When we were talking about China, I think I said multiple times that there's going to be a big difference between top 4 and the bottom 4. But boy, I was wrong. Like some of these teams, like the first part of the season looked really good, I would say, for all the favorites. And then it started to, because I think also PSG LGD, they're like, you know what, we secured our major slot. Maybe they're not giving 100%, but IG, they were very hungry and they got that dub, so.
Yeah. Another thing, TS, it's not just the will to go to the major, it's the will for revenge.
Yeah,
Xiang Yu
there we go.
on the side of IG is like, you kick me? Let me show you what's up. He even let them play the same heroes he was playing in the game. He played Death Prophet the first game. They gave it to Zeal in the second game.
Yep.
He took the Primal Beast away from him, and they actually crushed the game. And the third game, honestly, didn't even feel like LGD was that much in it. Although there were moments of brilliance from them, it did, for some reason, you just started to feel that momentum. You started to feel that wave, that, not just a pun on the Morphling, but IG was just feeling themselves once we got to the third game.
Yeah, I mean, for IG at least, it really was a point of just all core stepping up, Dust being sacrificial, and then, yeah, like you said, Xiang Yu, we didn't get to see it in the highlights, but he was just, after winning that series, the elation on his face, just the joy he had. He did it, even a little war cry, like a little scream, like, yeah, and it was just like, that's kind of what you want from your players nowadays. a little bit more stoic. They didn't really,
Yeah,
not as
it was
emotional.
also not fair because they picked Venomancer, and this hero has not been defeated so far in the DPC.
That's true.
It is
Tour
the cheat
1.
codes,
It's-
yeah.
it's
But to be fair, they also picked Nyx Assassin, which hadn't won before that particular game, but they managed to make it happen. And then now we go on to the side of Aster Aries versus Extreme Gaming. And here, I think the story of this particular series is not just the big sister versus big brother matchup, because Extreme Gaming finally getting a proper win over Aster in a situation where they can get themselves top seed even, provided that results go their way today. This is also the story of Kaka Lion. We haven't seen this in quite a while. The Lion hero has been a little bit scuffed, hasn't been winning that many games, but here they make it look like a world beater because Kaka Lion, how are we supposed to beat this?
It's not even good against some of these heroes that were in the game other than Puck, I would say. It's just, all right, we'll pick this Lion as our third pick. We'll open up with Mirana every single time. Seems like they're on to something, but yeah, Kaka, this time around, his team is also ramping up at the end of the season. Like sometimes they do struggle, like they do look good when he joins the team. Like first couple of days, they look amazing and then they fall short. But this time around, they are keeping things up, the spirits high and everything, and it looks good.
I mean, for me, it's like the Lion, it's like, as long as you pick it with something that follows up after you, it doesn't really matter what you're playing into, because there'll always be a core on your opponent's side that's like, if I hex him, the fight will feel good, you know?
Yeah. And now, as a result of all these kind of upsets, Extreme Gaming have now taken second position. PSG LGD still sitting at the top, but provided that they do not end up winning against the side of Team Aster today, they'll be in tiebreakers for pole position here in the Chinese region. Of course, IG coming in fourth right now. And the series that they have coming today, if they win it, guaranteed to be in the major. Aster Aries, YBB Gaming, still in the division, but Vici Gaming might cause a tiebreaker for the last relegation slot. Outsiders from China at the very bottom have already been removed from the region, no matter what. This is going to be a wild day of Dota, as all of the teams that really matter, Vici, Aster, Extreme, PSG, LGD, and IG, are in action today. So if these results end up going in their favor, I don't know. That third series could really go either way. I thought this was going to be a 6-0 versus 6-0 matchup. That's not going to be what's happening at the very end of the day. The Extreme Vici matchup, should Extreme win it, they'll be in contention to take pole position in the region rather than just like having to be satisfied with third or fourth place. And of course, the first series of the day, the most important one, I think, because in the event that Outsiders of China find their first win ever, right, then somehow IG will be denied an opportunity to go to the major. Pretty much all of us have got the similar predictions. However, I'm very worried about what I see from Sheepstick because yesterday she was 100% correct.
She's the underdog every day, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Every upset that we've had here in the region has come from her. So T, what are the odds of her being correct yet again with this particular prediction stack?
I mean, with all predictions, it's a solid 50-50, so I'd give her a 50%.
We'll see if it's going to be a 50% odds of her being able to get herself into another round of correct predictions. But of course, we still have business to attend to with the first series of the day. It's 11-1 odds. Outsiders from China have yet to even win a single game. Lacoste have yet even to go beyond 25 minutes in a game. Everything has gone. The average game time, do you know what the average game time for Outsiders of China is?
It's like 20 minutes, 19 minutes.
1950.
18 minutes, 54 seconds.
Yeah, they're also a team that does GG out. They don't even lose the towers, which I do respect. You know, you're 15K gold behind, 15, 20 minutes into the game, you're going to call it. So no surprises there, but I feel, you know, that there's not going to be any surprises today at this one. IG, they looked good as the season progressed. Outside of some China, just another day in the office for them. 40 minutes total in and out. Maybe, you know, maybe there's something, but we'll have to see the draft. But very difficult. Like the way they're lane, they just lose way too much. Like they're 5K gold down every single time, 6 minutes into the game.
Not every single time. There was that one game up against Aster Aries where the
Don't
mid
give
lane,
me
they won the
hopes.
mid lane.
Yeah, stop, man.
Look, they actually won the mid lane, right? They won mid, safe lane went well. It was just the off lane that was a little bit scuffed, and that's probably the reason why at the very end of the game, we saw Leng Niao, the off lane player, being tipped by the mid cry. It was a very painful experience, I think, for the entirety of the team. But we'll see if they've recovered from that today, as we do have a draft on our hands. Outsiders from China playing on the Radiant side with first pick, IG on the Dire with second pick. And this is a draft pattern that we saw yesterday, the Mirana and the Primal Beast. They won with this, not just against any team T, against PSG, LGD, to the degree that once we got to game 3, LGD had to go back immediately and snap back the Primal Beast because of how good it looked. But I think the big story about the Primal Beast is that it's yet another hero added to the repertoire of Shangye. When When we came into the tour, we were all deriding him for having a fairly shallow hero pool, but game after game, it's increasing, it's getting better. Yesterday, he played his first game on Primal Beast in a professional setting, and he looked so good doing it. I'm actually starting to feel like, Lacoste will remember how much I was gassing up Xiang Yu in the Chinese region. And I looked like a fool for a while last tour, but now it looks actually pretty good.
Yeah, so far he played 7 heroes in the DPC, so it doesn't look too bad. When he started, it was like 3 heroes pretty much. If 2 are not banned, they're gonna go with the one that is left, and draft's going pretty quickly. Enchantress.
Can we just comment on Outsiders bans first of all? It doesn't matter about the picks right now. It's the fact that Outsiders are like, okay guys, our average game time's 18 minutes 50 seconds, all right? Let's just ban Based, Nature's Beast, Nature's Prophet, Visage, Luna, LD. Like they're really leaning on all push.
Yeah. Well, these are all heroes that they have lost against. So at this point in time, it's like,
I mean, I probably at this point they lost to like 80 different heroes. Can't really ban them all, but a bit of a different approach, as T said, just to have these heroes that can end the game quickly. So maybe they are going for the record this time around. They're not going to GG out until 30-minute mark. They're going to defend the tier 3s, defend tier 4s.
It's less about that as well, but don't forget that this is a stack that morphed in together after the fact, right? They didn't qualify in, they kind of collected it through other means or whatever. So now, imagine if they were able to step up their game, and they were the team that prevented IG from their comeback major, from going Div 2 to Div 1, stagnating, not going anywhere. And now it's like Outsiders from China, after being defeated by everyone.
That would be such a great storyline.
That would be a hype
Not
storyline.
for IG though, but see, we're talking about some good defense and big sniper, repositioning tools. You have like Snowball, you have Swap, Cookie for the allies as well.
Where's the front line though? Where's the protection? I'm literally seeing like an open area style draft. Everyone for themselves. I need someone to help be the glue. You seeing any glue right now, Lacoste?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
I also don't know where these heroes are going because
the Snapfire is going off lane. Either Snapfire or the Venge
likely.
Was good. Yeah, I think Snap is probably the best option, right? Because the Snap can actually build some of the auras that they need to keep the game going. Venge, a little bit more scuffed in that department.
Well, it is their first Venge game.
It's the first Venge game in China.
It's the first sniper game for Outsiders from China. A lot of firsts for Outsiders from China. And even IG thinks it's just going to be a mid lane and tiny. Okay, this is a very run and gun lineup.
Yes.
And to be fair, I don't hate it for them. They haven't really been able to muster much throughout this tour. But this is the type of lineup where like Snapfire plus melee should find a decent lane. Snap plus something can save, Sniper, sorry, plus something in safe lane should do well. Tiny against Storm, we've seen historically, does well. Like, it's not the best scaling lineup, but I can see it having...
It's good at fighting.
It's good at fighting, exactly.
Every single hero does have some kind of a stun, some kind of a setup slow, so it's very easy to execute lineup, I would say, so they can run around the map, maybe bring that extra hero to the table, because, it doesn't seem they're on the same skill level, so bring that extra Vengeful Spirit, another layer of stun, and you get a kill. Keep them in the game. IG, they're not messing around.
No. Like, their draft is very, very clean. And you can see it in their faces, right? They were smiling at the start of the draft. And for them, it's like, this is probably the first time in, like, DPC history where it's like, you're one series away to get to a major, and your opponent is Outsiders from China. Like, I don't think there's been a team at this underperforming quad level being the keeper of your major slot. So for IG, it's like, why would they mess around? They pick up their troll again. We saw them beat PSG with it yesterday. Same principle. If you lock onto the sniper, if you can get your BKB up, you can always kill the sniper in the 1v1 duel. So yeah, IG will be very happy with their lineup. And yeah, that's about it, really. Just don't die early to Outsiders and you'll be perfectly fine.
Lacoste, is there any chance? Give me a percentage chance of
There
IG
is a
not
chance
winning this game.
that this is going to be the longest game from Outsiders from China.
By long, how many minutes?
I'm saying like 28 up to 32 minutes. I'm calling it right now because Troll, he needs some time to farm it up. He deals a ton of tower damage, but I don't know if he's going to be way too confident just getting in there in terms of like sustain. What do they have? Like these toss backs, repositioning tools that we talked about, swap into toss into like, I don't know, some extra lockdown. But yeah, I think we're in for at least 30 minutes of the gameplay.
Well, we haven't had a 30-minute game coming in from outside of China just yet. However, yesterday, we did see the power that IG has when they have the Troll in their lineup. And of course, all of you remember the Singapore Major with IG having the Storm Spirit. Let us find out if they have that same degree of strength in this game number 1. We send it over to the casting booth. Let us hope for a long game from Outsiders. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Snare. And yes, I love Outsiders from China draft panels because it's not a question of will they win.
True.
This was a successful draft according to the panel. They still think they're going to lose.
They can make it more than 28 minutes, though. I agree with that. I'm with Lacoste on this one. I'm going to go with 30 minutes and 30 seconds.
30-30.
They're going to do at least that long. Or they might GG on that exact moment.
The old 30 for 30. You love to see that, as they are going to drop a ward. That one is going to be immediately dewarded.
That's not a good start.
But they know they're up there, so that's something.
That's true. The ward still did. They placed a different ward in mid, so that one's still alive. It's like it's a 2-for-1.
Nice,
you know, you place 2 and only 1 dies. All good.
The twofer. That's what they call that one. Yeah, so a solid start. I think Sin said on the panel the other day that he wanted to see this team play tiny. So, you know, that's good.
He's got that one at least. That's good.
I feel like maybe they listened into the panel. We're like, oh, we should get some pointers here. From
I don't know if they listened at the right time, if they listened to Cinderin.
Oh,
Should have listened to T-Governor and Lacoste just now.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, it might have broken their spirits if they heard that, though, because they did not have a lot of faith in them.
Well, they did say they would maybe do better this game, so
that's true.
That helps a little bit. Rune fight.
Will they get there in time? Oh.
First blood.
First blood.
Good start.
First blood. Oh my God.
We got it.
Look at them go.
It's over.
It's over. They won. Now, IG did get 4 bounty runes, so that's a little rough.
Yeah, never mind.
But it could be good still. The change-up, though, we've sort of seen them bounce back and forth between this. Emo going to be playing on his Storm Spirit, tapping away.
Tapping his buttons. He's really slamming that scoreboard right now.
They did ask about that in the interview, I think, about why he taps his keyboard so much. And I think he said it was a combination of things to keep his fingers warm, get himself feeling good. So, you know, just wanting to be all warmed up for this game that could decide their fate into the major.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Honestly, there's a lot of players who, I don't know, they just have this weird obsession with the scoreboard. And also, it's good to get some information, right? You see, okay, this guy's this level. So if he's keeping his fingers warm for this match, definitely very good, as he's been performing pretty damn well in the last couple of games.
Yeah, Emo's been having a good one. You put him on these game winners. He was playing the Morphling the other day, looked absolutely immaculate. And just solid stuff is going to happen. Now, we are also going to be seeing up top, this has been a problem point a lot of times for Outsiders for China. This time playing on the Snapfire. We'll see if he can get that much done on it. But also, CXK here, going to find a little connection now onto Dust.
Okay.
Taking the little Shredder build, was not anticipating that, but Dust in trouble. IG, I don't know if you guys know this, but you're down 2-0 to Outsiders from China. You need to win this game.
Yo, bros, don't disrespect my homies. This guy just pulls out the big guns with a little Shredder at 1 minute. Probably didn't see that one coming.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, so kind of a cool combination up there, getting some good damage in.
All right, not bad, not bad. I do think the side lanes of Outsiders from China, the bottom one is perhaps the most volatile one, where you have Venge, Sniper. Venge not the strongest 5, as maybe this is the timing. Just some pressure.
Jian Yu tries to get some damage there onto Cry, but won't be able to do all that much as PYW backs away with him. So some good little damage there. Cold Bird up top on the Snapfire, though, was able to have a much better lane so far than we've seen in a long time. I feel like, you know, 11-1, got a kill. Things feeling pretty solid. Maybe he's just a Snapfire player. He's been holding back on us.
Yeah, just held it off for, what, 7 series? Okay, some more pressure.
Dust taking some more damage.
Nice
Tries
shards.
to get a little bit of a separation there, and they do manage to. But Dust is taking a beating up top.
Outsiders from China, they were practicing hard in between these series, apparently, because they're doing some very good stuff.
Now, the one problem that they do have is that their sniper right now hasn't really been able to get that much into the game, and Emo actually off to the jungle for a moment. We'll come back into lane after filling up his bottle again as Chosen One. Just going to be able to deny a couple creeps there from him.
Yeah, looks like Tiny is having a good time. Emo going into the jungle, gets to refill, farm some... I mean, he has very high net worth, as Dust. In a bit of trouble.
And QIQX is now going to try and run him down. A couple more hits down bottom. Cry getting ran at, and Cry going to die.
Going to cry. It's not the lane you really want to be in. You definitely have, like, these heroes that get on top of you, they're just the biggest burden of Sniper. And Primal Beast, probably one of the most, I would say, yeah, one of the best heroes right now in the laning stages and also being able to get on top of you. So IG making great use of this bottom lane.
And they actually are going to, again, have sort of that weird setup of the, you know, Venge, Sniper together. A lot of damage and poking and prodding, but Primal Beast is just so freaking tanky. 1,000 HP on him. Are going to keep our eyes on mid also there. You can see Emo a level ahead right now of the Tiny after heading up and filling up, having an extra wave too. And obviously, Emo gonna probably try and look to get active if he can find that 6-minute rune in a good position.
Oh, definitely. There's a lot of really opening up for him to be able to do, especially in the bot lane against a Sniper, maybe even if they overplayed there as well. So Emo off to a good start, is winning mid right now by just a little bit. It's top, we have more pressure coming out.
And little Shredder, good damage. The Snowball trying to keep him alive a little bit longer, but eventually with Dust running him down, it's going to be enough for the kill. They're also got a mana burn creep, so this lane becoming a little bit more difficult for them.
Yeah. Snapfire just barely ran out of mana there because of that mana burn creep that you mentioned. So now IG quickly turn around the lanes. 2k gold lead.
And getting closer to that level 6 for the Storm. 5 minutes also. Don't know if we're going to see any rotations as down bottom, Jianyu manages to find that kill there, takes down the Venge, and Cry tries to run away on this Sniper. But yeah, he's just going to be hounded. I mean, this is a rough Sniper game. Obviously, great defense. They talked about that being an
rooted to root.
But yeah, the root. Slow down, but no. Turns. That little Shredder tag team always feels like it should do more than it actually does.
Yeah, because it really doesn't do much.
No, no, it doesn't.
Oh, not a root.
Oh,
root him again.
6k in trouble. Snowball. Algam enough to get away, I think. Nope, nope,
him.
He's dead.
Casual, like, what, full fervor stacks. Got way too much attack speed going on there. So IG get themselves another kill. And yeah, I would not really want to be Cry, especially in the next couple minutes, because I think Emo has got his eyes on him, as does the Primal Beast. So they've got a lot of run at you.
Well, they bring heroes mid for both teams, but the rune, it's going to spawn down bottom.
Oh.
And
well, you got it.
How do you not take that? Okay, well, you're going to die for that one now. Vengeful Spirit going down. Chosen One also going to be bullied back a bit. So Emo picks up the Arcane Rune, and now IG 3,000 gold lead. This is probably closer to what we were expecting. The lanes eventually become a little bit tough for outsiders from China.
Yep, Emo just goes like, yoink, this is my rune now. Gets a easy kill. Venge probably thought that the Avalanche would maybe connect. It's down bottom, Jianyu.
Bringing a lot of heroes with the tag team damage. Will it be enough to take him down? All the stuns were used, and Primal Beast has 1,300 HP. So they will not find that kill.
Just TP, lol.
Easy.
I like the item build he's going for with the Primal, the phase into the drums, this early aggression, the high move speed, of course, great with your trample. As up top, just some more pressure. So IG, they're just creating a lot of like small problems here and there. And then when they decide to commit somewhere, this counterplay is not going to be that good from outsiders.
No, the small problems they're putting forward and then the ability to actually get kills, it feels like it's incumbent upon the Tusk in a lot of ways, but he's super under-leveled right now. Only level 3, and with level 6 on the Primal, yeah, I am very concerned. He might kill everybody.
Honestly, he might. They're pinging the Primal Beast, but I'm not sure that's a smart idea.
Yeah,
I feel like they are all gonna die.
If he goes on you, oh man, they
Oh, I'm watching it. Go on Primal.
Yeah, okay. Snowball to try and keep him alive, but the Onslaught, it just sets up for that one now. They're bringing in more.
Oh,
okay,
Tiny's
maybe
coming.
with the Tiny, though, they can make it happen. Starting to bring them lower and lower, and Jianyu goes too far. Okay.
Why? Easy kills for outsiders. Emo's like, nah, I want to get the active rune. I'm going to stay mid. If you guys feed bottom, that's your problem.
Fair enough.
Does get the haste rune, though, so he will maybe return the favor later on as outsiders. Quick smoke.
Trying to make a play happen. They find PYW. Stun is there. Do they have enough for the kill? He's got only one leap charge. So Outsiders from China, a better showing than we've seen before. Emo thinking about getting involved here. It's a dangerous proposition, though, with Avalanche ready, but the Primal Beast moves in, and the damage with the Pulverize is going to be there. Chosen One is chosen for death, as Emo going to try and run him down. Vision, kill, it all comes together. And, oh, there we go. Cold Bird looking for a pickoff. I don't know if that one's... Okay. Emo just going to walk up close and back away from him now. Do they have enough to get the kill? He wants it. He doesn't have mana, though. Oh, the Scatter Blast. He had a wand, but he popped it too late. And now QIQX, the next one turned upon, pops his stick charge, trying to stay alive, but they will bring him down.
Well, they got the Ench kill. And Snapfire ult, it does work.
Yes.
It didn't get the kill, but it is working. It is in the game. Zhang Yu going for another. Just chilling with his 1400 HP.
Kind of hard to make that much happen. It feels like they really need to get a lot out of these ultis from Snapfire.
They really do. When you're down this much, 4,000 gold, and Snap ult early on, basically, whoever you go on, they're supposed to die. So, you know, make sure you're connected with a little stun, maybe from Chosen One, you know, make sure you have that little team play going on. Because, yeah, that was not the one.
Right. Well, and I think that, you know, this is an interesting idea because of the struggles that we've been seeing from the Snap player for a long time now. Opting to go for the Snapfire, I think, is a pretty good play, right? Because you're still going to have a lot of value just because of the maximum damage your ulti gives.
Yeah, it's just like it's just a very nice hero to have. Good laning, you have nice spells, you can push out waves, and you give all this follow-up damage where, okay, Chosen One, like, chill out. You're going to go make your plays, I'll give you my ult. Yeah. You know, don't tip me, we're good.
I think it was Cry that had tipped him last time, but yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. Speaking of Cry, he also is going to be brought down. Always difficult to play the sniper into a Storm Spirit, and they're bringing numbers. Emo, just going to walk it off. No real danger from him for the moment, as you can see those esportsbet.io odds, 12-1 at the moment.
Not pretty.
Not pretty, but kind of what we expected.
Pretty much. We have a Snap ult up again, if maybe we want to try and make some moves with that, because game is definitely falling out of our hands right now.
You can see them trying to pair it together with the Tiny right now. He is in the area, doesn't have a Blink Dagger, obviously, but could make a quick little Phase Boots run through and see if he can catch the Troll. But Dust playing it somewhat safe here. Chosen One really would like to go, but yeah, they had that ward there the entire time scouting this out. So he is playing it pretty freaking safe.
Oh, now they're going for the turnaround.
Oh, yeah. And Chosen One's like, all right, see you later, buddy. Avalanche, maybe that will help. Probably not. Cookie, done. Dust on a killing spree.
Oh, IG just making it look a little bit too easy. They know that wherever Snapfire is, that's like the only place where they can really get kills. You have this Venge Tusk support duo. It's very low on damage. Sniper doesn't really have a game yet. He has to recover. So yeah, IG, you know, just kind of chilling, collecting some freebies, getting their gold going, having a good time.
Down bottom, Dust relocates, takes over this side of the map, is going in for the Battle Fury even. So wanting to ensure that late game, not trying to make any misplays as Emo gonna run right in. The arrow connects onto the Snap and they just get eviscerated. IG, they have looked so good with this Primal and they're looking good with it again. Now a 7,000 gold lead as they're gonna try and take this tower.
All right, nice jump by Emo. Good collapse from the team with the Primal. Everyone's coming in. And outside of they were not ready for that one.
No. No, it even looked like they were trying to make that TP rotation and get set up on this, but IG, they're just too much in position and ready to go with it.
Uh-oh, Cry. They know he TP top, and there's just one Primal Beast running at him, and that might just be enough. Let's see if they can... I mean, they don't have any TPs. They all TP'd mid right before.
Yeah, Cry's just dead, I'm pretty sure. So we'll get caught now by the Pulverize. He tries to drop the Seeds of Serenity. He's like, please,
I'm fine.
Emo gonna move on in, be given the kill. Zhang Yu, team player, and 4 outsiders for China. They might be able to get one here, it looks like. QIQX. Oh, the Hurricane to keep them alive. Everybody chasing the Enchantress. Literally all
Punch
of them.
him.
They got it.
Get him out of here. All right, nice. From 9K down to an 8K. Get some momentum, some smiles, killing an enemy hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do we do from here? Tiny blink soon. We have the snap ult. As for IG, looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think they've pretty much accomplished what they've wanted to in the early game. And now, even despite that death, Enchantress is going to finish off a Hood. So the next one's going to be even more difficult as the Troll finishes off the Battle Fury and everybody getting together from IG. A bottle refill onto Emo so he can keep this momentum coming his direction. As this is going to hurt.
Uh-oh.
This one, there is a sentry down, but they're in a lot of trouble. Or the Snapfire ulti for the turn. Oh, Emo, but they find the arrow. It connects.
Never mind.
It was supposed to be good. You can see the idea from outsiders from China, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, you know, I thought it could have been good, and then 2 seconds later, I'm like, yeah, never mind. This ain't working out. They're way too farmed. Eng with the Hood, everyone else with like 1200 HP, wand charges. Yeah, we're at a 11k lead into another kill.
Yeah, Emo just able to find a free one with everybody dead. There's no way that he can survive there. And of course, Emo has that regen rune ready to go. So the full heal up, everything is just cooking right now for them.
Oh, it really is, as we have a little replay.
It's like, this is the moment, this is the
looks
time.
good, and no, never mind.
And, yeah, all the damage runs out.
It did look good for like 2 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And you just got to build upon that, you know?
Yeah. Just make good things happen. As now, maybe I was a bit too optimistic with the 30 minutes. As at 15 minutes, it's a 12,000 lead.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Down bottom.
Oh.
They're going to find the Mirana. And Venge comes on in.
They're getting kills.
The province makes that work. And Emo, he's still going to hang out down here. Not that afraid, even though he's underneath a ward. Swap. Oh, they were just a little bit late on that, but maybe now. Zip, zip, zip,
Here comes
zap.
Primal.
Zip, zap, zoop. And Tusk gonna die. Now looking for Chosen One. All right, Primal doesn't want to go all the way in for that. Xiang Yu playing it a little bit safe.
Okay, Emo playing with fire, but I do like the confidence. You're up very far. You know that you can outplay them. As Chosen One coming in with the toss back.
Toss back. Stun. Down to half HP. Pulverized. Broken. Onslaught. Up and away.
Arrow.
From far away, catches all of that Venge. Out of province caught with Cold Bird and a godlike Emo with the double kill. Now, Abatos has stick charges, tries to get away. Yule Scepter lift up. Cry now wanting to jump onto Mirana, but can't really do it. And in fact, he doesn't have a way out either.
Whoops.
Primal Beast does a little bit of a whiff there. Maybe didn't want to steal the kill from Emo, but PYW, he's gladly going to steal that kill.
They didn't even get to kill the Mirana. This is quite sad. In the last few minutes, we kept seeing them, you kill a support here, you kill a support there.
Right.
But not even this time. They refill Emo's bottle, and he's just whacking away at heroes. Where's Dust? Just kind of playing some World of Warcraft, getting some farm going with his Battle Fury. He will join eventually.
That's fair.
Right? It's like in your pub games. Your carry will eventually join.
Well, they will finally take down PYW. So Chosen One able to get that pick off there. And to be fair, I mean, you say supports. Mirana is right now above everybody except for the Tiny in terms of net worth.
I guess it all depends on your perspective. He's actually like the mid laner.
Yeah.
Yeah. They did kill the enemy mid laner. Good comeback here for Outsiders, step one, as PYW skewing up a Meteor Hammer, wants to get to the major a little bit faster.
That's right. See if they can do it.
Don't blame him.
A Meteor Hammer Mirana. I mean, that's pretty sick. He's already got the Yules, right? So Yules, Arrow, Meteor Hammer.
Wow, that's like a 20 million second stun.
That's
I like
awesome.
That. I would like Eng to buy it too.
Okay.
Because then he can follow up on the Yules, Arrow, Meteor Hammer into a Meteor Hammer.
It's just the Meteor Hammer is the... Oh, look at this. They're trying to bait him, but there's already wards that saw all of Outsiders from China over here.
So who's baiting who?
Yeah. Are they just going to bring everybody? I'll see. IG. I think Emo would have gone for that if they didn't have that ward down there.
Honestly, I feel like Emo could have gone anyway. With the Aegis.
That's a good point.
I'm down if they just go.
Yeah. Well, they scan. They know they're there. And they are just going to go. Emo looking for that backlines now. Zips looks on to Cry. Not breaking, though, the Snapfire ulti. So they will lose the Primal Beast. Kind of a little bit of a weird one there. Cold Bird tries to get away from Emo, but this Storm Spirit is so strong
Steal the
right now.
arcane. Nice.
And able to steal that one away. Tiny makes it happen. Dust onto Chosen One. Avalanche toss. They don't have enough damage, though. They just need to try and get out. Dust on to CXK. He is going to die. They lose out of Province on the Venge. And now Chosen One, the last one left alive. But they're hunting. Can
Bro,
they catch and kill him? No! And the arrow follow-up. He gets an avalanche off, but is going to eventually fall.
Well, PYW is getting closer to the Meteor Hammer.
There we go.
You can see outsiders from China, they just run out of steam. Emo with, just nearly 5k damage dealt at 18 minutes in a fight. Just chilling.
Still has the Aegis, too.
Yeah. Can just do the same thing again. Zhang Yu goes in. They have to use like 14 spells to kill the Primal Beast. And then Emo's like, sure, I'm going to kill all of you.
The worst part about that for Emo is that he didn't get an Aegis kill, so that way he would have had refilled mana.
That's true.
That would have made it even better.
It will happen next fight.
Okay.
Or maybe next fight he goes in, then the Aegis runs out, he runs away, he gets all this regen, and bam, goes back in.
That's the better way to do it, probably.
The monster play.
Well, Dust with his BKB done, and now queuing up the Sanjin Yasha, already a Sanjin Kaya done for the Storm. It looks like it might be time to go high ground here for IG, as a lot of heroes are not there. Chosen One has to blink away. Now the jump forward onto the Venge. Toss back, but, well, Goldbird comes on back only to be brought down. They have a snowball, but everybody joining in the snowball. It's going to be a bit too late. They find kill after kill as IG, they've only caught Emo, really. They now try and bring down this Enchantress. QIQX ready to turn and fight. Just saying, Cry, come at me. Toss back, they bring down one. But the Primal also able to find the kill with Dust on the Chosen One.
10 more minutes,
That's
guys.
all they need.
I'm sure you can do it. In 10 minutes, they'll be online. Here comes the Meteor Hammer.
Woo! And that is going to be the Aegis Reclaim. So now, full heal for the Storm. The Fountain might not even be safe here if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think that's currently the only spot they can play in somewhat comfortably.
Yeah.
Is their own fountain.
Emo, Zip is ready. If they want to go, Onslaught, oh, that is...
1, 2, arrow.
Yeah, that's a good arrow. And now CXK is also going to be caught, going to be killed. Everybody dead again, 10 to 36. To be honest, it's looked better than some of the games I've seen from them before.
That's true. They're still in the game currently.
Yeah.
We have seen them tap out before. They're down more than 1k gold a minute, which is not the greatest sign. It's usually pretty hard to win these games.
So they need 36, or they need 27 minutes, I think is what they need for it to be the longest match ever for them.
Yeah, I think the longest was like 27 minutes and 15 seconds or something.
All right, let's see if they can make it there. IG still in a dominant position, up 26,000 net worth, but they have a lot of heroes here from outsiders from China that can make things happen. You got the swap, Avatos back, maybe getting a little bit of help from the 6th hero, the Fountain.
That would be a pretty good one. Maybe Tusk tries to use dash gold, gets an Axe.
Oh, this I've seen this before. The smoke up
it's the GG smoke.
Yeah, this is the GG smoke.
I'm waiting.
I feel like that's the play here.
Smoke up, ward the high ground. Let's talk about what to do. AKA go in and everyone dies.
Cry is right nearby.
Swapping the Inch Bros. Let's go.
Can they get him? There.
Uh-oh, don't do it.
Oh no. Zip.
Dodge.
Oh, wanted it. Do they find Dust? It's not looking great. And now going to be right on top of Cold Bird. Ulti popped. Dead hero Cry. Getting ran at by Emo. They can't connect with the shards onto him. He's hasted still, killing him in front of his Tusk. And then Tusk likely to die afterwards. They are 5 minutes away, Kezu. They need to buy 5 minutes for it to be the longest game ever. But I think this one is looking pretty freaking rough, as everybody dead again.
If they get to live 5 minutes in this game, I feel like IG have got to disconnect on a couple of their players.
Okay.
Maybe game 2 will do it.
We'll see.
They're too strong right now, IG. They have way too much gold. Looking at their net worths at 22 minutes, you wouldn't think it is 22 minutes.
Right. No, it is a very farmed collection of heroes. And Enchantress about to pass the Tiny in terms of net worth.
Oh, we're about to have 5 cores on Team Dire.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sounding about right.
Give him the last hit. Okay,
Bam!
good enough. He did get it. Good
Well
job.
played. QIQX.
All right,
What a gamer.
Screenshot it, send it to Knoxville, guys. Ask him the question. Has this happened before?
It probably has.
It probably has.
That tends to happen.
Luckily, I wasn't in the game where it happened.
Look at this, though. 23 minutes. We're getting there.
Okay,
You know?
4 more minutes. The moment Emo decides to jump, people are probably... He has the Blink Dagger, the Emo Storm Blink.
Oh, you love to see it.
I really love to see it. It's really good.
Dude, why does he always do this?
Well, so they did say in an interview that they think it's good because it allows you to get into the fights by using less mana. But then my counter argument would be, can't you spend 2k gold on an item that also gives you mana?
Right. Well, also, doesn't the zip-in do damage, too?
Yes, but it costs mana.
Oh, I see. Well, not costing mana as he zips and blinks out. He gets away from him for a moment. They need just a couple more minutes. 3 more minutes is all they need. Outsiders from China, can they get their cry? Gonna be under control, dead. Everybody gone, chosen one. He has to hold this alone. They
back.
do have buybacks. Meteor Hammer, they need 3 more minutes.
Use your buybacks, guys.
IG,
No.
they're not gonna get it there. GG is called. And just like that, IG that much closer to punching a ticket to the major.
Oh, 1 game closer. They should feel pretty good. They know that they have a great draft. They can get on top of the sniper. They're playing well. They already defeated the big boss yesterday. So it seems like today might just be a walk in the park for them.
You know what's interesting? I kind of feel like, in a way, IG, they had to do this amazing thing to make it to the major. They had to, like, surmount Mount Everest. They had to take down the monsters of LGD. And then it's like, in the last couple of feet, they're like riding up an escalator to get to the top of Mount Everest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that is pretty much the story that I'm watching. I feel like they already had like 99% of their ticket. They got it yesterday, and today it's like the final, the baby step.
Right, exactly. So just, you know, maybe an elevator is a better comparison there. It's a rough one for outsiders from China. But let's hear from the panel. They're watching the same game as well. Let's hear what they had to say about it.
Well, this is one of the longer games that we've seen from the outsiders of China, as we did go the distance, a whole 24 minutes, before IG was able to put them down to bed. Even though we finally got a first-time Blink win on Emo Storm Spirit, this particular tour at the very least, it's still going to be a result that IG will feel very comfortable handedly taking. Lacoste, you lied to me. You told me
Shocked
28
Pikachu
minutes.
face. Can't believe that they actually managed to get a dub here. I thought it was gonna happen. They also like played it until the end. Like we came into the studio from our green room relatively early on because we thought they're gonna call it, but they didn't. Like I'd say the first 2 minutes so far have looked the best for outsiders from China. 2-0 start. I don't think we've seen that happen before. If they kept this momentum, maybe they had a slightly better chances of taking this to 30-minute mark. Not winning the game, but got to be more realistic.
No, I mean, I feel like they're trying to do it, you know. From the first 2 minutes, like you mentioned, it's an incredible timing from them, but then at minute 3, it just all came crumbling down. Everything just went wrong. And outsiders from China, you know, they tried to make rotations, but they're just not very good at using their spells. Yeah, it's just not
really
great,
bad.
is it? Yeah,
they didn't like, oh, maybe there's going to be a cookie. Do I swap him in the avalanche? When does snowball come in? So using all the stuns at the same time.
The best one was when Venge was standing on top of the arcane rune and was like, all right, Chosen, come. Get your arcane rune. And then Emo just zips through, takes the arcane, and then kills him. It's like, what? And then you see Chosen on mic, like looking at the Venge going, what are you doing? Come on, man, take the rune. Like you see him, why you let him have it? It's just beautiful.
Tried to bait him.
Yeah,
perfect
he tried.
game from Emo. Ending the game with 21, 0, and 17. Picking up that Blink Dagger that you mentioned. Like 15 minutes into the game, the Storm Spirit has Falcon Blade, Kaya, Witchblade, Power Treads. I don't know how you play. Like they do have stuns for him, but it's just the spell casting is not there. And also Dust, kind of a feeder in this game, ended up... he was also beyond godlike, but died once.
It was disgusting behavior from Dust, honestly. It's unacceptable. if you're playing carry, no. Yeah, he finished 10-1-12. And also, when they picked up Troll, I kind of blindly was like, oh yeah, Emo's playing it. I kind of forgot, of course. Emo's not. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So like,
I even said it.
I know, but like in the moment I forgot, and it's like, I'm happy to see Dust play the Troll again. Of course, the annoying thing I think now, and if we ignore outsiders from China, IG will always have this issue of, Emo plays a hero, and let's say he destroys, like he beats PSG on trial. Now Dust has to live up to those expectations. And that could be something that IG need to potentially look into or deal with down the line, but of course...
Especially in an important series like
Exactly,
this.
yeah. Yeah, in this critical make or break major series, I think Dust, Emo wouldn't have died. That's all I'm saying.
To be fair, what we've seen from Dust is that when he occupies a more sacrificial role, that's when it feels like IG actually does the best. With Emo, it's just a win condition, no matter what. And in this game, as usual, when you're playing up against outsiders of China, a record gets broken. This time around, it's not going to be an item timing. It's not going to be game length. It's going to be a KDA record. 38 KDA coming through from our Storm Spirit here.
Higher
Pretty
or lower
much-
next game?
Yeah.
Higher or lower next game?
Definitely lower.
Yeah, Storm Spirit is that
Definitely
hero.
lower.
Like, it's
Come on,
very
dude.
difficult to
38. This is even for outsiders of
compete with
China.
this.
Everybody's played outsiders of China, right? And this is the most. We haven't seen 38 so far, right? We've seen,
it's good, it's
in
good.
fact, before this 38-0 KDA, the highest that we saw came from PSG LGD, and they were not playing outsiders from China, right? It was that game that we had, the Phoenix and the Enchantress, where both YU Smile and
Yeah.
Planet were able to get 32 and 31 respectively. So this is phenomenal, honestly.
He also broke some of the records in Chinese DPC as well. Phantom Assassin, GPM,
Yep.
XPM on Troll.
Yep.
Then we have Phantom
What else
Assassin
we got
with
here, boss?
the
You want
most,
to keep going? Yeah, what else we got?
most KDA with 0 deaths. That was before this one, I believe.
Who has
Like,
the most deaths in the DPC, actually? That's all I care about.
let me just check it. There was something else with Emo. Let me find
say-
out.
oh.
Player with the widest hero pool
Yeah.
as well.
Emo's been owning, honestly.
Do
like
you
he's
have
been
deaths? Is that-
looking super hot. I think the most deaths was
Oh, it's
16 or
Kaka.
17.
Kakao and Tiny, 18.
18.
18.
deaths.
Yeah.
There you go. That's one that, you know,
It was that
outsiders
game
could look
2,
for.
I think their first series, game 2 where he was feeding really
Yeah.
badly. And to this day, Sheepstick is still molding about that particular
That's true.
series because Kaka did not look super hot in that one.
But he's going to the major now.
Not yet. They still have to play one more game. And what's very intriguing as well about outsiders from China, a very interesting stat that I'm pretty sure nobody has clocked about this, is that they're one of the teams with the lowest amount of racks lost. Because, generally speaking, once you go on the high ground against them, they just call GG. They don't even give you an
Oh,
opportunity
God.
to take that many racks.
Dude,
So,
that's
for some
big.
reason, they don't actually allow themselves to lose that many buildings. But nevertheless, outsiders from China, one game away from denying IG from going to the major. But if they win this one, this feels like a reward, I think. If you beat PSG LGD, you get rewarded with a... We had a conversation in the Green Room yesterday where it's like, if you beat LGD, you should probably get a free slot to the major. No matter what, just like, here you go to Berlin, enjoy life, because you have to be really good to beat the Shao 8 stack. However, there's an interesting rumor I heard yesterday. Apparently, because of how busy the upcoming schedule is for LGD, right?
Yep.
They're going to play in Sweden soon.
Yep.
Then right afterwards, they have to go to the major.
Yep.
Right afterwards, they come back to play here in the DPC. Right afterwards, they have to go back to Sweden. Then they have to play another major. And then they have to go to Riyadh. Then they have to play another major. Then they have to go to TI. Apparently, Zhao 8 has given license for them to be on a bit of a vacation this week, given that they've already booked their first ticket. Apparently, I cannot confirm this rumor, but the rumor exists. So.
I mean,
That's very generous.
That's
of
a very
Zhao,
good. He has
a full
1 week off. Wow, yeah. No, I mean, again, it normally should happen, especially with these bigger leagues and stuff. And for IG, reap the rewards. If you're good enough to be a on-break PSG, take the dub, get that international experience. You might even claw out a third, because if Asta lose later, you might have to tie break against them. Suddenly, progressing. So, anytime PSG wants to, take their foot off the gas, jump on that occasion.
However, even though PSG LGD might have taken their foot off the gas, IG cannot rest on their laurels just yet because they still have to take game number 2 up against the outsiders from China. So they still have to make sure that their next draft is succinct, they have to make sure their execution is on point, and they have to make sure that Emo breaks yet another record here in the Chinese region. We're going to find out if they're capable of doing so and booking their ticket directly to Berlin after a very short break when we return for game number 2 here between Invictus Gaming and the outsiders from China. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back with the rest of the action. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region. DPC action resumes here today. We have another triple header, but more importantly, we have a game number 2 between Outsiders from China and Invictus Gaming, where IG are 1 win away from booking a ticket directly to the major and making sure that there's no tiebreakers for that 4th slot. Now that we have already seen them looking really good, one of the things I love to see about this team here, Lacoste, is when they were losing, they had tenacity. They were making sure that they didn't give up until the very end. Now that things are looking good for them, right? They're still not just chilling. They're not relaxing. They're not doing that. A lot of teams have experimented against Outsiders from China, but they recognize the importance of this series. They're playing at maximum level against them right now.
Yeah, they're not messing around with the item build and everything. You can see that they want to win. They don't want to become another meme, potentially. You know, if Outsiders from China eliminate you from going to major, potentially kills that thing. It's... So I expect them to do the same thing one more time. Just pick whatever you think is strong. Never mind. It's going to be a bit of a different one this time because the draft has started. And yeah, I mean, the hero is not banned. So IG, they want to close out this game.
They don't see it.
I know that they don't see, but I'm just really hyped about these two.
No spoilers.
Come
We're
on,
going to see
man.
the draft in a second. Wait, be patient. It's coming.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, this is actually not too much of a meme, right? Because we've seen
Oh,
this...
it is. No, it is.
It's not.
No, it is because it's second pick in this position. The fact that they have given, from one Morana, they've gotten double core from second pick. This is not some like major level draft. This is a combination that I would love to see them play at the major, but the hero is kind of picked in different positions.
This is like
Hold on.
4th and 5th pick.
We
Exactly.
have seen them do double core opener from second pick before. Sure, though, that was back when they were losing, right? Earlier on.
This
but
is not a counter to
is not.
Luna.
Oh, this is a losing lane. Normally, isn't this the opposite direction?
yeah,
Normally,
the
you
other way
pick
around.
Tide
Yeah.
Hunter, then the
Yeah.
enemy team picks Luna into it. So
But
this is
isn't
going to
it-
be kind of intriguing to see what they do here.
It's an excuse for, if I pronounce it correctly, Leng Niao, the
Leng Niao,
off-laner for Outsiders. He's not had the best...
I see. So if you lose the
Off-laner.
lane now, then you can say it's not me, it's the
picked-
hero.
Exactly.
Okay,
So,
I see.
guys, you picked my hero for the game. It's not my fault the team can get to the point where we get to play the game. ... So
Okay.
yeah, outside of that, yeah, you don't really pick Tide into Luna because Luna with Lucent Beam, the wave push, you never really pressure the Luna. Luna also can run you down and just annoy you the entire time. So this isn't the best lane, but the Tide pick is one of those picks where outside of that, they are afraid of the inevitable, the entire map feels horrendous. I think if you are Outsiders, you need to ban Marcy here. That ability to put it 4 and offlane that IG have done before is too powerful. And just try and stem the bleeding because IG will group up and run at you. So I want to see Outsiders pick 3 more heroes that just wave push. Just make sure you have ways to annoy IG from clumping up. If they group up too early, maybe they misplay. Like you don't win Dota as 5
Yeah.
at minute 15, right? Like
I also don't want them to pick any long cooldowns. They have Tide Hunters, so I want to see something different, something that can make these early skirmishes.
Actually, to talk to me about this, boys, because we already have this Vicious from IG have been the only team to flex this hero, really, not just in our region, but that I've seen throughout the entire DPC. Do y'all feel 4-position Visage is actually good? Because the fact that IG can do this, obviously it's good for them, and now they have this Marcy. We don't actually know if the Marcy is 3 or the Visage is 3. Do we think that 4-position Visage is actually good? So if IG was playing up against some of the teams at the major, would this be a successful strategy from them?
I would say no. I've seen like Felix Schauber play it in the previous DPC tour, previous DPC season. It looked okay-ish, but like it's very. If you're off to a bad start as Visage position 4, you don't have a role in the game pretty much. Like yeah, you're trying to get that level 6. It's a very snowbally hero. You know what? I want to see maybe bring back aggressive tri-lane with the Visage position 4 in it. I think I would like that more.
I mean, we saw them playing aggressive tri-lane yesterday, right? To try and ensure that we actually had a game in the offlane for Extreme Gaming. So they were like, well, JT is struggling. Game 1, he got crushed. Game 2, Game 3, they're like, just send heroes in his direction. Play aggressive. We can make this happen. Is there any potential for IG to try and do the same in this situation?
This could be a tri-lane.
it could be. I don't think they need to. Like going back to your Visage point, it's like the Visage Marcy, the reason why Visage 4 works is because Marcy as an offlaner utilizes the damage from Visage and like they kind of work well together. I don't think there's other offlaners that can utilize a 4 Visage that well. And also don't forget that because of the Luna, the Visage then feels better. So it's like there's layers to enable Visage to get relegated to support because of Luna, because of Marcy. So yeah, I think it's very much a hero-dependent situation that forces the hero there and Outsiders. again, like drafting wise, it does feel like they are trying to at least get out of lanes. You know, CK Snapfire, that's a kill lane. Tide Mirana, if it wasn't against Luna, it's a decent lane. Like,
yeah,
Of course, you want
on
to skirmishing,
paper,
they can do it now.
they can, but CK's like good in the lane that doesn't join until he gets his items, wants to use his ulti to farm things up. And they also picked on dying into Snapfire. IG is like, we don't care what you have, we're gonna go with the heroes that we want in this game. So we will have like super buffed Luna, Visage Bird as well with that Luna aura. During the nighttime, if this is carry Marcy, or off-lane Marcy, that does the carry role pretty much. With Visage as well during the nighttime, you get this global damage, which is pretty nuts. Attack speed from Visage, Marcy with that extra damage from the sidekick as well. Like, you're gonna get destroyed.
I mean, outsiders have like their lanes, they can be kind of strong in certain scenarios. Undying Luna, Tide will have no time. I'm mainly looking at CK and Snapfire to find some kill potentially, but after that, they have no damage. I'd be very afraid how they respond to the early siege from IG, because they are going to group up with one item in each area. They're like, IG isn't going to respect outsiders and go, okay, let's wait for this big timing. It's going to be like a Dragon Lance or something on Luna, she'll probably TP to a fight. Marcy gets like some maybe phase armlet, she's running around all the fights. So for outsiders, this last pick,
I was going to say, it's probably a Spirit or DP.
Something to pack a punch at least. It is an Ember, so I'm all eyes on Chosen, who I think has at least been their best player for outsiders. He really needs to step up and take the fight, but there's still so many last picks now for IG to punish this Ember in lane. There's, some random Husker, there's Death Prophet themselves for IG if they really want to.
Don't they just pick Storm again?
I mean, they could Storm, they could Monkey.
Yeah.
If there was no Snapfire, I would say just bang out Necrophos to have
Sure.
Greaves Carrier, have that like lane domination. There's so many options for IG that they could go for this time around. Outsiders from China needed some kind of a cheap damage from the mid lane, someone that can, be annoying, someone that can maybe defend the towers with. Tidehunter TPs there, has like one aura item that's going to help out, but explosive damage from IG. This is Marcy, Visage, Luna. This opens up the towers. It also opens up the Roshan early on.
Let's see. So they have objective take. Like you said, they have Roshan. Their lanes feel pretty decent. We have Marcy, Visage on the one side, Undying Luna on the other end. So protection for the Luna, Marcy, Visage lane. We've already spoken about how good that can be. Feels like a fairly free game for Emo. It feels like whenever the game is this free, that's generally when I want to see Emo playing from the mid lane. Just give him the win condition, have him play. And there we go. Storm Spirit yet again. No reason not to pick it. It looks very good here. The disables from outsiders from China. If Storm ever gets stunned in this game, he should get kicked from the team. This is one of these games where the only stun that's going to ever catch you should be like the slight change combo.
You're saying CK Bolt is not a good stun against Storm Spirit?
You think the offlaner is going to hit the Ravage on Emo as well? So Emo right now, 38 KDA.
Yeah.
This is the type of game that, with the Death Ball, probably won't get anywhere near like
the game ends
25, 30 kills. This should be a game from IG where they're chasing the... let me double check the timing. How quick do you
give me the time.
22 minutes?
No,
you lied to me last time. So you said 28 last time.
I'm going to say like, I'm going to be ambitious. You know what? Let me do a quick scroll.
Quick.
17 minutes, 47 seconds.
All right, Lacoste, how many minutes?
They're going to be like 23 minutes, 50 seconds.
All right. The average timing for the outsiders of China has been sub 20 minutes in the length of the games. We're going to find out if this time around they can finally push it to at least the 30-minute mark. This is their final game potentially here in the DPC. They're already relegated from Div 1. Let's see if they can at least make it much more entertaining than normal. To find out if that's going to be possible, we send it over to our incredible casting duo. We have Big Kezu and Lil Lyrical. Take it away, boys.
Hey, it's me, Lil Lyrical.
I'm Big Kezu here. Let's go.
Oh my God, my legs, dude. I already feel. I've been doing this thing where I do every death I have on stream, I do a burpee in game, and my legs are already cooking.
But having to do a lot of those, huh?
A good amount of them. Not gonna lie. Speaking of a lot of deaths, outsiders from China, they might be in a bit of a hurt here because this is an early push draft.
Yeah, they're gonna die a lot this game.
Yeah,
I think
it's gonna be an issue. But that being said, the other day when we saw these matches get played, this was the one where it looked kind of funny, where Storm just ran down mid and went for the kill and then immediately GG'd and tipped his centaur. They were playing against an all-out push strat like this, so maybe there's something there that they've found a way to play against these types of lineups.
Yes, maybe. Or maybe we will see another... I mean, what are we going to see here? So IG, I like what they've been going for with like this push, early aggression, good lanes as well. And Emo on the Storm. Probably going to
Yes.
have a Blink Dagger again eventually. It's his good old signature, the copyrighted Emo build as outsider. They want this first blood. Let's go, guys. You can do it.
Oh, you're playing into Undying, and
Here he comes.
dun 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 dun. dun!
He's
They take
dead.
him down, Cry, but they pull back Chosen One. PYW getting brought down low. He dies.
Okay, 1 for 1.
Everybody dies. So much death. Cry in trouble.
Woo,
He's
double
gonna
kill.
fall. Soul Assumption's really good early. PYW's dead. 4 kills before the horn. Can they get some more? Another Lucid Beans back up in a second. Will go for it. No, Arrow
Arrow.
connects, and now
A new
John,
gush.
you in some trouble.
See
Another
you
Lucid
later.
Beam. They walk through the remnants. All right, well, we don't know if it's going to be good, but it's sure as hell entertaining.
5 kills before the runes. Yeah. Let's go. Give me more. Guys, stay mid. Go fight.
Yeah, go
Why are they
do
going
it.
to the side lanes?
I don't know.
Now, this is very lame coming out from the players here.
Well, Emo, he has to walk back towards mid, so can't get the bounty rune, which means it's going to be 2 apiece, and Cry not able to get there in time to do any blocking, so the wave's starting on Emo's cliff.
Well, Cry pretty much has a bottle completed.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he pretty much has it after 1 CS, so that's pretty good.
Yo, we talked about the way that we needed to see Outsiders from China win, and it was like start the lane with like, you know, an extra
1,000 bonus
Right.
gold.
And that's what they kind of did.
Huh,
In
that's,
a way.
that's pretty good. I like having more gold than the enemies. Makes it easier. Let's see if if they can use it properly.
Right. Yeah, if you can get to that bottle before the Storm Spirit, that could be pretty hype for them. What about these other lanes? Is there anything that like they're starting with that's going to be crazy good? I feel like up top here, they should have a really good time with Luna and Dying. That sounds like a horrifying lane to play against.
This is a really, really hard lane for outsiders from China. Maybe when you get like level 2, 3 at a nice timing, you can catch someone off guard. But yeah, IG, they should be dominating this lane and bottom lane as well. Marcy Visage, they're already on the Mirana at the moment. Very fire.
Assumption? Ho, 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 ho. 26 HP.
Does barely live, but that also means CK is going to be alone, at least for a little bit. But yeah, bottom lane, there's going to be a lot of pressure. You basically have stun into Arrow, and the other lane has a lot of damage. Arrow barely misses.
That one's unfortunate. And a big creep wave pushing into IG as Emo goes on to Cry now. In spite of that bottle, he's still just getting right-clicked there.
Very heavily right-click even. They're going to just have to trade out the water runes, as Emo also has his bottle on himself. Both of them are out of charges for now, so probably just going to have a 50-50 trade with the runes.
Okay. Seems to be pretty good. Sort of keeping our eyes on these other lanes here. It's been a little bit rough. PYW is going to even force back down bottom. It's some pretty good damage there as Cry tries to walk over and he will get the water rune. But you can see how much of a bully PYW is just being to this Mirana, forcing leap charges out.
Yeah, these side lanes, it's going to be a lot about just the HP levels as top lane. I mean, they're both pretty much out of HP.
Yeah, might get a courier.
Okay, okay. Another
Yes.
Fairy Fire.
Oh, and another courier? No, just gonna die.
Close enough. As, yeah, once you drop to like lower HP levels against like a Visage Marcy lane, you're definitely in trouble. And it's the same about this top lane with the Luna Undying. They're going to whittle you down and eventually get, oh, the courier? No.
What's he doing?
He's suiciding, I guess.
Undying's moving over.
He did die.
He did die.
So
Dire
you-
got him.
He will come back to the lane eventually as Snap is refilling mid. So Tide is going to come back top, will be alone for a while. So not the greatest position to be in.
Or down bottom, going for another jump. It's on to Mirana here. Almost enough to get her. It was a pull back beneath the tower by PYW with that dispose, but couldn't quite get the connection for the kill.
Another arrow, close one. As Zhang Yu, I think he's getting himself a Bassi. Definitely like this build, just getting more of the spam going on in the lane. Also
Right.
getting himself a buckler, just helping himself and PYW out a lot, which is great.
Yeah, and I am very concerned about top.
I just looked at the CS and I'm more than concerned.
Yeah, 20 and 12, level 2 right now on the Tide is down bottom. They managed to find that kill. It's my bad for pulling y'all away, but yeah, that's Chosen One.
Well, back to top.
Okay, more issues as they're gonna bring him pretty low here,
Mango Tomb.
and 6K tries to get out of trouble. Still, they are getting double zoned back by this Undying, and he is doing everything right now for him.
Oh, I mean, if you look at the CS chart, it doesn't look too pretty as Emo mid.
Goes on to Cry.
PYW is here.
Pulls him back in. Tries to do some damage. Cry dead. And Mirana is going to be slowed down now.
No leap
Pulled
yet.
in with no leap charges.
1
Wants to
second.
go for a deny, maybe on the rune. No. So Emo's going to get a bottle refill. Ooh.
Uh-oh. Now he can even get the bounty rune too, if he wants to push it out a bit. Can anyone suicide? No, not really. So yeah, lanes once again going pretty damn well for IG, especially this top one. The top one is a disaster.
That is not the lane that you want to go
We're going
poorly.
for
as
more.
Arrow misses. They pull back into the Spose. Emo has the mana. Cry, he is going to fall. So back-to-back deaths, and Mirana again gets away. So they have a new mid laner now. It's Mirana. Dust got low, but backing away. And now the turn with the Lucent Beam. Oh, CXK, he's in trouble and going to get ran down here. Is it going to be enough for the full finish? Decay, yes. 2 points means he has damage.
Easy double kill for QAQX. It's PYW back to mid.
Jeez.
Uh-oh.
Not feed.
Not feed, yeah.
That's not what's happening.
The opposite's happening, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay, and Zhang Yu just got level 5, so not too much pressure coming at it, but when he gets 6, they're gonna have a third lane that's where they're gonna, I feel like they're gonna get evicted out of every lane in like 1 minute.
Yeah,
Which is a big problem.
Look at Dust. Dust is just staying up here on like no HP. I mean, he doesn't have to fear anything, kind of.
Yeah, he really doesn't. There's a...
He doesn't even have raindrops.
Ember is jungling.
Chosen
ZK
one.
is dying.
Yeah, Chosen
and
one's
he's dead.
Okay. Everywhere Mirana goes, her core heroes die.
Which feels bad.
Yeah. Oh my god, and a regen rune for Emo.
Oh, he is... Where's he gonna go? I mean, I guess he can go wherever he wants to go. He could AFK mid now and just wait to TP at any point.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is pretty good.
You can also just jungle with that if he feels like it. I mean, probably getting kills is better, but...
He could go AFK for a minute.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be that bad.
Where's Ember, by the way? Speaking
He's
of AFK,
jungling.
yeah,
He's jungling.
on a ward.
Picking up a bounty rune for his team. A little bit of a comeback.
Good stuff there. But a 2,000 gold lead right now. IG in complete control. They drafted really strong lanes, and they are also very strong laners.
Oh, careful. Okay.
Yeah, in
Cry
towards mid. Cry gonna be in some trouble there. They have the zip chase down. Looks for him. Another hit. Just
Another hit.
bit by bit, but will manage to get out of trouble. Hits level 6.
Okay.
And has to TP back home.
base. PYW goes mid. Is gonna snack away the mid ward. So IG doing a good job there. And I feel like outside, they cannot attack top anymore. If they attack this Luna like too much, Emo's just gonna TP there and kill them. Or he's just gonna walk over and collect a couple kills.
Yeah, because there's a regen rune on him, and he's still got it going. They find Chosen One. He is going to get zipped, zap, zooped, and brought
Zip,
down.
zap, zoop.
Can they find some more? Storm still keeping that regen going. It runs out now, but they will find a kill on Mirana on the other side of the map while still chasing and finding this poor Tidehunter. So bottom tower dropping as it was way too much damage out. They take the tower. And yeah, this Vlad's early. There is just a whole world of hurt.
Okay, we're averaging nearly 2 kills per minute. I like it. I like it. Visage has Vlad's completed. I want to see them get drums with the Luna Aura, max the Psychic, and then just it's go time with the birds.
That's Emo. On to Cry.
Oh,
Arrow! Oh, stick! Emo! How do you live? How do you live? Oh my god, zip zap zoop!
Oh.
And Cry, he thought he had a moment. He thought he had a chance.
I thought he did too.
But in the end, he is going to get killed off, maybe? Oh, do they have enough for the finish? He doesn't have any more remnants. PYW will have
Rebound
another
two.
rebound. Finds the vision, finds their man.
Oh.
Stun, misses, so Cry able to get out of harm's way there.
I did hear someone say on the panel, if Storm ever got stunned,
That's true.
he should get kicked.
That's true.
He just got stunned.
Well, Emo's-
Somehow he lived. I don't know how that happened, but he did get stunned.
Yeah, that's how he got back onto the team. He didn't die.
He
there.
lived, okay.
Yeah. Well,
This guy's dead.
Yeah. That's a rough one for him. Not giving away a ton of gold at this point on that Tidehunter. It's been a very tough game for him.
Yeah, and he doesn't have too many comebacks. He's level 4, so there's no Ravage. It's down bottom. They want to punish Zhang Yu.
Well, they still have nighttime, the Lunar Blessing damage on these birds, along with the Vlad's Aura. I think Zhang Yu can just go for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, he already got the bottom tier 2 tower to half HP
Yeah.
at like the 8-minute mark. Now they're losing top tier 1.
Dust, QIQX, making it happen. They're even going to glyph the wave now to try and keep this pressure on as, well, guess who's back down bottom again? Zhang Yu. Nobody's here, so yeah, this is just going to be a tier 2 tower taken, I think. They do have another glyph, so maybe not.
Okay, as Chosen One is coming around.
Yeah. But every time he leaves for a second, it's again a problem. While in towards the top side, they will force out the glyph now, while also chasing away the CK from bottom. There's multiple pushes going on, and it looks like Outsiders from China want to respond to this one. And I don't know if that's the right call or not, because they pop the Eclipse, tries to back away. Dust, maybe in some trouble. QIQX wants to keep his buddy alive. And now the rotation coming in. PYW,
no.
the rebound's there. The turn now with the Unleash. They take the bottom tower. They're going to take 4 kills up top. Devastation, and Emo, he's even fighting Chosen One. They're killing everybody. Everywhere you look, Outsiders from China are losing heroes, losing towers. They're losing this game hard.
Damn, Snap literally just respawned. There was about to be a team wipe at minute 10. It's just not fair. At 10 minutes, they're fighting. The heroes are like level 4 and level 5. Like, Titan, he's just a walking gush.
That lane up top was devastating.
Yeah, it's...
He might have been better jungling.
Honestly, yeah, he would have had more network and more levels if he just straight up jungled level 1.
Yeah. Game is rough.
Game be hard, as Snapfire is holding the tome. And I think there's probably a fight going on in the comms, because there's 3 people who are under level as hell.
Yeah.
Oh, it's IG just gonna farm some Ancients.
Very nice.
Leaping in.
Leaping. Oh, he clipped himself.
Getting
Okay,
stuck.
that's a problem. PYW also clipped himself.
More people
though.
getting stuck, I like it.
Cry.
Ravage, never mind, level 5.
Not need the tome. Snap took it.
He used it. He's gonna be close to 6. They're hitting the timing soon.
Yeah.
2 heroes will get their ults.
They're hitting the 11-minute off lane level 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Well, IG in the meantime, they are hitting all their timings.
Mech, Vlad,
Ooh.
Luna Aura, Sidekick,
Who has
Seeds
that
of
mech?
Serenity. That's Visage.
Oh, yeah.
He's a big boy.
Well,
This guy's dead. 3-2-2.
6K.
Let's go.
Can't
3-2-2
get
at
there.
11 minutes.
No Ravage available.
It's okay. I took a screenshot quick enough.
Well done. Roche available if they want to take it. And guess what? I think they do.
Yeah, why not? 12 minutes in. 12k gold lead, nearly. Soon to be. No, I went down to 10. But just a free Roche.
God, that they take it very rapidly. Oh, this would be the perfect Ravage.
It would be.
Can they steal it?
Oh?
Can they steal it?
Just run in and take
Moonlight
it.
Shadow. There's no vision. There's no vision. He jumps in. Oh.
That would have been a cool play. I respect it. He's like, I can steal it.
You got to go for something.
Yeah, you got to go for something big.
Everybody-
Ember going for something big.
Everybody needs a dream.
Snap ult.
And for Cry, the dream is to win a game.
Ravage.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be happening in this game. Needs the Ravage.
Black hole.
Can't do it.
Black hole. Do it.
No black hole this
Aw.
time.
Running down mid. Honestly, I think they can.
I took a sip of water right as you said that. You almost killed me here.
Honestly, that would have been great.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Emo is chilling. They have a lot of auras. Medallion on the Marcy wants to go for... Who's buying the drums, guys? I need to see drums.
That's true.
Marcy is buying...
It's a holy locket for the Undying, actually, which is pretty hype.
More heal.
16 to 1. But a straight up one.
Yeah, don't do it, guys. Don't do it.
As 3 to 27, and I think this is going to be another one taken. So I think T said 17-47.
Yeah, I think they're not going to make it there. They're going for the GG smoke.
The GG
They have
smoke.
Black Hole and Ravage ready.
They're ready for it. Cry. He zipped in before. Can they zip again?
I'm walking in.
Dying to the Glaives. Emo finds the backline Chosen One. Tries to bring him low. Eclipse is out. The chase is there. The Ravage!
What happened?
As they find themselves Chosen One. Oh, they find out of province. Emo. Oh, he still has Aegis. As they find CXK. He is dead. 14 minutes. This is going to be a Rax, and they might not stop at that.
Oh, definitely not. I think it's time to take everything. at least for Outsiders from China, no one can tell the Tide that he didn't try.
That's
Ravage
true.
was used.
And Emo smiling, the whole team smiling. They are ready to go. They are ready to make it to the major. Emo wants to question mark people again. It's been his dream. This
Yeah.
might just be the game that gets him there.
Oh, wants another one.
Emo looking for it, ready to go in with that Aegis, ready to die if the moment approves himself.
snap
As
ult.
big jump in,
Four-man
Emo, the
stun.
big stun with the birds. They pull him down low, and if they kill him, it just means it'll make him stronger. Obi-Wan Emo as they find and kill the Tidehunter, godlike on the Visage. And now everybody buying back, trying to keep this game going. IG, they don't want to play Dota anymore. They're hitting tier 4 towers at just under 15 minutes. Outsiders from China cannot stop the push. They're going to need more buybacks here. Think about it. Think about the buyback potential. They just need
The Ember buyback, he can chain them.
60 more seconds until Ravage is up. Outsiders from China losing their base, losing their minds. Dispose pulls them back in. They do not have the sauce. This is going to be a 15-minute GG. Rarely seen, but much appreciated. Oh, and they bait him in.
Hold.
They bait him in. They bait him in with bringing the Visage low. They're going to last every last second, 15 and a half minutes. And with that, IG are going to be going to the major.
With a casual kill score of 3 to 42 at 15 minutes. IG showing up nicely, playing, you know, feel like they did the big work yesterday. Today, they show up, they have some good drafts, and now got the ticket to the major.
Amazing stuff from them. Yeah, a very impressive. I think the one thing to me about this like IG team is that we saw them really struggle in Tour 1.
Yep.
They were like trying to figure out their positioning. Dust kept playing Tusk and Batrider and like diving tier 4 towers.
Luckily, that stopped happening.
Right, and now in the last like, I don't know, 4 or 5 series, they've really turned a corner.
I feel like they figured it out where they like, you know, have the right mentality where Dust is perhaps playing a bit more of the farmy heroes. Emo plays more the mids that are going to go in. And I really think Zhang Yu is fitting in very well in this team with some of the auras. They're giving him different heroes. And yeah, they just look way better. They've stepped it up.
IG looking solid. That's going to be the last game that we're blessed with by Outsiders from China. They're going to make it a memorable one.
They will.
3 to 42. You'll like to see it as we get ready to head on back to the panel, let them break this down, and get ready for the rest of the games today.
342 seems to be the new number that we're blessed with right now as Outsiders from China, as Lurko said, blessing us with the final game of their DPC tour in Div 1 at the very least, as they were already been relegated to Division 2, but also blessing Invictus Gaming with a ticket to the major with an incredible performance from them. Unfortunately, gentlemen, firstly, both of y'all are liars, right? You told me it's going to be longer than this, but also,
Whoa.
I feel bad for IG. You know why?
Why?
Had they won this game 12 seconds sooner, they would have beaten the record that LGD set by beating Outsiders from China and had the fastest overall DPC game. But for 12 seconds, they were messing around a little bit too much. And also, unfortunately, kick Emo from the team. He got stunned 3 times in this game. Unacceptable on the Storm Spirit.
Didn't die though, so Una reverse card, he gets his invitation back in, like Lyrical mentioned during the cast.
That's fine. That's
There
fine.
we
He
go.
gets kicked, but he gets invited back. It's cool. It's
Yeah,
acceptable.
nice. It's clean.
Yeah, very close game.
Very
First
close.
again, couple of minutes. They also got a first blood one more time. Like making the highlight video, it feels like it can be actually longer than the game itself somehow. Like, because the game ends so quickly. He's like, how's that even possible? You know,
You know, cropping like a minute too long. Oh god, was that a
Yes.
highlight? It just like in real games, I say real games, like in other games, this 2-3 minute fight doesn't mean anything, but in a Outsiders from China game, it's a little bit more work on the highlight reel for sure. But I think IG, you can clearly see it in their draft. They just wanted to get out of this one. They wanted to book their ticket to the major.
Yep.
They were in Division 2. They came to Division 1. They didn't really make any progress up or down. And now finally, after so many tours, IG have now returned to the major.
Yep. The last time that they're at the major was a long time ago, all the way back in 2021. It's been very rough going for the side of Invictus Gaming, but they finally make their way all the way back. And I think probably for them, it's a bit rough to go from the heights that they reached. Because in 2021, not only did they win a major, they placed very highly at the other majors. They came in the 4th place at TI. Getting all the way that far into a particular tour, you must feel really, really hot. And a lot of the players on the team are still there. It's very difficult to go from those heights. And then you crumble. All of the results are not going your way. Kaka ends up leaving the team. JT leaves the team. It's just not looking super hot after a while. But here they are, being able to go back, and we're going to see a new resurgence for Emo and the boys. Right now, Emo must feel like, he must feel really, really good, right? This must be one of those situations where you look at the entire tour, you look at all the progression like you're mentioning, T, and you look at a new team. And I think that must be the best thing about this, right? It's not just for Emo. This is Shang Yu, kicked from LGD, now being able to demonstrate that, yo, that kick maybe was not necessarily a mistake, but that he's still good enough to be able to play at a tier 1 level.
Yeah.
You see players like PYW, kicked from Extreme Gaming, also able to demonstrate that he can still play at a very high level. Dust, of course, on the come up. We saw him at Team Magma doing really well in Div 2, getting bounced back every time he got to Div 1. Now finally able to demonstrate that he has major quality within him. And Shang Yu, especially here, Lacoste, the hero pool is expanding. We started with him playing 3 heroes. Now he's on like 8 heroes at this point, and looking better and better every single time that we see him here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the progress. I think he also didn't get the chance to shine in PSG LGD because, like, the expectations are super high. So maybe you are a little bit nervous compared to playing in a team like IG, where you're like, you know, it's a bit more relaxed atmosphere. You get to do your own thing, so you also get to play maybe the heroes that you were not allowed to play, like because you know we know that Zhao 8 does his own thing. You know, you're playing this hero no matter what, pretty much.
Yep.
And here he does have to. Probably has a bit more say. We're gonna have an interview, so maybe we can like talk about like how he's gonna be able to fit into the team and everything. But looks much better, I would say, like compared to the Tour 1. His hero pool is expanding, as you said, and he does also like shine in some of these games, which is I'd say pretty difficult nowadays from the off lane. Like if you're not playing these micro heroes, like it tends to be difficult. It's like you build Guardian Greaves, you build Pipe, and that's about it.
Yeah. Shout out to Shang Yu and shout out to IG for being able to get themselves into the major. Now that we can look forward into the future here, T, what do you think? Once they actually get themselves into the major, if I'd asked you this question in the first week, you would have told me that they're not going to do all that well. They're probably going to get bounced out from the group stages.
Yeah.
Having seen this progression and having seen that this is a team that can improve over time. Once they get themselves to the major, they'll also have spent some weeks playing in a LAN environment. So what do you think once we get into Berlin? What are the prospects of IG versus the best in the world?
Oh, that's a tough question. I think realistically, I would be happy if IG was able to maybe get to like, I'd say 6th in the group. I'm assuming it's the same format where it's the 2 groups of, what was it, 9 or whatever?
9 it should be, yeah.
So I'd say for IG, 6th to 7th is my still expectation. Again, they're currently 4th in a region. It's not as if they're in a dominant position like other regions where they're getting 1 or the 1st or 2nd. But I think if they're able to escape the bottom 3, I think that's a big win for them. And then it's Tour 3, it's maybe contend for 2nd or 3rd in the region, and that's your major. But again, it's always baby steps for IG. Again, Div 2 to Div 1, now to the major. Like, it's bit by bit by bit. I don't want to get carried away and be like, RG's winning the major, baby. None of that. But it's more like, if they can get out of groups, I think I would be happy, seeing that.
I mean, the last time we saw a team that was in this kind of form that was slowly but surely improving Lacoste, Liquid, last year, right? If you had
Is
asked you
IG the
about
next
Liquid,
Liquid?
IG the next
Is IG the next
Liquid? I'm
Liquid?
gonna hit you with the straight up no. Yeah, I mean they came from LCQ, Team Liquid, both like them and Team Secret, and then they met at the TI Grand Finals. Yeah, I mean it's anything is possible in Dota. Like I don't know. We go years back, you're like, oh, Wings Gaming, who are these guys? I mean, they show up, they're the best players. But IG, they need to like figure some of the stuff out in the next 2-3 weeks coming into the major competition. We've seen at the Lima major how strong some of the teams are. Like the ceiling is just like the skill level is different. The teams play at extreme speed. They don't allow you to breathe. Like every single mistake is gonna get punished. These are like the best teams in the world. And yeah, as Dee said, they didn't top of their group. They didn't like win the whole thing. They got 4th here. It's a big W for them, I would say overall, considering how everything was going. But yeah, they still need to figure things out.
Big W for PYW, and as we look at the leaderboard right now, they are 4th place, so they guarantee them slot in the major. They can't progress further than that, as they still have teams ahead of them. Extreme Gaming, Team Aster, as well as PSG LGD booked their tickets before them, but nonetheless, they can now breathe easy, no longer having a conversation about relegation. And unfortunately for the teams beneath them, had YBB just simply won their series yesterday against Aster Aries, we would not be even having this conversation about Invictus Gaming. But here they are. Sometimes luck is in your favor, other results go in your way, and that's what happens for IG. They get to go to the major, and they get to keep improving. I think that's the theme for this particular team. I think them and Extreme Gaming are squads that we've seen steadily but surely getting better and better with time, and I can't wait to see exactly how far they can go. Unfortunately, that does also mean that this is the last game for Outsiders from China. A very different roster than what they anticipated playing here. They didn't know themselves that they were going to be playing in Div 1 when this particular team assembled. Yet here they are, gave us some very entertaining games. Also allowed us to break several records. Literally every single game, without fail, T. Literally everyone.
These are
record
bad
was broken.
records.
Yeah, I mean, records are there to be set and to be broken. I think, for example, some of the games ended so quickly we didn't get to break most deaths and these type of records. But again, speed of game, it was fun to see. I do hope in the future these types of teams don't really occur in the DPC. It does sour certain tours, but again, they got eliminated. We'll see if they remain together for Div 2. Maybe they have a better time there in an easier competition. If not, thanks for showing up. But yeah, that's about it.
It was a great run,
Yep.
good learning experience, I assume, for them. Maybe they, like, some of the players do have potential, I would say, with the grind. But other than that, start in Div 2, like, start grinding and get better. Because this one
Technically,
was...
start in the open qualifier, qualify, and then play Div 2. Don't just become Div 1.
I mean, maybe you go the opposite direction. You start in Div 1, then you go down to Div 2, then you go back into the open qualifier, then you go into the open qualifier again, then back into Div 2, then back into Div 1.
That'd
The
actually be
reverse grind.
I'm so ready for, I can't remember the offlaner's name, but
Leng Niao.
Leng Niao to just do the mighty comeback after this showing into then bam into the next, big offlaner of the region. I'll see you in 2 years.
I actually, of all the players on the team, I think the one with the most potential is probably the Chosen One.
Yeah, for
Chosen One, I could actually see legitimately joining like a decent Div 2 stack, getting better and better, coming back into Div 1. Honestly, like the potential that we saw from this player. He won lanes against some of the players that are going to a major right now. Like, not today, but it has happened in the past. So I think that there is potential from the squad. It's regrettable that we got to see them getting trounced game after game because it's a bit difficult to learn from these experiences, Lacoste, because sometimes I think Dota is... getting trounced by the best teams in the world is good every now and then, right? But if it's happening game after game after game, you're not learning that much, unfortunately. Not able to improve at the rate that you would sort of desire to make sure that you're getting better.
No, this hasn't been, improving at all. It's been like constant performance from Outsiders from China. And Dota is just a difficult game to master. Like, we see a lot of players that are like high ranks and stuff, but when it comes to playing at there's a big difference between like high MMR player and a professional player who has experience, who's not going to choke at lands, who's going to deliver. Like, being consistent in Dota is like that high that you're looking for pretty much. Like, this is the best thing you can go for. Just like be consistently good at something.
One of the things that actually makes a difference between a professional player and just a random pop star is not just about your skill mechanically clicking the buttons, but it's about your understanding of the game. And of course, a lot of these teams, their understanding doesn't just come from them, but from the coaching staff that happens to be behind them. And we have the coach of Invictus Gaming joining us for an interview right now. Super good, sir. Thank you for giving us your time here today. We have a question, right? So we've seen a lot of this swapping between the mid and the off lane, or the mid and the safe lane role, rather, between Dust and Emo. Whose idea was this? I'm very curious. Was it something that you determined as soon as the team assembled that you had this capability, or was it something that the players themselves suggested to you could be an option for how you play the game?
首先恭喜拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后想问一下 Super 教练，就是IG 的1、2号位经常换位这个想法，最早是谁提出来的？是你为 IG 制定的战术，还是1、2号位的选手向你建议，觉得他们可以经常来换位打一些比赛？
因为他们俩都打过1、2号位嘛，然后就是在打职业初期也是两个人在一起认识很多年，所以互相在游戏上的交流比较充足吧，就自然而然我们就形成这样的互换。
First of all, both players has been playing a mid laner and safe laner during their career, and they have been playing together since the very beginning of their career as well. They understand they share very similar understand of the game, and they have very good relationships. So it just came natural that we decide to always swap the role between those two players.
Okay. Something else that I also want to ask. One of the conversations that we've had with some players within the Chinese region is that they didn't necessarily decide to play together. They speak about the management team having a much more outside role than in other regions when it comes to picking who gets onto the team. Can you talk to us about the decision-making that came with picking up players like Xiangyu, picking up PYW, for example, after the previous 3 and 4 left the team? Was it your decision, or was it like a team conversation with the remaining players on the team as to who they want to play with in the future?
然后我们也知道，就是国内的话，选手一般不太会去对这个人员调整有太多的这个决定权，可能更多的是管理层跟教练啊，或者说是经理去做一些这个选择。那你们队的话，其实今年也面对到了这种情况，有这个3、4号位的陆续调整的加入。想问一下，就是当初是怎么敲定下自己这边 PYW 跟项羽这2个人选的？选手这边会跟你们来讨论一下，就是换人这方面的事情吗？
就是因为队伍成绩不太好嘛，那自然就会有就是人员调换嘛。那当时就是其他队有比较好的人选出来，那我们就会做这样一个选择。这个主要是大家整体的一个讨论吧，也不是说由谁完全来决定嘛。
So we didn't have had really good records during that time, and it just so happened there are some good players on the market, and I think it's a team thing. It's not like one person can make the decision. We definitely had some discussion together, and we make the role change together.
That definitely makes sense. Lacoste, what do you got for the coach?
You guys started off the season with the 3 losses. What has changed? Like, you had a bit of a rough start, and then you managed to qualify to the major. And what were your expectations coming into this DPC tour? Did you think you're going to be able to make it?
想问一下，就是赛季初期的话，其实打得非常艰难嘛，上来是先一个3连败，然后后面的话慢慢就是抓住了机会，打进了 Major。那作为教练的话，你赛季的预期跟现在是符合吗？然后就是对当时的这种比较颠簸的发挥，你是有一个什么样的看法？
当时组队的预期肯定是希望能进 Major 的嘛，但是一开始3连败，觉得主要原因还是在于就是我们3号位的英雄池可能就是没有开发完全吧，然后加上大家对他也开始比较了解，所以会有一定的针对性，然后我们就一开始没有调整过来，然后后来加上一段时间的磨合，我们整体就也磨合的比较好。战术开发的会比较多一些，所以就现在会打得比较好一点。
Yeah, we definitely finished our goal start of the season, but it was a tough start, and we have some we changed our roster. It's a new roster coming to this season, and I think the main reason for us to lose 3 games straight is we didn't really cooperate with Xiangyu that well, and other teams kind of already know what he can do in the games, and we got countered in our strategy. As the season goes on, we have more time, and we develop a lot of more hero pools from Xiangyu, and we have more diversity in our strategy, and things just getting better and better from that.
Speaking of strategy, is there a team from any other region that you guys look up to, that you try to take ideas from and make it work for your own team?
那说到战术的话，想问一下，其他赛区有没有苏老板平时会去比较喜欢去学习、喜欢去看，然后喜欢去借鉴的一些队伍？
关注欧洲区比较多吧，就上个赛季像看 Tundra 比较多。这个赛季的话，看 Liquid 和 GG 会多一些，然后东欧的话会关注雪碧，东南亚区XCTN 会关注一下，因为可能英雄池有一些重叠吧。
Yeah, I mainly watch West Europe, and I think for last season I started from Tundra, and this season it's GG and Liquid. I watched most of their games. Eastern Europe, then I like Team Spirit, and also the XCTN from the Southeast Asia, and because we share the very similar hero pool.
Okay, T, what you got for that?
All right, congratulations on the win today and getting to the major. It's been really nice to see your progression. You started the tour, like Lacoste mentioned, with some losses. You lost to Extreme, and you lost to Aster. If you were to play them today, would this IG in this form, with these drafts, beat them? Would we see an IG contending for a higher placement in this group if you could play them again, like I said, today?
那也提到了赛季初失利的一些情况嘛，那就是想问一下，如果把赛季初的这几场跟强队打的，比如说跟 Aster 这些队伍打的比赛，放到今天这场比赛来打的话，Super 觉得自己的队伍能不能取得胜利？
如果放到现在，我们是非常有信心的。
Yeah, I'm quite confident we can win those series if the match happens later, like today.
Okay. All right. I was hoping for more juice, but it's all right. Sorry, no.
I see a cat in the background spinning on the chair. Like, whose cat is that, and does it bring you luck?
It's the boot camp cat, mate.
我看到就是你身后有只猫猫在椅子上转来转去，想问一下是谁的猫？然后你们的猫猫会给你们带来好运吗？
那是我们经理的猫，我们基地有4只猫现在，然后它们都是我们的吉祥物，肯定会给我们带来好运啊。
We have 4 cats in our boot camp, and this one particular is our manager's cat, and yeah, all of them bring us good luck.
All right, so
Thank you for the answer.
Emo yesterday said that you wouldn't bring the cat to the major because it's a bit difficult, right? But imagine IG gets to TI. Would you then try and get the cat to TI at least? Because I know majors, not so important, but TI, would you bring the cats to TI if you were to qualify?
昨天就是问 emo 说赢了进了 major 会不会带着猫猫一起去 emo 说有点困难。那我想问一下，如果就是队伍进了 TI 的话，会不会再考虑一下这个选项？
但去 TI 不太方便吧？我觉得他们在家里应该可以更方便他们发功。
Well, I still think there's a lot of difficulty if we want to bring the cats to TI, but I think them staying in boot camp definitely gonna help us more. As in a environment they comfortable with, they're gonna bring us better luck.
That's fair. It's wholesome.
I have one last question for you, Super. Obviously, you've been a long-time coach for the side of IG. You were there when the team was doing extremely well, winning a major, getting top 4 at TI. The results haven't necessarily worked out for you in the last year or so. So now that you're coming into this new season, new roster right now, how do you try and make sure that the team has the same winning mentality as the former roster that went all the way deep into these tournaments?
之前的 IG 的话，成绩就非常好，然后苏老板也带了很久了，打过这个 Major 冠军，进过 TI 前4。然后现在的这个新的阵容的话，肯定还就是需要向老的阵容去学习呢。苏老板怎么确定能够让现在这支新的 IG 也能像当初那支 IG 一样，拥有这种成功就是强者的这种心态，去迎接到后面的困难？
我觉得这支 IG 跟之前的 IG 的区别就是我们队员更年轻化吧，大家都非常有冲劲。就是从我自己的角度来说，我其实很多时候能从他们身上看到就以前的自己吧，然后也能感受到就年轻人的活力。就我觉得我们这个团队还是非常有希望的。
I think this roster compared to the old IG is that the players are younger. And sometimes I just can see my old self on them. They bring the old memories of me playing competitive, and I definitely can feel the energy they have and the desire to win from them. So I feel like this one I don't need to do I don't need to do much. They are younger players and they have the desire to win. That's the most difference I feel about the new roster compared to the old one.
Well, we've been sensing that hunger to win. Even when you were losing series, we could see the tenacity, we could see the grit. So it's been working out so far. Congratulations on the win today. Congratulations on getting to the major, and we hope to see you do well. And maybe yet again, getting yourself to top 4 at TI. So thank you so much for your time, Super. We're going to let you go to keep practicing and get yourself ready for the next event. So good luck, have fun, and we will see you at the next event.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们在后面的国际赛事里也有更好的发挥。
谢谢。
Thank you.
So that is, of course, Super Coach for the side of IG, and Marshall helping us out yet again with the translation. Lacoste, as a former player in your own right.
You know, that was a long time ago.
Okay. That's the thing, though, right? Like Super said, some of the players remind him of his younger self, right? That desire to win, that hunger. And that's something you can't teach somebody that.
No.
No matter how much MMR you have, no matter how many games you've played, no matter how good you are at the Dota game, if you don't have that real desire, that drive within your stomach to win the games, you're not going to be able to make that deep run into those tournaments. And that's what I think we've seen that from IG throughout this tour, right? Yesterday when we saw them win, they were popping off because they really wanted that win. I think even a little bit more than LGD wanted it.
Yeah, you do need to, like, when you are a player, you need to think that you are the best, that you can beat anyone. You can't come into a matchup and be thinking, you know, we're probably going to lose. That's just not the mentality. Yeah. Like, you need to have it in your head to be able to, like, prove yourself, prove the rest of the world, anyone in Dota community who's watching, that you're going to be, like, the best. Maybe it's not going to come now. Maybe it's not going to be in a year, but you need to, like, see a bigger goal later down the line in a couple of years, that with the progression, with everything, like, when everything gels together, when you find the right teammates, that you're going to be able to do it. I didn't, but you know, some people out there, some professional people, you just need to have it in yourself.
Yeah. Obviously, the side of IG certainly have it within themselves right now, and as a result, they're going to a major, and we're going to see more of them being able to do so. That does wrap up the first series of the day, but it is a triple header. But for now, we're going to be taking a very small break, and when we return, another quick episode of Real Talk with Snare and one of the luminaries behind the camera here. So take a small break, 5 minutes in, and we'll see you very shortly for some more action. Not necessarily Dota action, but some talent action here in the DPC region. We'll see you shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region. DPC action will resume in about an hour as we have another incredible series down the stretch. But for now, we're back with an episode of Real Talk with Snare, and I'm talking with my boy, the man, the myth, the legend, the lyrical.
Hello.
What's good, man? I love this. Where do you get these floral shirts from, actually?
So I got the first set of them from a coworker's husband back in the day before I even started casting Dota. He just gave me a couple of big Hawaiian shirts. I was like, oh, these are super comfy. I love this. And now I just go to Goodwill and like go and grab as many of them as I can because they're like incredibly comfy and they sort of fit my body well. So I like it.
Do you grab them like by the bucket load? You just like give me all of them all at once.
I mean, there's an entire section that's just made for like button-down shirts. And then I basically go wherever the colors are the brightest, and I just like pull out as many of them and see if they fit or not.
I mean, they all fit really well for you right now.
Thank you.
So talk to us about this, right? The name Lyrical, I know the story, but the people might not know where this came from. They might not know the story behind your old profile picture as well.
Right.
So talk to us. For y'all who don't know, right, for the longest time, this man's profile picture was...
Not the longest time.
The longest time, Lyrical. At least like 4 years.
So I grew up in Berkeley, California, was born in Oakland, loved Tupac, grew up listening to it, and I had Tupac mixed with Frog from Chrono Trigger as my profile picture. So I like did a little paint image of like the little frog from Chrono Trigger that, you know, does a little sword stuff, and I put it on Tupac's shoulder, and that was my profile picture. And then my name was Lyrical Gangster for a very long time because if you guys have ever seen the show Psych, which is on it used to be on USA, it was basically like this one episode. There was somebody that said like, what if they catch us? It's like a psychic detective show or something. And he's like, he's like, I've taken that into consideration. If necessary, you'll engage them in fisticuffs. I'm a lyrical gangster. I'll spit some sweet vernacular or something like that. And then the phrase lyrical gangster just stuck in my head, and I was like, I love that. And then eventually I was like, this isn't gonna work. this is not gonna be an okay thing. So I just cut it off to lyrical.
Just made it Lyrical. So obviously this was like before esports really started to kick off for you, right?
Yeah.
And let me think. The first time I ever heard about you was joined Dota League 14 or 15?
I think late 2014 was when I started.
Yeah, that was a long, long time ago. And I remember like they made like this big group. It wasn't even on Discord. What were you using back then? I don't even know.
We're using Skype.
Skype. Oh my gosh. Memories.
It was terrible.
It was awful. Like terrible. But I'm like, who is this guy? So I was like, oh, another black guy in the scene. Awesome. And then
Nope. That was Tupac.
However, one of the intriguing things about that was that in the talent space, right? There are, for the longest time, it was a very specific type of person, right? That was populating the scene. A lot of white guys that were just like taking over the entire space. And then this is one thing that I've always found interesting about you, right? That you broke that mold a little bit. And it's like, oh, this person is doing something a little bit different, right? Talk to me about this, like your experience being a little bit different. Not necessarily like the most outlandish in a way, right? But still, you have your own particular character, you are yourself, right? You're not a white guy directly, right? You have like very mixed heritage in that particular way. So how has your experience been in the scene regarding that, not being like the normal archetypal white dude?
I think that there's a couple of things that sort of go in with that. I think number one for me is just in general in esports, if you're somebody that's either fitting within a mold or trying to fit within a mold, even in terms of like casting, right? If I just sort of try and replicate somebody else and what their style is, I'm always going to be like a less good version of that, right? There's always going to be like naturally, if you're trying to sort of take somebody else's feeling and whatever, you're not going to be able to have as much success. So you need to find a way to sort of just be yourself within this space and then be yourself in the best way that you possibly can, right? And so that in and of itself is the thing where you're naturally needing to try and like really stand out on your own and forge your own path, because otherwise you're always going to be second best. In terms of the like sort of racial side to it too, I would say that for me, I sort of, even though I'm Native American, the other half of me is Swedish and Norwegian. There's sort of like a white passing element to it that also exists. And I live in the Pacific Northwest. There's like no sunlight there. And I also am like a super stay inside gamer all the time. So that's the other element to it where in a lot of ways, while there is like an element that some people recognize it, a lot of people don't, and a lot of people just think that, you know, I'm a slightly tan guy. So my experience hasn't changed a ton from that, but there have been a couple little things here and there.
So before you got into esports, you've done a lot of things in your life, right? What do you think, like, besides esports, if you weren't in gaming at all, if you didn't discover Dota, didn't discover the love for the game, right?
Right.
Would you still be in the restaurant industry? What would you still be doing at this point in time, if not the Dota?
I don't know, man. It's really crazy. So I got my degree in econ and math, and I sort of got out in the midst of the recession, and I basically just had to take a job anywhere I could get a job, and I ended up taking a job in a restaurant industry. It was super, super long times, but also in the US, there's like this thing going on where if you work 40 hours a week, you basically are guaranteed that you're supposed to get some type of health insurance. That was the law back then, that you need to get something employer provide or something like that. There's like a couple of rules about benefits packages like that. So I got 39 hours a week.
Oh, of course.
And it wasn't enough to make a living. So that was the sort of consistent thing where you're having to potentially take multiple jobs to work and sort of make a living there. And so what I would do is I was working 39 hours a week. And then after that, I was like so upset. I just wanted to play Dota all the time. I just wanted to like fill it with video games and all these other things. And I was playing Dota and probably casting about 60 hours a week on top of that 39 hours. I probably would have found something else to fill my time, but I think that realistically, I would have had to go back and get like a master's degree or something. I'd probably still be working in the restaurant in some capacity.
How did you actually decide to get into Dota, like as a caster, not just playing the game? Because obviously you're feeding the game, you're playing all the time. There's people around that you're playing with. But when did you decide that like this actually I could lend my voice to this, or there's something that I could speak about, not just play the game, but I could provide entertainment through the game itself?
I mean, I was part of an in-house league. So back then, I think it was called Die Hard Dota. There's like a Reddit post about it. And I hadn't really even, I had just gotten a laptop. It was like a $400 laptop that I bought at Walmart or something because I wanted to play Hearthstone. And then I was like, oh, Dota, I remember that from when I used to watch StarCraft 2 and stuff. There were a couple people that were talking about this. And this was like in the midst of TI4 when everybody knew what Dota was. There's like TI3 had been beforehand, but I hadn't watched any of it. Like nothing I had been a part of. And I was playing these in-house leagues because I was like, I'm tired of just spamming Storm Spirit and 3K MMR. And I started playing with these guys, and the lobbies would fill up, but then there'd be people in the broadcast slots. And I heard somebody casting a Techies game of mine because you could go back in the replay and listen to the casters that were talking about it. It was just like people talking or whatever. And I was like, that's awesome. I want to try that a little bit too. I want to have some fun with that. And so I popped in and I did some, and I think the first couple of casts that I did were on that really crappy little laptop, and I would just like, you know, I think it was even the onboard mic on it or something, or I went out and maybe I went out and like bought like a $50 mic or something like that just to try it for fun as a way to fill the time. And then people started listening and like, hey, you should do this more, and started uploading it to YouTube because they wanted me to do that. And then eventually I asked Parker Gods if I could cast like a BTS Americas game on my channel, and he was like, yeah, go ahead, it's fine. Then they listened in, I sent him the YouTube playlist, and he's like, hey, you want to come cast BTS, you know, a game that's going on right there? I think it was a Swindle game, and so I was casting on the BTS channel, and I'm like getting ready, I'm like, oh, we're doing it, it's a solo cast, I'm having so much fun, it's great. And then at the end of the game, I'm like, yeah, I nailed that. Click end stream, click a second button again, I don't even look at what it is, and then it says, stream ended immediately, 5-minute delay. I cut off the end of the game. And I was like, oh, I've broken the chance.
No.
I got a message from him right after the very first game that I've casted where I've messed this entire thing up. And I'm thinking, I'm like, oh God, it takes me
it's over.
It takes me a long time to open up this message. It's like, oh, just going in there. I don't know. I feel bad. This is going to be all the dreams ruined. And then I open it, and he's like, hey, you guys did a great job. Don't worry about that thing. And then I was like, thanks so much. I appreciate it. And then he's like, hey, you want to come down to LA tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
And I was like, okay.
I'll do it.
And that was the Frankfurt major qualifiers.
Oh, so that was like pretty much like immediately you're on.
Yeah.
It's like there's a day before, you're not really doing this much. There's a day that you're like, oh, I'm just doing some random BTS game. The day off the Frankfurt major qualifiers.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Damn, that's a very steep climb up.
It was, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, granted, before that point, I had been casting for 6 months on my own YouTube channel, doing probably like 5 to 6 casts per day on top of the full-time job that I had. So it was like there had been a lot of work leading up to that, but when it happens, it happens like that.
So actually, let's talk about this, right? Because your rise up, I think, was having been on the other side, having like seen the grind, right? Because I saw the grind way back when, before people really knew who you were. When did you start to feel like, oh snap, this is like a legitimate, real thing, something that I could dedicate my life to, not necessarily just a side hustle, but this is a path that I could actually pursue long term?
I mean, to be honest with you, it probably didn't happen until TI 8 doing main stage, if I'm going to be honest about it. There was a long period of time there where you sort of, you question, you wonder, is this something that's actually going to work? Can I actually do this? So when that happened, I was talking about the Frankfurt thing. I think a lot of people can probably, relate to this. It's like this idea of, okay, I want to try this. I want to see if it can work. I want to see how far it can go. And then every year you're just trying it again. And once I finally got to do TI main stage, it was like, all right, I think that this can actually keep on going for a while now. And I think the day that I got married was, that was when I quit my job. And then we ended up trying this out. I was like, hey, we're married. You want to give me a year to try this and see how it goes? And she was like, all right, yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Let's actually talk about this, because I think one of the things that's underrated about what we do is the support structure required to actually make this work, right? Not just in terms of people that allow you the space and the time, people who support you, but the emotional support required when times are tough, when things aren't necessarily looking that great. How does your wife feel about this in general? And actually, tell me the story about like you and her with regards to Dota. Have you ever had to be like, listen, I'm not going to talk to you for 12 hours now because I got to cast these games, I got to play some Dota, I got to get involved fully. And how does she feel about it in general?
Well, I don't know if I can speak for her and how she feels about it in general, but I can say that she's been incredibly supportive. And I think that I wouldn't be able to do what I do if not for her. And throughout our relationship, there's been a lot of back and forth and give and take in terms of, when not to go too much into depth in it, but at various points in times in our lives, we've both taken jobs so that the other person could pursue their dreams a little bit. And I think that that's really what you need out of a partner. It's a partner, somebody that's going to sort of be with you and have your back no matter what, and somebody that you can be your authentic self around too. I mean, obviously, we're up here on camera. There's an element to which we're trying to put our best foot forward at all times, but with your significant other, it's the person that you need to be able to both be your best self with, and you should aim to be that best self with, but also can see you when you're at your lowest and help you through that.
Actually, let's talk about like your best self, because generally speaking, not just on camera, but even off camera, you're one of the most positive and just, you're such a nice person to be around. Honestly, being around this man just makes you feel good, right?
I'm blushing.
So how is this even possible? Because it's not like it's been an easy journey for you. It's not like it's been sunshine and roses. You were just born into everything being amazing. So how do you make sure that you just always exude this positive aura around you all the time?
This is sort of a tough one to talk about, because in a way, a lot of what I would say about this doesn't really speak to the experience that I think some people have, right? There's people that deal with depression and stuff like that. I've dealt with it myself at various points in time. And to just say it's a choice feels like it's kind of cutting under that stuff, that there are times in people's lives where like you legitimately like it's not a choice that you can make, but there's always a way that you can try and look at things in like a positive light. You can try and sort of put your best foot forward with it. I think that one of my favorite mantras that I got from my mom was count your blessings, and this idea of all of us are lucky to have something in our life that's going really well. For us that are working in this industry in particular, we have a lot that we should be thankful for. And that's something that I like to carry with me a lot, is just the idea that there's so much that we have to be thankful for. In the moments when we're feeling really, really crappy and bad and like, things are going wrong, try and revert to that and look at what do we have to be thankful for.
Okay. One of the other things I really like about you is the fact that you're y'all would be shocked at how well read this man is. Like, this is a very smart dude. He tries to play it off, just tries to be
What
chilling.
are you
but-
talking about?
I'm just gonna casually go back for a master's degree in econ and math, just chilling,
Okay.
randomly hanging out. Talk to me about some books, right? Let's have a conversation about this.
Okay.
What's the
Oh,
most
God.
influential book that you've read for yourself? Like, as in, that's one of the building blocks of who you are today.
There's a couple of really good books by two people that my brother showed me when I was younger. One is Paulo Freire, Pedagogy of the Oppressed.
That's
I
one
really
actually
like
one of my
that.
favorite books.
It's a really great book,
Yeah.
and it's a lot about teaching. And I think that this is something that also relates to Dota too, in interesting ways. For a lot of people, the idea of teaching and learning uses this idea called like the banking model, which is this idea that if I'm the student and you're the teacher, I am an empty vessel that's waiting to be filled with the knowledge that you're going to impart upon me. When in reality, if it's at its best, it should be sort of more of a collaborative effort. And I think within Dota, that's also really similar. That like, if people are trying to learn, and as a pro team, I would imagine they do a better job of it if it's not just like the captain laying down instructions from on high, but instead it's more of a collaborative effort going on there.
Yeah.
And then I think the other one would be Bell Hooks. I think that there's two that I really like. One is Teaching to Transgress, and then the other one is All About Love.
All About Love, actually one of my all-time favorite books.
Yeah.
That book is really, really good. Like, I think the thing with Bell Hooks that I find very interesting is reading her is difficult because it's a very introspective experience reading her, right?
Yeah.
Like, it challenges you a lot, like, because it forces you to always reconsider your own perspective and ask yourself very difficult questions. I always love how she very rarely ends chapters with, sometimes you read a book and at the very end of the chapter it's like, all right, this is what the chapter was about. There's a statement at the very end, right? But she always, that reciprocal relationship you're talking about from Paulo Freire, she does that in the book itself. She's like,
Yeah.
do this. Like, before you even proceed to the next chapter, you have to ask yourself, are you even ready to do this, right? What's the next step? Are you ready to take that next step? Like,
And often you're not.
and often you're not. Often you're not. It's difficult reading.
Yeah.
And you say your brother put you onto these.
Yeah, he did.
So how did he come across this?
So he's actually my half brother, and then we have different dads, same mom, and his dad worked with Paulo Freire at some capacity back in the day,
In Brazil.
or was a student out of him or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it was in Brazil, but yeah. So he's like a philosophy professor at UC Santa Cruz, I think. And then on top of that, he's just another really smart guy. He's a poetry guy. He's crazy. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Well, you should do a podcast, dude. Honestly.
What are you
Like-
talking about?
No, it'll be interesting. Like, have you ever actually considered doing or lending your voice to anything outside of the realm of Dota or video games and doing something that like would speak to the other aspects of yourself despite or outside of the gaming part of you?
I think to some extent, I've thought about it before. Right now, I think in a lot of ways, Dota has a lot of my energy and a lot of what I'm capable of giving. And I think that's still something that I'm interested in. And a lot of the reason that I'm so invested in it, this is going to come back around, I promise. A lot of the reason I'm so invested in Dota and esports as a whole is because at various points in my life when things have been going wrong, and I think this is something a lot of people can relate to, is talking about it with the job at the restaurant. Esports or video games have been something that I've leaned upon to like give me strength in those moments, a way to sort of zone out, get away from it. And that's been really helpful in my life. And so I like the thought of being able to do that for other people. I like the idea of being able to entertain, of being able to give somebody a little bit of respite from whatever's going on in their lives. Obviously, there's also the other element to video games, which is just like you want to go in and have fun and have a good time. And that's great too. Everybody loves that. But I think that along with that, what you're talking about as far as like lending your voice to other things, at some point in time, there's also the idea of trying to make people's lives better too. And that would be a great thing to be a part of, but I don't really see a path to that, whereas right now at least, but I do see a path to at least giving people some entertainment.
So within Dota, obviously you've done TI, done a bunch of majors, you've done pretty much every event under the sun, right? When would you feel, or when would you feel like achievement unlocked, that you've done everything you've set out to do within the video game world?
I think, I don't know. That's a tough question because to me, it's less about achieving those individual goals and more about just continuing to provide that same entertainment and solid experience to the people that are watching. So it's sort of a continual thing as opposed to trying to hit a specific accomplishment. It's more about continuing the accomplishment, which is making people happy.
So one of the things that I saw that was very interesting is that when we were in Lima, when people were lining up to you, you always had this beaming smile for everybody. People were chilling. Even after like long days,
Right.
or like out there, there's like a long line of people, you're always there like, oh, hey, what's up? So how do you make when it comes to entertaining people, right, and making sure that people are as happy as humanly possible, how do you think about it? Like in terms of, do you sometimes think about what specific things to say that would make people a little bit happier? Because you're always very jovial as well, and not just in terms of your personality, but your language use as well. Do you ever like consider exactly the kind of things that will make people happy? Or is it just like a natural thing that exudes from that perspective of trying to make sure people are as entertained and as happy as possible?
I think in the casts, I think about it a lot in terms of what word choice I want to use, or, you know, like beforehand. Once you're in the game, you're kind of just like zoned into the game, right? But I think that in casts, I'm definitely thinking about that stuff. When it's just sort of one-to-one personality, I just sort of want to be in the moment with the person and react authentically to whatever's going on with them right there. And sometimes, like you said, after a long day, you have to kind of pump yourself up for it a little bit and be like, all right, energy mode unlocked, and that type of thing. But generally speaking, yeah, I think that it's there's an element of like, if you're just authentically you more often than not, I think that's what people respond to. I think that people, if people see you as authentic, even if sometimes, you know, maybe you're not in the best mood, but you're like, oh, God, it's rough or something like that, and then you put on a smile because you see them and you're happy to see them, then it's okay.
Something that I also find very interesting about you is that you've had multitude of different people that you've casted with, right? And you seem to just slot in very quickly with a lot of these people. I've never listened to you and felt like, the chemistry is off with this other person that you're with right now. So do you think about how to make sure that you gel with the other person? Or do you just like, immediately you're in the casting booth, you're just like, oh, this works, and just your natural personality carries you there?
Yeah, there's some stuff that I think I do sort of intuitively, but some of it is like just a little like, hey man, how's it going? Something like that before the cast, like a physical touch to sort of ground yourself in the person that you're working with. I think sometimes helps a lot. And I think also talking about the game, spending a lot of time together. When Trent and I were like getting ready for TI8, we spent so much time just like playing Super Smash Bros. Together online, trying to just like spend as much time together as we can. And that's what I like to try and do if I can, is get in like as many hours with the person that I'm working with, so that way the chemistry feels as natural as it can outside of the game, and then that's going to translate to in the game too.
Okay. Speaking of the game, let's talk about highlights. So out of your career right now, you've done multiple TIs, multiple majors, multiple of these kind of events. Standout moments for you so far in your Dota career?
The EG versus Secret game at TI9, the one that's the coming through with the woo moment right there, with Zai's black hole, and yeah, that was pretty up there. It was amazing. I think also because when you're casting in front of a crowd where you're not the main language, they're responding to the other casters, but everybody in that arena was responding to the same thing, which was the intensity of that moment and that play. It was so freaking hype. I love that moment. Arlington Major, being able to do the grand finals for that one, doing the tri-cast with Gunnar and Trent, that was a ton of fun. And Yadaro ending the game with a rampage, ending the best of 5. That was amazing. And then another one, more recent one, maybe it's just recency bias, was our TZ Aegis Steel.
Oh, that was hype, though. That was super hype. That was actually really cool. Like, being in the arena when that was happening, I was like, all right, this is the best thing ever.
Well, and then the funny thing was that I didn't realize it, but in the clip, you can see me in the background yelling as it's happening, and it's like, that's kind of cool. Usually you don't get to see us in the clips of the highlights, so that was a unique experience.
I kind of wish that like we'd be able to do that a little bit more. Like, I remember one of the casts, I think it was, which TI final was it? The one where Cap is going nuts, like throwing the water bottle.
That's the water.
everywhere.
That's TI9 again, yeah.
That's TI9, right? So I feel like those kind of moments when you get to see just how insane that the play is, not just in the game, but for the people making the game happen, you're just like, all right, this actually makes it a little bit more exciting. I wish we had more of that. So if we had more of that, would you want to be more on camera? Or do you actually wish you were more on camera? Like, if we had like a little mini screen just showing you while you're casting, would that be cool for you?
I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it should be about the play and the players itself, because we're trying to elevate that if we can to a really exciting moment. I think if us in the corner does do that, if that elevates the play more and it shows like our authentic excitement, then I'm down for it. But I worry that it would be a little bit distracting at that moment. So that's the only thing that I'd be worried about with that, at least.
I mean, they could just include it in the highlight package.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's the way to do it.
All right, one last thing.
Okay.
Master Lyrical,
What's happening?
what's your favorite thing about you?
My favorite thing about me? Oh God. I don't know. That's a tough question. That's an interesting one. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure what my favorite thing is about me. I've never been asked that before. Give me a second here.
Sure, we've got time. We still have lots of time before the next game starts, so we're chilling.
I think probably it goes back to that thing that I talked about, the count your blessings thing, that I've been able to ingrain that into my mentality, to be appreciative and grateful for what I have.
Well, Lyrical, I'm appreciative and grateful for you being in the scene, but just for who you are as a person. Like you've been a blessing to have around.
No,
like, honestly,
thank you. What a
you've
guy.
been great.
Oh! All right, we just broke the microphone. Sorry, everybody. My bad.
Sorry, production. I'll bet. Good job, Lyrical. We started around the same time.
That's right.
You got here sooner, but we finally got here
We're
together.
here.
We're out here, you know. And you're gonna be out here. Oh, now you're done for today, but we're not done for the DPC tour just yet.
No.
So Lyrical will still be on the mic. He'll still be on action, and I don't think you're going anywhere. You're gonna be here forever, and I can't wait to see you casting grand finals at TI.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Appreciate you.
We're gonna see him soon, and we're gonna see y'all soon, of course, for some more Dota action in just a little bit of time, as we still have some more super duper hype games. The lobby's already been made. VG Gaming versus Extreme Gaming is gonna be up in just a little bit of time, so make sure that you go get hydrated in the meanwhile, get outside, get some fresh air. Maybe just go watch some old Lyrical VODs. It'll make you feel very excited. And we'll see you soon for some more Dota hype here in the China region DPC, so we'll see you soon. Welcome one and all here to the China region. The DPC action continues today. We have a triple header, so our second series is going to be a really exciting one as we have Extreme Gaming taking on the side of Vici Gaming in a matchup that determines quite a lot about the region. Should Extreme Gaming win this particular game, they will go 6-1 at the top of the leaderboard. And unless PSG LGD defeat Team Aster later on in the day, they will be your pole position winner here in China. Erstwhile, Vici Gaming need this win unless they find themselves relegated from the division in its entirety. So all to play for both of these squads. DPC points on the line, pride on the line. No more major slots, but potentially a Division 1 lifeline hanging in the balance. So we're going to find out exactly what happens. And I've got an incredible panel to help you bring this action. I've got Kids with a G and Chief Stick the Boss.
Hey, look at us. We're so well dressed.
And then there's me.
And then
What's
there's
up
this
with you,
little
man?
animal that
I'm
crawled
just
out of a
chilling, guys.
trash can.
Wow, it's really calling me animal, not panel? What the hell?
Yes, sir.
Straight up. She's
Whatever.
not even sugarcoating it.
Yeah,
I won't look at you anymore.
that's fine. I don't want you to.
But Kiz, how are you feeling about this day of Dota? So first, actually, let's talk about this tour so far, because this game, one thing I find interesting about it is that Extreme Gaming, at the start of the tour, inconsistent at best. Vici Gaming, they looked so hot. With a downward slope for them, an upward trajectory for Extreme Gaming. And it feels like Vici is probably the only team in the region that hasn't necessarily improved over time. It feels like they're the only team that's been getting worse and worse and worse. What do you think has been happening for the squad?
I'm not sure. I feel like it's a few things that aren't going well for them. Some of their last matches, I feel like they've been a bit throwy. They had some leads that they then throw away. Whereas, I don't know, I feel like other teams, they're just talking about the right things and improving. Whereas for them, I don't really know what is directly going wrong. I feel like their drafts are totally playable. But perhaps it's a bit of this, like mid-game, not really knowing what to do, getting impatient, and then suddenly, bam, it's all gone.
I've heard some rumors about what's been happening behind the scenes as to why they've had some difficulty for Vici Gaming.
Oh, share the gossip, my friend.
So apparently,
Apparently,
right? There's a lot of different ideas that are happening in the team. So Erica, for example, has apparently already left the team. So Flyfly is not just standing in for now. He's just going to be completely replacing Erica.
Okay.
But one of the reasons apparently why is because there's beef between Erica and FY in particular. Because ostensibly, and again, this is a very apparent, I don't know for sure, but FY, instead of doing the post-match analysis with his team, watching the replays back with everybody else, has been going immediately to the stream by himself and hasn't necessarily been participating in the team conversations
he went
as
where?
a whole. He just goes to stream. So like, as soon as the game finishes, he's just like, all right, peace out, goes upstairs, streams his own games, just plays random Dota, and is not actually part of the team. And also, there's issues with Yang and there's one other player.
Sounds like a lot of problems.
There's a lot of problems. With Setsu, yeah. Between Yang and Setsu. And
Yeah.
apparently there's a difference of opinion as to what to do in the mid-game, which has been leading to, like you pretty much just said right now.
That
Once
checks
they
out.
hit the mid-game, they don't actually have a cohesive idea of what to do next. So that probably contributes to why they just stand back and farm so much sheep. Instead of just like, okay, let's go end the game when we have this massive advantage. They're like, well, somebody wants to find a new item. Somebody wants to do something else on the map. So this Vici squad, it's troubled waters as it stands right now.
unlucky. Yeah, that's not great. I think it's kind of interesting to be an outsider looking in and not really knowing what is exactly going wrong. I think it's the same over in like North America with Wildcard, a team of like what should be great players and they just absolutely fell apart.
Yeah.
It's interesting when you do get those little bits of insight on what it is that they're struggling with. Obviously, it sucks. Like having disagreements about how the game should be played is awful, especially when that then bleeds into like communicating in-game being bad, like maybe you turn it into an argument and things aren't smooth. I can't imagine that that's a fun environment to play in, so feels bad to be Vici.
Yep, but right now feels good to be Extreme Gaming because they've already booked themselves a ticket to the major. In the event that they win this series, they're going to find themselves at the top of the leaderboard, getting the lion's share of DPC points. And I think it's really good for them, especially because 2-1, they didn't make it to the major at all. This was a team that had a lot of promise. And the impact that we've already seen coming in from Kaka has been quite fast, it's been quite rapid. You're already at a major, you already have DPC points coming in from that particular way, but they've been looking just better and better. You can see that the team developing over time, which I think is really fun to see from them.
I mean, I think having Kaka in your team, you know, it makes the shot calling easier, maybe also the map movements. I feel like when I look at some of their drafts and how they've played, it resembles a little bit of Tundra, at least to me. They want to play like the map with their Moonlight Shadow on the Marana, Naga, Doom, DK. There's like a lot of overlap, and I think they've done a pretty good job. So seeing like the Chinese region implement stuff from Europe and maybe elsewhere too, they probably watch, you know, Eastern Europe as well. But yeah, I feel like they've been on a pretty good road. They look good.
Yeah, I really like watching them. Especially like you look at their last series against Aster, even in game 1 where they got absolutely crushed, they were still finding ways to get out on the map and make plays. Like I almost thought they were gonna mount a comeback. They went from like 18k down to like 13k, 12k. I was like, okay, 2 more good moves and this game's perfectly even. Unfortunately, you know, dropped the ball a little bit, but the fact that even happened in the first place is like what showed the promise of game 2 and 3 to come out, where they then did actually win.
Yeah, this team has just been developing over time. I also been very impressed by seeing Ghost, the progression of him, because it's been a long road for this guy. He comes in from Southeast Asia, joins like a lower team in China, gets into a better team. RNG doesn't necessarily have the best results outside of the region, unfortunately, but now he's on a team that looks like it actually could go places. And I think what's really interesting for me watching Extreme Gaming is their drafting pattern. You can very clearly see the development of ideas over time. Lanem and Kaka, I think, as a duo, it's very important when you see them drafting because they're both like sitting together, be like, yo, bro, we're in a huddle, we've got to figure this out. And it's working so far.
I mean, I just think for them, like, you can also see that Kaka like brings a very unique aspect into a team. Like, there's no other team that's gonna pick Lion. I don't think it's a particularly good hero, but it's more about, because I think in the games where they even play it, he's good against like 1 or 2 heroes at best. But it's more about if you can set up your team to like play the map and play pickoffs, then you can try to turn the game into a Lion game simply because of what the hero offers you. He's great at it. So it just goes to show you that Dota is more open than people think. You can make it work if you know how to.
Yeah. Obviously, it's going to come down to finding a right situation for a Lion pick. We've seen it already happen for Extreme Gaming. Let's see if it ends up happening today as we have our first draft available for us between Extreme Gaming and Vici. Everything to play for. Extreme do the right thing. They remove the Primal Beast. After yesterday's experience, seeing Primal Beast in this game, it's actually quite interesting seeing the development of this hero in the Chinese region. At first, only LGD was picking it. As time has gone on, everybody has been finding some kind of purchase for this. And Vici for BAB, he hasn't played it that much, but this is one of the heroes that he really enjoys. And yes, I'm calling him BAB today.
Who's BAB Sheep?
Why are you calling? Who is that?
I don't know.
I don't know who that is.
It's not on my screen.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
What I find very interesting about this, so
no,
right now,
I want to
Vici,
talk. I'm the analyst.
No, hold on.
What
hold on,
I
hold on.
find interesting about
Rubik
this
ban.
is that Extreme want to play with a goddamn Mirana, and you're picking Enchantress. So now you're giving Extreme a free Mirana +1 pick. Okay, carry on.
No, I just want to talk about this Rubik ban, right? Because Vici has lost with it quite a lot.
No,
and FY he's looked good on like Rubik Clockwork. So what is this worth banning for you guys, Rubik first phase?
I think when Vici have first pick, the Rubik is the one they've been leaning towards the most as their opener. So I'm guessing they just want to take it away to make their draft a little bit more uncomfortable. Because usually they play second pick.
Yeah, like for me, Rubik is kind of a whatever hero. But if you feel like it ruins or destroys the enemy's comfort, then that's maybe where it can lean up to like, it's an okay ban.
Another hero that hasn't been banned out here, Vici, they took out the Death Prophet and the Beastmaster, some of the best heroes that get played from the off lane by JT. And that leaves space for the Broodmother. This is a hero that he doesn't actually play all that often. There was one game where he played it, he got like 23, 24 pick because they were just like, whatever. And But clearly he has been, I'm sure the team told him, Lanem was like, listen fam, we need you to play Brood. Come on, go.
If you don't play Brood now, get out of my team, actually.
Yeah, +1 on that one.
Come on, man. Have you been watching any comp Dota in the last 1 year?
I don't know how you can be Vici. You can be down. Like, you've lost your, last 3 series of Dota, and you're letting Brood through like this. That's so... my heart beats for them, man. This is the saddest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I would agree that, like, this first phase from Vici, it doesn't really inspire me too much. Especially, at least when you consider what they gave up to let Extreme have, which is their Mirana. They've done really well with Broodmother. It's a very broken hero. We all know this at this point. I feel like Doom doesn't really stop this. He's just going to farm himself. Hopefully he gets to a point where he can then run down heroes. But I feel like Extreme are getting what they want.
I hate Doom. I don't think it's good enough to warrant these heroes, like you said. And as well, now you kind of have to, like, think about how you want the rest of your draft to look, where you're playing a Doom who needs to have a good lane. If he doesn't have a good lane, he's playing a little bit slower. You're playing into a Brood who's going to take half your map. Like, you need to make sure your other heroes can make up for what Doom is lacking. Get into a draft like this. And they're probably going to pick some, like, stun combo to work with this Mirana Arrow. I've really enjoyed seeing them play with the Tiny. So then that hero is going to be roaming around the map because Brood's going to have most likely a good lane. They need to address this Brood lane for sure and at least be able to pressure her.
All right, so one of the things that we saw at the major, people trying, and you weren't particularly impressed by this, but people were trying this Crystal Maiden Pudge combination. And even though it wasn't necessarily working out that much, Extreme is still like, get rid of the CM. We banned it out. One of the few times we actually see this banned out here, Kezu, this Crystal Maiden.
I mean, I just think it's good against brood lanes. It doesn't even have to be the Pudge. It can be your CM Naga or, I know, CM Slark. It's just, CM is just very good in the game as well. It gives you damage, gives other people their mana, good laning stuff. So overall, I think it's just it's like a good filler ban in a way.
One of the things we also saw at the Major is that teams, when they intended to pick up the Ember Spirit, they were particularly banning the CM because CM was just crushing on a lot of these Embers. We saw it last DPC tour as well. Feels like they're actually leaning towards an Ember pick here, Sheep, because they also take out the Storm, which we've seen do very well in that laning phase as well.
Ember, okay, yeah, I'd be down for it. I think Ember with the slight arrow combo has just been like a very nice staple pick. So yeah, I think you're totally onto something here. I wouldn't mind it as well because it's like you're playing a spirit with a lot of mobility. It helps because you're able to go from like mid to top, connect with your brood very easily. Like your moves become very fluid.
Let's see here. Vici, they take out Nyx Assassin. I think there's now 4 bans of this in the region. Teams have only seen it being picked by, not Extreme. Who played it yesterday? IG played this yesterday, yeah. And they looked pretty solid playing this, but you know, I think there's only 2 players in the world that I'd want to see play Nyx Assassin right now. PYW, who we saw win yesterday, and Kaka. And Kaka actually has both of his heroes banned here, Kezu Lion and the Nyx. They're like,
that respect, damn.
I mean, this is what happens. It's the Kaka effect. Suddenly Lion gets picked, whatever other heroes get picked. But I'd say overall for Vici, what you want to remove is either some range 4 that is going to lane with the Brood and then help you play the map, or a hero that can do the same but in a more scouty way. So I think the Vici bans they're pretty good, but the problem is there's a lot of heroes that can fill this role. So you ban the best, but they'll still get one they want, you know, whether it be Snapfire or Hoodwink if they want some follow-up range damage. They can always find it, but this just means that Vici think these 2 are so important that we have to ban them, even though there are replacements.
All right, so Naga gets taken out as well. Another hero that you mentioned that being very good into the Brood lane. So they're protecting JT. They know he doesn't play this hero all that often, so give him as comfortable a time early on as humanly possible. So we're probably getting for our other support hero here. What stands out to us as still being available?
Still Tiny for me.
Tiny's good too, always good.
That just makes the most sense for how easy it is, but oh my god, they picked
There you
Lion
go,
replacement.
it's the Lion replacement,
Yo,
baby.
it's Lion's cousin.
What I love about this, not only is it Kaka Shadow Shaman, another Hex hero, which is always very good for Kaka, but we now whittle down the pool of uncontested heroes. Up until today, I
There we
believe
go.
Shadow Shaman was
Nice.
not picked or banned anywhere in the world. Now we have a new one. Oh, love to see it.
Dude, they value this so highly.
Yeah.
The way he plays on Lion, just translating that over to Shaman. Jesus Christ. I mean, that is like a whole lot of respect to your player.
I mean, I have not seen this hero in a while, like not even in any pubs. This hero doesn't really run around there. But just goes to show you that he has a very unique style. They want to help enable it. With Mirana Brood, you're going to have a very open map, so it works there. It's good in lane. So yeah, once again, even though it's an unpicked hero, right?
Yeah. Unpicked, unbanned,
Yeah.
completely uncontested.
You know, I can see it work.
It also gives them a little bit more push. Vici, the response is going to be the Monkey King. Supposedly, I imagine Flyfly is going to play this one. I mean, it could also be a 4-position Monkey King for FY, but
I would like it on 4. I think it's like when you're playing against a Shadow Shaman, the Monkey King is really nice because you just all you have to focus on is giving vision for your team so that you can either like pick him off before a fight starts, or if they get the catch on you, you're ready with Boundless Strike. It's like a very low committal, long range stun to cancel it. Okay, it's gonna be a carry. Whatever, fine. I don't care anyway.
No, I think your point about the monkey is good. Like seeing these, because Shaman is really slow. He's gonna set it up. He's very low move speed. Like being able to see him is very good because it's one of the more key supports that you actually have to kill. Otherwise, he locks on your carry for like 8 seconds and can solo win a fight. But I guess Vici, they want to make sure that they have this lane against the Brood, and then you get the follow catch from the Disruptor. So I think second phase from Vici is good, but it still looks concerning, at least for now, because I think Extreme, they also have 2 counter picks going on. I'll be very happy to be in their position.
so what would you counter pick if you were in their position right now, given that you have the AT and you can still ban to protect whatever hero you grab here?
Bat Rider.
Bad Rider is chill. You could. It's very likely that they'll pick their carry simply because they see the Doom Monkey matchup. I think something like TB could work. Are they the ones that play Lone Druid that got banned?
They could just run some like TA and try and do Roche and stuff and
Yep,
just
that
push
works
it.
with me.
Yeah.
Anything that gives like a lot of single target physical damage is good. You're gonna have a lot of auras. You want that against the Doom to eventually like stop him from running in or threaten to kill him in a fight. TB would give you the wave shove as well overall on the map. I don't know what else they want. Ursa is also
Ursa,
cool. I like that.
Yeah.
What I find very intriguing about Ursa Sheep is that like there's been so many games we've seen where it's like, oh, Ursa feels really, really good here, right? I mean, here it's going to be good in the lane versus this Doombringer. Later on in the game, it can fight very well into the Wukong's command. You can either kill the Monkey King or force him out of it. But his win rate has been really suffering. In the region, he's at like 30% right now. Globally, it's at like 45. What do you think is contributing to so many games looking good for the Ursa, but not necessarily being winning games for the Ursa?
Well, I would not pin it down to the hero's strengths. I mean, maybe teams are just like playing too aggressively off of like the backs of Aegises or something and throwing away their lives. Maybe the teams just don't know how to end properly because he is a hero that naturally is not very good at taking towers and high ground, so you have to be careful. So maybe teams are just faltering there. You also have to like look, even at this game, there's a disruptor in it. This hero is super popular right now, and the way that his silence is, it makes Ursa's game incredibly difficult until he gets BKB. So it could just be like natural meta changes that maybe are making him have a little bit of a rougher time.
I still think Ursa is a good hero.
Same.
Like, I think it has more to do with, sure, maybe some teams that pick it, they're underperforming or, you know, anything like that. But I still think this hero is very powerful. It was picked in a pretty nice spot in this game. Gonna give them the Roche. I feel like it's the more aggressive melee version of TA that she wanted in the draft. So Ursa, pretty chill.
Personally, I like seeing Ursa when he's paired with a Broodmother. I actually kind of like this better on Radiant side than on Dire, because that entire top side of the map where you would normally, as Dire side, be able to control the Roshan pit, you just can't do against a Broodmother. Easier access to the pit for Ursa. And to your point, Sheep, now they have push. They have Shadow Shaman already, they have Broodmother already. Don't have to necessarily worry about difficulty in taking down these towers. Feels good.
Yeah, they all cover each other. I like it. I'm very happy with the Ursa pick. I think as long as they get out of their lanes fine, it's all good. I'm not sure how Ursa and Doom stack up. Because if it's Ursa with, not Ursa, if it's Doom with either Ench or Disruptor, it is a lot of like harass damage for Ursa. He's not got that great sustain in lane. And like if you have like 2 points in Scorched Earth, I feel like you can just fight back against him. And yeah, I'm not sure. Like if you're using your spells as well, and like Mirana, she's kind of a squishy 5. So if you can kind of push her out the lane, then you can just focus on using 2 heroes to hit Ursa. So it might not be the best lane.
Ursa can definitely lose this lane. And honestly, if it's an Ench, I think you probably should lose that lane. Even if it's a Disruptor, if your 5s aren't the strongest. And you're also very volatile early on. So I think Ursa could lose that lane. But in terms of what Vici need from this last pick, I feel like it's this playmaker that can go around and help. I think the Pango ban is very spot on, because I was about to say, how's this hero not banned yet? He can go around, he will be good against the Brood. He's annoying for Rasta as well in the fight, same with Ursa. So I think for Vici, anything that fits the bill of doesn't get counterpicked too easily, because you have to pick first, and then can like try and help the Doom or the Monkey in the side lanes, I think that would like fit perfectly in the draft.
So now we're talking about this mid-lane matchup between Vici and Extreme Gaming. We still need a hero for Setsu. We still need a hero for Paparazzi. So they've taken out all the mid heroes. So there's no Puck, there's no Pango, like you mentioned. There's no Batrider, there's no DK, there's no Storm Spirit. So what still remains here? We've seen Ember played a lot in this region. We've seen Death Prophet. Obviously, that's removed as well. And what are they going to go? Okay, so they steal the Ember away, actually.
Pick Huskar right now. Right now.
That was actually in the last series, I wanted the last pick Huskar as well. The Outsiders game.
Yeah.
That was
You wanted Huskar.
Huskar with, was it Visage, Marcy into an Ember mid?
Yeah.
Game over.
Dude, I literally was covering NA, and it was like TSM game, enemy picks Ember in this exact position. I was like, Huskar, and then they picked it, and the game ended at like
Easy clap.
20 minutes.
I feel there's just some heroes that aren't very prominent in this region. I feel like Bad Rider, he's just trickling in. Huskar, I think, is also like this the big no-no hero that no one wants to play, because these Embers, even though it's good for Vici, they're just very open in terms of being counterpicked.
Yeah. Let's see. SF mid. All right, we've seen this as a counterpick in some regions as well, putting the SF mid versus this Ember Spirit. How do we feel about this? And normally we I remember, which game was it that we saw the SF mid? I think they had Conquer safe lane. I forget, but it looked very good when they had this melee, very high tempo safe laner. So what do we feel about this here, Sheep? Do you like the Paparazzi Shadow Fiend? It's kind of a classic for him as well.
Yeah, I love it. It's just SF always punishes melee heroes in lane, so I'm assuming he's just going to crush mid.
Yep.
You're going to see some 30 loss hits, 15 denies.
I think so.
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining will happen there. And then you just take 2 winning lanes, I hope, and then run the game.
All right, Keizo, talk to me about this other draft on the side of Vici Gaming. How do they utilize these heroes to win game 1?
Giving me the hard question. They need to do well in their lanes, which mid lane it will not happen because you have Ember SF. You need, I think they rely on their 2 side lanes with Doom plus Ench to do well, Monkey Disruptor to get tempo there. because I feel like otherwise Extreme, in the mid-game, they hit this timing with auras, as with Ursa standing their ground, and then suddenly Vici can't play the game.
Okay, we're going to be seeing if whether or not Vici can actually play this game of Dota 2 and keep themselves in Division 1, or if Extreme Gaming will run all the way to the bank and takes pole position, at least for now, here in the China region. We're going to be finding out with an incredible casting duo. We have Brother B-Cop, we have Lucky Lacoste. Take it away for game number 1.
What is up? Coming into game 1. You're so lucky.
I'm so lucky to cast with Brother B-Cop.
Yeah, I'm so lucky I get to cast with you. Honestly, it's just been a fun season. We're getting down to the wire here. And a big match for Vici, really trying to hold on to their lives in this one. And it's going to be tough because they're going up against Extreme, who have looked much better this tour.
They definitely did. And I mean, Extreme Gaming, they do have... Not Lion this time around, the other guy with the Hex, Shadow Shaman.
Ooh.
First Shadow Shaman across all regions. So, want to see it happen. Probably the only player that loves to play these two heroes in general. No one likes to play heroes who are not as strong. He did receive some of the buffs in the previous patch. He did have less gold for his Serpent wards, and also max distance increased on Ether Shock, level 15 talent. Some slight buffs for Kaka's Shadow Shaman, nothing too significant, I would say. But yeah, they will deny this ward after picking up the enemy Observer ward. We'll leave it at 1 hit just in case, you know, someone gets close, you deny it.
Or they don't deny it at all. We saw that the other day.
Pretend that you're actually doing it.
Yeah, and then they just don't put the sentry there. So, should be interesting. Paparazzi on the Shadow Fiend. I mean, I talk about it whenever he plays this hero. Just the solo 1v1 DAC champion back-to-back coming at you with a Shadow Fiend. That should be pretty fun. And as we see, we got ourselves a little bit of a stand-in situation still. As Erica is not here, it's going to be the former Team Serenity member, Fly.
Yeah, your favorite Chinese player, I would dare to say.
Yeah, you know, the artist formerly known as GGG, and he is here today. I have a little bit of trivia on Fly for you. What team did Fly used to play mid for? That's
a good one.
Long time ago, early in the career.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
So he first played for Duobao, and then he played for eHome Keen, which he played with Yi and Old 11 and all those guys, Rong, Dark, and he played originally mid, but when they got Yi, he shifted to the safe lane, and he's been playing safe lane ever since. It's been a long road for him in this safe lane, trying to find a way back in to the DPC Division 1.
Yeah.
Might not last long.
I'm mostly looking at the mid lane, Paparazzi Shadow Fiend against Ember Spirit. This is just a really tough matchup for Ember. We've seen him suffer every region. It's not good. Doesn't matter which region you're playing. It's the matchup still gonna be the same. 4-2, 3-0 on Setsu at the moment. Not too bad. He also has some extra creep wave coming closer. Paparazzi had some shaky performances, I would say. So far, he had some really good ones, but also, like, I think he started to pick things up as the season progressed.
Yes, it's been kind of a lot of talk of whether or not Paparazzi's been left or right, and it's been interesting to see his performances, because there are games where it's like, yeah, he struggles in the early game, but he still pops off. He had that Storm game the other day where it felt like, yeah, the beginning wasn't exactly too great, but eventually he got there in the end, and he went back into what we were expecting this whole tour to see from him.
Oh no, Kaka, Shackles, let's see. Doesn't seem too good. They're not gonna commit though.
JT and Kaka, interesting little lane here with the Shadow Shaman.
Every lane with Shaman is interesting. I don't know what the whole plan with Shadow Shaman is. They picked the Ember Spirit into Shaman, so there's going to be a bit more control. I guess control, because other heroes, they don't have any way to really start a fight. Broodmother, you can try to group up, build into these auras. Shadow Fiend, he's not going to build into Yule Scepter. Doesn't seem like it's not the build anymore. So they needed something, and it's going to be a lot of shoulders on Kaka to be able to keep them in place.
Yeah, so he's gonna need an Aether Lens, it feels like, to have himself that shackle from a distance.
I've seen Kaka play so much Shadow Shaman, and he prefers to get Blink Dagger over Aether Lens most of the time, like Mana Boots Blink, just to be able to start these fights. We'll see if he decides to go for the same item build. I remember 2022, he was the one, again, the lone warrior who played Shadow Shaman and Lion for some reason. And DY, he started this lane with Leap level 1, not what you want to have. So now he's getting pushed away, didn't put too much pressure. This is also a strong lane from Vici Gaming. No Leap charges, already used everything. He's just going to run him down.
Yeah, this impetus shot should... Oh, FY. I thought it came off cooldown. I thought he had himself another impetus, but let him leap down to the low ground and survive. Interesting little move there, but gets him out of the lane nonetheless, and see what FY is trying to accomplish as he's going to enchant himself a satyr.
He's going to be annoying. Mana burn on Shadowfin on mid lane. Put that creep, put Setsu back on track. Even though Setsu's not doing too bad. He's at 16-1 against 21-7. Of course, Shadowfin has more. And Shadowfin's that hero that does not like to be rotated on. One of the easiest heroes to kill, doesn't have escape mechanism. So FY will probably going to look into this early gank on a mid lane.
Shackles again on Fly, but has the Jingu. He can heal a good amount of that off, and JT's still taking a lot of damage as they've got the glimpse. He'll come back and die to the glimpse damage.
Level 2 glimpse, way too powerful. Top lane, doing really good. Like, I mean, all three lanes are doing okay for Vici Gaming. Like, mid lane, not as much. DY completely zoned out by this Enchantress, leaving Ghost to be solo against Doom, which is not too bad for Ursa. It's, like, he doesn't get too much pressure. The panel did talk about Ursa getting pushed out of the lane, which could happen, especially once you get to start to get more points, like level 2 Scorched Earth, level 3 Scorched Earth. And now Neo, he's alone here, so Ghost starts to play a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, Ghost is, when you think about him as a player, especially the time that he spent with RNG, he was the go-to guy, and he really had a breakout season as he's going to break out the back of Niu there, run him down, and
12 Fury Swipes charges, stacks.
That is not great to deal with.
Plants a tree for Ghost. Ghost doesn't have Tango available, it's on cooldown. FY also doesn't have one, so he would definitely cut it down. No Quelling Blade as well. Tango on Ursa on cooldown for 20 seconds, but we'll eat the other one. So 50 gold wasted by DY.
Interesting to see FY on this Enchantress, by the way. The last time he played Enchantress was November of 2020. So it's been some time as Kaka gets run down by Fly. Shadow Shaman not exactly having the funnest time in this lane, and JT, he's in trouble too. There's no glimpse, but they won't even need it. Fly is just going to run him down for a double kill.
Fly off to a great start on Monkey King. Plus Disruptor. You're always going to have something against Broodmother. This is why they picked Disruptor. Provides you vision, glimpse back into any kind of a stun. Kaka DP's mid, refills the bottle for Shadowfiend.
And they get Ghost.
He's been left alone. Ghost has been alone. Mirana 1-1-1 build, jungling pretty much at this point. Uses Sacred Arrow on the big creep, steals it away from Enchantress. But also doesn't provide much in the laning stage for Ghost. Mid lane, first rotation from Kaka. We'll get Glimpse back immediately if he uses Shackle.
Yeah, so can't exactly get that control to help out Paparazzi, and he doesn't exactly have a lot of HP remaining. So playing aggressive may not be the move. But taking a look at the net worth, you could see is Shadowfiend ahead by quite a margin. But other than that, both Fly and Niu having a really good time in terms of their gold.
Fly also, he's going to be going for Battle Fury, has Ring of Health purchased. What are the rotations going to come? This is Broodmother level 4. Usually you want to see this hero pop off in the laning stage, start to snowball. Seems like it's not going to be the thing. Also, hero that doesn't play the best from behind. Fly.
Another shackle. So Kaka holding Fly down. Now they've got the Hex, but the Balance Strike, they just didn't have the damage again. They're looking for JT, looking to keep the vision. They've got the glimpse. And with Jingu and the right clicks, Yang will get another kill, and that's on JT.
Oof, that was close. Like, they needed a bit more damage. They are under leveled. Maybe if this was Broodmother level 5, same goes for Shadow Shaman. A bit more cold control coming out from Hex or Shackles. Neo will pull the lane back, does have that Meteor Hammer available, which is fine. You don't have the setup for it, but it's mostly about the stats, mana regen, and farm. Get closer to Hand of Midas, which I'm fine with this one. I'm usually not a fan of Meteor Hammer in this meta. It looked good at the start, but then people try to kind of figure out that it's really not that great, even with the, like, it was overdone. Like, you had 2 people in the team going for Meteor Hammer. It's just not it.
Beyond the other day, off lane, Ricky, Meteor Hammer first item. Just taking towers, and then that was it. That was his game. Did nothing else after that.
Killed 2 towers. Both towers got denied.
Value. I actually broke my losing streak, and I got a Fallen Sky in that game. So I got to enjoy some Meteor action.
Good for you. I'm really happy.
I knew you would be.
DY gets Observer Board. See, both supports from Extreme Gaming trying to make something happen. Arrow, not going to connect in between. Ghost, can he close the gap? And he's going for a bit of a different item build. He knows that things are not going well, so wants to hit an earlier timing, going for Diffusal Blade on Ursa, which I don't mind too much. Like, against Monkey King, you always have, like, something to slow them down, because they are very limited on the control. Broodmother is not going to build into any items, neither is Shadowfiend, so someone needs to. And because you have Shadowfiend from the mid lane, he also scales well, so you don't necessarily need to be that ultra carry.
Now, I don't want to have any concern for Extreme this early in the game, but from what we've been seeing in terms of the patterns in Chinese DPC, it's been all upsets recently.
Especially yesterday. Yesterday was
all
a
upsets.
wild one.
Yeah. Yesterday was every underdog won. Aster Ares, IG over LGD, and an Extreme over Aster. So it is being underdog city here. Is Neo's going to drop to Ghost. It's 3 heroes required to get that kill, but they still take him out. Slow him down.
Setsu so far has not made a rotation. Level 8 Ember Spirit. Playing it to Shadowfiend. Ooh, Paparazzi will pick up that Arcana Rune. That's a big one. But still, Ember, considering what he's playing into, I would say not too bad. He should be satisfied with the amount of farm that he managed to get.
2K lead, though. Setsu going Maelstrom, so we'll see how quickly he can get into that, because he's already 1,000 gold behind Paparazzi. Oh, boy.
I can understand this Maelstrom. Like, Rush doesn't upgrade Bloodstone, doesn't upgrade his boots, wants to be able to get the farm as soon as possible. So he might catch up with this type of a build. And also playing into Broodmother, so you want to have that Maelstrom. Monkey King will also be going into Battle Fury. And speaking of Monkey, first Static Storm as well.
Kinetic Field, Static Storm, Wukong's all used to get the kill on the JT.
JT, man. Whew. 0-4-0.
Is that his build?
No, that's his score.
Oh, no. Yeah, that is not fun for JT in this off lane at the moment. He's really just... They've completely shut him down.
Neo having a much better game. He's 5.6k net worth compared to Broodmother's 3.5, and is about to finish off his Hand of Midas. We'll push out. Oh, no.
No, it goes from bad to worse. Oh, JT.
JT known as just TP'd, but will get glimpsed back. Not going to be able to contribute much to this top lane. Ghost will get a kill. I mean, they brought the whole squad here.
FY gonna die there, and they get that kill into the Enchantress. Like I said, we have not seen FY on Enchantress in a long time. So it's interesting to see him back on not really that showboaty playmaker hero.
Yeah, when we think about FY, we definitely do think about different heroes that he plays. Fly, 12-minute, less than 12-minute Battle Fury, Magic Wand, Power Treads.
Wow.
This is nuts.
Is he going... He's going to queue Ags next? No, BKB. All right. I was remembering the old Ame build.
Glimpse
JT,
back.
That's not going to work out for you. Kinetic Field.
No sentries, no reveal.
Yeah, they can't see him. So Moonlight Shadow, he's able to survive, just barely. But still, he's forced away from the lane again.
He doesn't have a lane. Like, he's behind Tier 1 tower, or where Tier 1 tower was. Monkey will scout him out.
Uh-oh.
4 points in Boundless. Let's see if he decides to maybe force a rotation, jump onto the trees.
Wukong's just off cooldown. Boundless strike, JT obliterated.
Force a rotation. Kaka comes here, but also force a rotation. Another TP. Free TP for JT, so it's all good. 0, 5, and 0, and we're gonna keep counting.
This is a counting stream now. Hell yeah. So, looking at the odds, taking a big shift to favor Vici. Boundless Strike, Static Storm, Ghost. He's turning into one. Neo gonna get that kill and take out that bear. Again, it is just all Vici.
Man, Fly is so quick with these rotations. He's been involved in 7 out of 8 kills so far. Gets a kill top, a solo kill, rotates to the bottom lane, secures the tower. They kill the tower, they kill enemy carry. I don't know if Extreme Gaming can fight back. Like, they kind of miss their timings. They also can't make the moves. Kaka still very far away from his Blink Dagger. Decides to even skip mana boots because he knows that they struggle. They need something to start a fight with, something that they can gank with. Ghost, that Diffusal Blade coming in handy.
Arrow hits, they'll get a kill on the Yang. So, you know, I'm thinking about Fly and where he's at in his situation right now. He's on a Div 2 team. He's on Piggy Killer, which, great team name. But after last series, I feel like right now he's in just prove it mode, right?
He's on Vici now.
Yeah.
Yeah, considering the way he played this game, like even previous game, he had some performances that were okay-ish. Team didn't do as well, as good, but yeah, I could see them picking him up.
Yeah, you don't have to play through that Division 2. Well, I don't want to speak too soon. Maybe he might go back down to Division 2 and be like, I'll take my chances with Piggy Killer if they do in fact lose this series. But right now, with the way Fly is playing, I mean, he's looking like primetime Fly.
He really does, going into BKB next. At least that's what's queued up at the moment. So can't jump on heroes other than Ursa. Like, he does not like to play into Ursa matchup, even inside Wukong's command. Like, Ursa is still a bad matchup, especially if you have like Overpower into another Overpower that can be dispelled by Enchantress. You talked about FY, he side progression. The most farm hero out of all supports, going into 4 staff next, push people out of the trouble with the limited control on Extreme Gaming. This item is going to be really good pickup.
Earn picked up for the Mirana of DY. They're going to Moonlight Shadow, look for somebody. Neo might be that one. And he is spotted. So now on the run, Diffusal Blade used into the arrow, and this is pretty solid combination. You're able to just slow them down. It's hard to avoid that arrow coming in from the other side.
Maybe it was DY who said, don't go Battle Fury. I need you to get Diffusal so I can hit my arrows.
The only thing they would have other than that is Shackle, so...
And we haven't seen too much of Shackles other than the laning stage.
Oh, yeah.
Kaka kind of forced to slow things down. We haven't seen Doom. We have not seen the Mass Serpent Wards being used so far.
And he's going for what you said, by the way, Blink Dagger on Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, Blink Dagger makes more sense, just to be able to get things going. Very, I'd say close to it. 500 gold away, needs some kind of a kill. Looking to drop the Serpent Wards, potentially get a kill on Setsu. Setsu did recover. He is still behind Shadowfin, of course, but does have Maelstrom available. Double damage in bottle. Looking to find something. JT. Oh no, he's dead again.
Yeah, they're gonna find him. Glimpse, Static Storm with the kinetic field. They've locked him down. He's gonna try and run. They do not have Moonlight Shadow. He'll pop the mech, but it won't matter.
Even with the Boundless Strike miss, they still do get a kill. Problem is that they killed this Tier 1 tower top pretty late. Oh, DY, they know.
Not in time. Yeah, they're gonna get this Tier 1 tower over bottom, but there's a timing coming out right now for Vici that's going to be the double BKB of Fly, and Neo. And that's going to be a strong moment. And honestly, with Setsu at his timing at the moment, he's not... If he's going BKB next, he's not too far away from it. He's into at least a Mithril Hammer if he bought it right now.
BKB done on Fly. Yeah, Doom recipe being delivered. So 2 BKBs. Ember Spirit probably want to get 1 as well, so doesn't have to care about Requiem. Paparazzi also does have his BKB, so we can expect them to potentially go to Roche Pit. And yeah, you see them drawing on a minimap. Kaka is like, play the top part of the map. We kill something, we kill Roche. With first Serpent Ward usage, they did manage to kill tier 2 tower, like 2 towers in a row, pretty much. So not looking too bad. Like the next fight, I think, is gonna show us where or how the game's gonna go.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question to you, because they just kind of gave that up for free. It was like, all right, Serpent Wards are down, tier 2, all right, cool.
Can't defend Serpent Wards.
Yeah, it felt like that. They just let the tower go. So, smoke used as they lay down some webs to try and control this area for Roche. They have that Blink Dagger available on Kaka, BKB for Paparazzi. Wi-Fi in the trees. The rest of the team nearby. Remnant forward, looking over at DY, misses the Searing Chains. It's only onto a Spider. They'll go to the Requiem. And hits a couple heroes with the BKB pop by Fly, though. He's immune to the fear, so he'll still walk forward. They got Ghost in their sights, but do they have the damage to get the kill? They'll even use the Doom out of the Ursa. They're just trying to take him out of the fight to control the Roach Pin. That's exactly what they'll do. So they'll get themselves 1. Meteor Hammer down on JT, and FY gets a kill there, so the 2 heroes dead. Vici are looking towards Roche.
I would have preferred if they waited until... Oh, Glimpse. Mid. Does have another leap charge.
Kinetic Fields.
Kaka hexed him.
Yeah, Yang's doing some good work here, and he's going to have the control to get the kill on a DY, yet Setsu followed up.
Imagine if you could hex your own allies. That would be great. But yeah, big fight for Vici Gaming. They do take the kills. Like, they get 2 pickoffs, and then they manage to secure the Roche. I would have preferred if Extreme Gaming waited until Serpent Wards were back online, because also this Requiem has been used like relatively early on. Didn't really do much. Monkey King, oh.
There's the hex from Kaka, but the Boundless Strike and the Glimpse New still gonna die to Paparazzi, who now pops the BKB, goes after Yang. Look at the damage he's outputting. Paparazzi in on this. They've got the Serpent Wards next to Fly. Another raise. JT coming over from the side of his Searing Chains to lock up Paparazzi, but Fly still surviving with the Jingu and eventually loses that Aegis.
They need to help him.
He's really gonna need some help. They've got themselves Setsu, but he's running away. They
no
have
one
the
there.
Hex. They'll get the kill, and they take out 2 lives and the streak from this Monkey King.
A bit too aggressive, and good moves from Extreme. Finally, we see the power of Shadowfiend. He joins the fight, uses that BKB. No Requiem this time around. 4,000, even more than 4,000 damage. Yeah. More than a whole Vici Gaming squad in that fight. So this will also open up the map for them. They will secure tier 2 tower, go for the outpost.
That is both outer or top and bottom tier 2's gone already.
20 minutes into the game.
Really putting some pressure on him. And Paparazzi, he was so casual about killing the supports, right? All of a sudden, he's like, all right, I'll kill FY. Now I'll pop my BKB. That's how confident I am with how strong I'm at with this Shadow Fiend at the moment.
Speaking of casual, sitting on casual 3.5k gold, buying Tome for himself. Okay, level 16. Wants to get that level 18, level 20 as well.
Gonna go Silver Edge.
Yeah, I like it. Being able to break Monkey King. I also want to see maybe a Pike at one point, because they are also limited in terms of control. The best one is Glimpse, but if you can like Pike Monkey King away from you, maybe push him out of the Wukong's command, that's gonna be pretty big. 2 supports on side of Extreme Gaming. They are going for Glimmer Cape, and Kaka wants to go for scaling build. So going for BKB. This is Kaka special. Like, if the games are not going well, he's going for this item build. If the game's going well, he's still gonna go for it because it's such a great item build.
So he's just got his standard and that's it. Nothing else.
Found Arcane Ring. This is his substitution for Mana Boots, because the first couple of minutes of the game were kind of rough. Transitioned that into mid-game, but managing to find some farm. Hex now maxed out. 3.5 second duration. Trying to put more points in Ether Shock to be able to get some farm.
Trying to find him there, but he had the ward. Kaka's still in the trees. So let's see.
Meteor. Try to land it blindly.
That'd be nice. Solid move if he was able to pull that off. Hex Requiem right on top of Niu. He also used those serpent wards, so he had nowhere to go.
And now Shadowfiend is stuck.
He doesn't have anywhere to go.
No TP, needs to wait another Shadow Blade.
Yeah. There we go.
And he's out. I don't know if they needed to commit with Serpent Wards, but it's a big kill, big chunk of gold for them, so they don't want to risk anything, especially if there's a hero. Oh, Fly going for another solo.
Boundless Strike. Can he stick with him? Primal Spring on the lane again with the Jingu, but he's slowed up so much. Can he keep up with JT? Trying to find him within the trees. Doesn't have a way to stun him. And he'll TP away.
We'll watch him TP out. JT, a bit of a pause.
My bad.
Yeah, right.
It's a hard button to hit by accident.
It really is far away. Unless your TP scroll is F8, then I can understand it.
Yeah, or F10 or one of those. Yeah, gosh. I've never accidentally hit the pause button. I will say this. Smoke. Extreme. Requiem's still on cooldown for another 35 seconds. Do they really want to take this fight? Kind of baiting with JT. Showing him and the rest of the team off to the side. Throw a sentry down. Smoke used by Vici. This net worth now even.
JT does not have pause available. They don't want to go on him.
Oh, Boundless Strike. Ghost. Hit with that Doom. They've got the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field up. They got the kill in Akaka. They'll look over at Ghost. He's still getting run down here as Setsu. Not a lot of health left, so can't really jump into that Remnant.
They want to re-engage right now. Ursa, sitting at half HP, no BKB. Paparazzi does have Requiem available. So seems like they're going to go inside the enemy triangle, try to look for something, but they are underneath the vision. There are 2 sentry wards on DY. Let's see if he gets a D ward here.
Ooh, stack here for Paparazzi. They're wandering over nearby, and there's the break, and there is no untouchable, making him very touchable, and they'll get the kill into FY. Wukong's around Paparazzi, but he has the Guardian Greaves from JT. It's not going to matter with the glimpse back into the center of the circle, though.
Oh, what a play. Actually, neutral creeps keeping this fight alive for Vici Gaming. First Stomp from Centaur Conqueror, then Doom pulls him in with the Hurricane.
Man, just keeping him front and center.
And immediately queues up Pyke on Shadowfiend. He's like, if I had Pyke there, I would be able to push myself out of the trouble. Great item in general in this game. Kaka looking for something, finds Setsu, but the Stomp could stomp. Yeah, it's just gonna stop any kind of aggression.
Ghost is in on this. He is in a bad way, and I think he's just dead. Setsu with a double kill. Ghost is just way too far out.
They killed the Centaur Conqueror. They ganked him real good. Kind of a rough one, I would say. Like losing heroes here and there. Shadowfiend also
JT
dropped before. JT, there is no Glimpse is such a good spell. Every single time you catch someone, you catch a vision, it's got a guaranteed kill or at least a BKB charge. So
how much is it getting nerfed next patch? That's a real question. They find DY. Another kill there for Vici, and I just said the net worth was even, but they have pushed it back to 5K.
It's gonna be even more now that they're gonna kill this tier 2 tower, retake the outpost.
Nobody here to defend. Next Roche in a minute, so maybe that turns into something for Extreme if they could get this one. But gonna be tough.
And Rage. He got a little worried there. They're gonna jump him. So no Enrage for another 40 seconds. I want to see a smoke from Extreme Gaming. Try to get a pick off. Broodmother's playing the top part of the map. Try to get a pick off. Roshan could respawn in 30 seconds. What do they find? Enchanted Quiver. Shadowfiend will take that one for now.
A lot of bounty runes sitting there. JT's just farming the jungle. By a lot, I mean 2. Going Ags next on JT. So trying to get that spinner's snare.
I'm a big fan of the item when things are going well for Broodmother, so you're the one like controlling the game, not allowing enemy team to enter certain areas of the map. When you are the lowest net worth core in the game, I would prefer if it's a different item.
Yeah, what would you like him to get instead of this Ags? Could he potentially switch off to it too?
I think something like a Hex works. AC as well. You're playing against Monkey Ember.
Okay.
Just feel like it's gonna be a lot of dead net worth on him.
Yeah, not sure how much the spinner snare is gonna do. Maybe it'll help them for some control in these fights and let the Requiem fly.
If you also want to go something like more team-oriented, you could also throw in a Lotus Orb, since you're playing into Doom. Searing Chains, Glimpse, but mostly Doom. And now, Extreme Gaming, they do have smoke available on Kaka, but DY in a good spot to break the enemy smoke.
Breaks it, BKB early. So Setsu, they'll get the kill on a DY, and that is it. So BKB down. Maybe they even try to play aggressively with Roche coming back up soon.
Setsu, interesting build on him. After finishing off BKB, decided to pick up a Blink Dagger. We've seen Emo in the previous series and throughout the second DPC tour, picking up Blink Dagger on Storm.
You a fan?
No. It seems like there's always a better item to buy, but it's Emo special, so can't really argue with it. Centaur broken.
Oh no. Run. Run, a little conqueror. There's the eggs. So we'll have spinner snare for Roche. That's not terrible. It does, you know, lock in these stairs, lock in the entrance.
Maybe they want to secure second Roche, so this is why he decided to go for this item instead, because they do value Shard on Ursa and, of course, Aegis as well. Ghost finds himself a really nice neutral item. Mindbreaker does have Skull Basher. Let's see, he's gonna disappear.
FY, he just became food for the bear. And BKB off the glimpse. That's coming into a Roche fight. Oh.
I don't know if they can contest Roshan right now. They need like huge Requiem, maybe an arrow to try to set things up. Ghost might also need to play as a Doom target in this fight, considering that he doesn't have BKB available. So take this Doom off Shadowfiend.
How do you fight this Roche? It is up, it is available.
Setsu, he's been rooted. And another one, keeping the stairs blocked, so they can't enter.
Look for the Requiem, that's gonna land. And
they found
this is trouble for Fly. He's dead so fast. No buyback. Setsu, whoa, melts. Neo's next on the list. And they are trying to check it twice in will. Paparazzi with the double kill.
He got the crit. And this Roshan now belongs to Extreme Gaming. Let's see if they can find anything else. Spinner Snare coming in clutch. Maybe I was wrong in these type of fights, because they this is what they've been playing for. Monkey did not get a single thing off in this fight. They do have Sentry. He tried to approach with Shadow Blade, didn't manage to do so, gets instantly hexed. The power of Kaka. Shadow Shaman, always good positioning, and now he's getting the farm. We'll be able to get the BKB for the next fight, so the only thing that can stop it is either Abyssal Blade from Monkey or Doom. And now Ursa also does have that shard. They gave Shadowfiend Aegis. Paparazzi, level 21, buys another book for himself.
He wants to be
Librarian.
25, yeah. Okay. Two different thoughts happening in our minds.
Want that level 22. Such a good upgrade. I mean, he will eventually get to level 25. Also holding on to Enchanted Quiver. Hurricane Pike can keep the distance, hit people from very long distance, I guess, and the double damage.
Ooh.
And Vici Gaming were off to such a great start, but didn't manage to capitalize on it. Fly, those two deaths did really cost him. Had an insanely good start into the game. JT, queuing up Radiance.
Okay. Sure.
Mischance. I don't know if he wants to commit to it. Radiance is much cheaper nowadays. Might get Nullifier. I think Nullifier would be a better option. You're playing against Monkey King, so you can dispel his Jingu stacks, and also no 4 staffs. They do have 2 on side of Vici.
So they've got this Aegis. They have this double damage. Oh, maybe they'd want to go right away. Kaka. Just working on getting some farm here. Doing his best as they've also got Ghost nearby. So he's by the outpost. He's taking that back. But no group up yet. They still have 3 minutes on the Aegis, so there is some time for them to, say, save themselves with, like, the Lincolns, pick up that Shadow Fiend's looking for, and these next items coming out for the side of Extreme.
Neo is pinging it out. Let's see if he goes. Yeah,
Doom
full
on a
commitment.
Kaka.
That's going to be like 400 or 500 gold for him.
This, to me, though, leaves you vulnerable of a high ground siege, right?
Didn't use Hand of Midas. Not perfect. Going into Octarine. I guess he wants to get to his level 20, lower the cooldown on Doom. We'll have Octarine core available as well. So just playing for that, trying to delay the game as much as possible. Killing Shadow Shaman. This is their tool to siege with, and also means that they can't really gank unless Paparazzi gets on top of you with Silver Edge.
There's his Lincolns. JT also switched to a Lincoln's Q, but then now he's got a Hex queued up. So he's still thinking. Radiance, Lincolns, Hex. He's just looking at the whole list.
I think Hex is the best one, because they understand, especially now that Kaka is dead, they can't really gank. With the Abyssal Blade, it's going to be much easier. Ghost is getting close to 1, so they could go for these side lane pickoffs and then turn it into something. Tier 2 towers are already gone, so waiting for Shadow Shaman to respawn, maybe go for the high ground push. Still Aegis, minute and 30 seconds, but Kaka needs to be careful here.
Yeah, does he just die again?
Sentries on cooldown on Yang.
Oh, he sees Yang and they see his courier. Hex. Serpent Ward's committed and he's got the shackle, so this is a dead disruptor. And Yang strat showing its face again as he's dead for 50 seconds with buyback.
Kaka very quick with the reactions there. As soon as he raised his hand on disruptor, gets hexed immediately. Kaka fully commits, gets some XP from that. Setsu now.
Now he commits those arcane boots.
Yeah.
Heavy gold commitment right there.
Good old 35-minute mana boots. He's most likely going to be looking for Aeon Disc just to have guaranteed Hex, unless he wants to keep the distance, use him get Ether Lens and maybe just play off of that instead. DY holding on to gems so they can see any shenanigans. They also are the ones controlling the vision right now. 30 seconds left on Aegis. 2 catapult wave, 35 minutes into the game. They would have loved if they had Serpent Wards there just to amplify some of that damage. Paparazzi last hit miss. But catapults will finish off the tower.
That's all they get. That's kind of surprising to me after that Aegis, where the position they were at, the tier 3, yes, they break the high ground, but I felt like they had opportunity to do more with that Aegis.
Needed Kaka to maybe get one set of barracks. Immediate smoke from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, it kind of gives them a road back in, right? Ooh, spinner snare. Uh-oh.
They
Arrow.
know. Ooh. Paparazzi holding on to Arcane Rune, fake pumping that Requiem. Very satisfying sound. Not as satisfying as canceling Rolling Thunder.
Paparazzi. Let's see. Do they make a move here on Vici? This spinner snare has been very problematic for them. Because every time you snap the snare, they're alerted. They know. They get to figure you out real quick.
To get the ping ping as well on the minimap, so it's easily spotted. Oh man, Ember, he's had a rough one.
Ooh, Spell Prism.
Blink Dagger, Aeon Disc, a lot of defensive item on him.
Smoke now picked or used by Extreme. I'm surprised the Doom didn't hold that Spell Prism.
Holding on to Blast Strike. Yeah, you're playing against Shadow Shaman, Shadow Fiend. Sorry, Ursa Shadow Fiend. So it's going to be a lot of right clicks. So can't really blame him. Might pick it up down the line. Also opted to go for Shiva's Guard instead to provide vision where Shadow Fiend is.
Blink in, Kaka with the BKB, looking for the Requiem. That's going to fly out. That hits onto FY. They'll go for the damage onto Neo and get the kill to the Doom. No buyback. They blew him up immediately. And they are sort of searching for more. Don't want to commit too far. Blink in, Searing Chains. But Setsu now hexed by Kaka. Arrow follows it up, and this is going to go off with
and
BKB being
BKB.
popped by Setsu as well. He's able to escape, but that is 2 defensive items now on cooldown.
JT, he's searching for something. Doesn't have his
okay.
Hex available yet, but does have Spinner Snare.
Yeah, and Ghost going in. He'll go to the Abyssal Blade. It's on a
They want the
Fly.
big
They're looking
one.
for the damage. He goes into the Wukongs with a Boundless Strike. Oh, Fly trying to survive, standing his ground. And he will finally die. He did take out Ghost, though. They bought back on Yang. Kinetic Field. Dust is out. Setsu going in. Looking for Paparazzi. He's silenced. And he'll die to the Impetus shots from FY. The Hex just isn't in time from Kaka, and another Kinetic Field. FY starting to output a lot of damage with the Impetus shots, and he's gonna get another kill on a Kaka.
They have another
look over at
glimpse.
JT, he's trying to TP out, but he is gone. Whoa, Extreme going in extremely too far.
Oh man, they committed so much on Monkey King, who survived for a long duration inside the Wukong's command. Extra 24 armor on him, coming in very clutch and also holding on to Elven Tunic. So a couple of miss hits as well coming in. So I thought that they're just gonna destroy him there. I think Mischief also came in at the start to dodge some of that damage. And Setsu from the high ground, yeah, he's been pretty immune to the damage. Ursa and Rage on cooldown for 1 second. Maybe he manages to get it off, but Yang, he's been on this high ground and casting his abilities untouched. First the Static Storm, then Glimpse, then another Glimpse just to be able to secure the kill on JT. And also Fly, FY being able to dish so much damage from the Enchantress. This is your favorite one. This game's pretty wild, back and forth. And this on cooldown for 15 seconds, so Setsu needs to be slightly more careful.
Thinking about next Roche, a minute and a half, and a Spell Prism for Extreme Gaming now. Also,
Another book for Shadowfiend.
yeah, I was gonna say, I just took a glimpse over and he's still reading. Chapter 24. Arrow thrown into the pit. They see there's no Roche. I'm with you. I know I asked you the other day. Always in it for Ags when there's a third Roche instead of the Refresher Shard.
Yeah, Ags just seems much better instead of one usage. If you're playing a drawn-out game, Aghanim Scepter, multiple usages of ulti, fly.
Kale, that is the lag equivalent. Equals. So he's gonna DC and come right back. Fingers crossed.
That Elven Tunic was very helpful in the previous fight for him. Now holding on to Trickster's Cloak, which is going to be even better. 20% evasion, another layer of invisibility, and some extra magic resistance. Not like they have a ton of magic abilities on Extreme Gaming, mostly Requiem and some raises, but that's about it.
Also, Yang, you could see he's got that point booster. The starts of an Ags. It's always the long plan from a Disruptor to go for the Ags. It's about a 25-minute look at, like, I'll get the gold. I'm going to get there. He's doing this. The Pyramid of Doom with his hands. Waiting for that time until he finally gets it.
That's a big upgrade. You just need to be able to farm it. No Philly Stone this time around, but
That makes it
considering
tough.
how last fight went, FY did manage to find his farm and now has Sight available.
Ooh. So, I would say Scythe better than what we saw from Bobica when he was outputting damage and had that Ags. Sproink really didn't do it for him when he played this heavy damage Enchantress.
FY will probably keep the buyback for now. and opt to go for that Aghanim Scepter. Because right now, you don't have mana problem at all with Pike and Sight. Next item, also all for Setsu. It's gonna be Gleipnir, maybe thinking about Ags. Let's see which one he decides to go first. Because right now, if he's gonna be holding the gem, he's out of slots, so someone else needs to pick it up, or he can upgrade this Maelstrom.
Roche is up with a Refresher Shard. MKB for Paparazzi, so that evasion...
Yeah. Can't really blame him, considering what happened in the previous fight.
Yeah.
And it's not to counter any evasion. Like, they don't have Butterfly or anything. It's to counter neutral item. And also, sure, Monkey does have a lot of armor, so your right clicks, like the procs, are magical.
Excellent.
So, would you take a new neutral for Fly-Fly, or you still think the cloak is just worth it? 6 seconds of invisibility.
Dire are scanning.
Is there a better neutral item on their side? I don't think so.
Not really, yeah. Maybe Titan Sliver?
Trickster Cloak, too good. You're also playing into Ursa, who doesn't have MKB, so you still want to have that evasion.
Right. Oh, here they go. Static Storm. Ghost going in with the BKB, and they got the Requiem off. They're going to look over at Fly-Fly. They'll get that kill on the Monkey King. He's going to buy back immediately. He wants to get into the fight. He'll TP over to the outpost. And Setsu with the BKB with the Remnants all over to the side. They've got the Doom out on a Ghost. He's going to try and run away. They get the kill on a Kaka. They'll take the Shadow Shot.
FY going ham.
FY getting the kill on a DY. It's his Alphabet brother. They go over after this Shadow Fiend. They drop down the Wukongs. JT in trouble. Neo right on him, but again, it's into the trees, the Shivas, the Vision, the kill, and Paparazzi also falls. Everybody dead on the side of Extreme Gaming, and Vici will get the victory in this fight.
FY's damage output. They kill Fly-Fly immediately. He bites back, so they committed with pretty much everything on top of him. Yeah, Enchantress, she's up there with the damage output, almost same amount as Monkey King. So with that buyback, Fly-Fly will pick up the Aegis, might even pick up Refresher. They could also give it to Doom, double Doom on both targets on Extreme Gaming. If they're doomed, they're not going to be able to like fight back and deal damage. Also instant high ground ward. And also they messed it up a little bit. Both supports using like Force Staff and Pike. I had to double check whose Force Staff and Pike was on cooldown. He kind of turned away, so they forced him back into the enemies, which resulted into his death. And then FY, I'm just looking at this Enchantress. Now that Shadow Fiend is out, he's gonna focus him down.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
look at that damage.
FY, boom, boom, boom.
That's like 1,000 damage in a second.
Just like that, all of a sudden, 14,000 net worth lead here for Vici. It's player Alphabet Brothers and team Alphabet Brothers. FY, DY, XG, Vici. A lot of similarities between these two teams.
Everything is either gaming or team in esports. Fly still has that double damage for a couple more seconds, looking for Boundless.
Gotta be careful with the spinner snare. I love when JT, he's throwing out the spawn spiderlings. You could see like the green Monkey King that's like lagging behind him a little bit. It's not on him right now, but
Level 25 Monkey. Extra Wukong's command ring. When I first read that talent, I always thought it's just like, oh, he has another ring that it's gonna be. Maybe I'm just stupid. Probably.
It could have been written expanded Wukong's command ring.
Yeah, because it does feel like he has like another ring.
Yeah, but it's not 2 rings. There's only 1 ring to rule them all.
Okay, I thought it was gonna be more like Olympic Games type of a ring, the second one.
Yeah.
The way
like
they're positioned.
Yeah.
Aghanim Scepter now completed on Yang.
Got a lot
So
of
no
goals.
items if you don't get your BKB, if you don't get your Lincolns,
Radiant's bottom barracks are
it's
under
not
attack.
looking good. Suddenly 20,000. I love to round up the numbers. Gold lead for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, just right up there to 20K. I mean, that's almost 40K if you ask me. So, Fly just sitting in the tree over to the side, and Now he'll come back down and clean up this creep wave. They still have the Aegis for another 2 minutes, 45 seconds. We'll see how they go about this. As mid-tier 3 is gone with the melee racks. And Vici, see if they sneak on over. Ghost, he's kind of away from his team if he were to get caught right now.
He was maybe thinking about getting the jump set to towards that high ground observer. And now, no real vision for Extreme Gaming. Let's see if there's another set of items that they can buy that could change things around. Ghost going for Nullifier next, still far away from it.
Setsu arrowed, and that's it.
Has Aeon Disc. Maybe they wanted to proc Aeon Disc and go back because they know they can't commit rest of the team relatively close to him, so they can join. 7,000 gold on Setsu.
Shard for Fly next, by the way. So we'll be bouncing around the Boundless. Going in and out. Spinner snare down again. Fly down onto the ground immediately. Hex. Neo's going in. He's going to throw the Doom on Akaka. The 4-step away, but they got the Aegis out of the hands of Fly. They're going to need to help him out. Requiem on it. There's the fear, but they've got themselves the Static Storm as well as another Doom. That's going to be on a Ghost, and they should be able to get the kill into the air. So with the Wukongs, look how big that circle is. Kaka finally no longer Doom. They go after JT, but the 4-staff into the trees. They've got themselves the Hex again onto this Monkey King. He'll walk out of the Wukong's command as they'll buy back on Ghost. Can they chase Fly with that shard? He's able to jump away with the Boundless Strike.
Wait, what is this?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Oh, I didn't see it the first time, so I thought it was just something.
Yeah, it's
looks like from a different game
now.
Yeah, leave me alone. Okay, it's gone now. So buyback committed from Ghost in the previous fight. That's a big one. Doom use Refresher Shard. Might just build a Refresher off his own to have something. Sell that Hand of Midas, taking a 4,000 gold at the moment.
Whew. So it goes up to 23,000, but the idea is there for Extreme, right? Like, if they didn't have an Aegis, I think that fight, they could have won.
Maybe. Interesting thing that Neo was holding onto Hurricane until 47, 48 minutes into the game on Doom. Because he wanted to provide his team with extra armor, extra 3 armor for himself, and the team sounds really nice, and also pushing people out of the trouble.
I love Hurricane. I say second Chakram's one of my favorite spell names. Hurricane's one of them too. You put so much emphasis on it.
It's a good spell name.
By the way,
better than Doom for sure.
Yeah, very much better. Oh, what's his name? Oh, the character's name is Doom. And what does he do? Doom. Okay, sure. Chantress going for the Ags, by the way. I just noticed. So we'll see how that goes. Leap in, D1. That is dangerous. They're going to be KB on Neo as well. Setsu, they'll look to the back lines. They've already doomed up Ghost, so he's going to run away from the fight. They get the kill to D1. They'll look over at Kaka, who's got the shackles on a Fly, but he is going to die. Oh, maybe not. He survives for a moment longer, and he is hidden for the second, but Setsu finally gets the kill. They look over at JT. The impetus shots from FY. He's on a mega kill streak. They find themselves Ghost, but now out of the Wukong's command. They have the Infernal Blade. They'll lock him down with the Abyssal Blade. Setsu's here too, with FY, who will not get the kill, but help with the damage. And Setsu's got a triple kill as Paparazzi rips apart Yang, who does have buyback. Whoa, Searing Chains right to the end of the TP. They're keeping Paparazzi out of the base. This is a bit of an issue, but Setsu taking some damage. Neo over to the side. He's got the Infernal Blade with the Primal Spring down onto the Shadow Fiend. There's the Boundless Strike and the kill. They'll take out this SF.
They committed with the buybacks on side of Extreme Gaming. So now you have no Ursa with the buyback. Also, JT bought back. Same goes for Kaka. Even DY. So whoever dies is not going to have... Let's go. Let's have all 5 buybacks on cooldown. Next Roche could reach... I'm not sure if this buyback was needed straight away. Maybe he wanted to get it off cooldown. Because they're not approaching yet. Eventually, they're going to come and poke.
Potentially go back for Roche. Up in maybe a minute. 3 gems for Vici.
One purchased by Yang, the other one by DY, and third one by DY. So DY, a lot of gold down the drain.
Oh, DY. Feels so bad.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
3 eyes, though, better than 2.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Wukong's covering the entirety of the base.
Are fortified.
So I'll just allow them to do their thing, but they do glyph. Not exactly the most optimal of Wukong's there.
They get what they came for. So Tier 2 tower still available on the top lane. Spinner Snare causing some problems.
Ping, ping,
Still
ping, ping.
for Vici Gaming. Let's see the Roshan respawn time in a couple of seconds. Extreme Gaming, they have one fight. They lose that fight, they lose the game.
Ooh, 5-second Roche.
Plus DD available as well, because why not?
Yeah, when in doubt, give a DD.
Refresher, Ags. They need to smoke on side of
Overwhelming
Extreme
blink.
Gaming. Try to contest it. If they don't, they're going to be playing against Mega Creeps.
They've got the Spider Wings catching some vision. Setsu and FY hold the high ground on these steps, but Extreme, they are, well, on the wrong side of the map.
Hex breaks talent, especially with Thomas Relic. This is a banger one. It's just that there aren't that many good things to break in this game. Enchantress, Monkey King is okay, but it's not like you're playing into Tide, playing into Spectre.
Radiant's top
Full
tower is under
wraparound.
attack.
So Spinner Snare goes off. And it's giving them information to go all the way up and around and look for the wrap. Ooh, they're trying to steal Roche.
They know.
But it's immediately spotted. So BKB is popped. They'll go in. They'll throw the Doom. It's on the Ghost. He's trying to run with JT off to the side. Up on the high ground. Goes after Setsu. Kaka caught by Fly. They've got the Abyssal Blade. They'll have the lockdown. Kaka with the BKB, but still dies. And he does not have buyback. So now this is a 4v5 situation as they'll throw the Hex. They've got the Spinner Snare. Arrow comes in. That lands, but he's got himself the Aeon Disc. Requiem by Paparazzi. That lands on the Fly. They get the kill on Neo. They'll take out JT. That's 2 heroes without buyback. They'll buy back on Neo. They'll look over at Ghost. And this is going to be a dead Ursa eventually.
He's still holding on to Gem. Sees
Sits with
him.
him in there. They've got the impetus shots, and eventually the kill. They'll call GG, and Vici will take game number 1 over Extreme Gaming.
Keeping their dreams alive.
Yeah.
This is how you started. First W, first game, not too bad. The game was really back and forth, pretty wild game. Like Vici Gaming most of the time dominating, but we also saw Extreme Gaming potentially like winning this one. They had some really good fights, but then again, like once they got the items, Fly on Monkey King looked extremely good first 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Then had a couple of deaths, buys back into a fight. They secure Roshan. He gets level 25, and they secure the game with that big ring.
Yeah, that's one of the things that has been plaguing Vici throughout the season, right? Is they're good starts, but they don't know how to close out games. It goes a little bit too long, and you know, all of a sudden it feels like they're kind of giving away leads and making a little bit too many mistakes, which has put them in the position that they're in now, where it's win or you're back to Div 2. So it's been really, really tough for them, and I'm definitely wondering if they can win this series. So, well, to break it down for you, we've got the panel. We're going to throw it back to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, Vici Gaming, they come through in game number 1 up against Extreme Gaming, denying XG the easy road towards getting the pole position in the leaderboard, and of course, keeping their own Division 1 hopes alive with this game 1 victory. It was some rough going for them, but Kezu Setsu, my God, this guy popped off on the Ember
man.
Spirit like a boss.
I mean, he had a not so good early game, but the longer the game progressed, I think he played fights really well. He bought good items with the Aeon Disc, BKB, going in for his team. And I also think, to highlight, they did really well in their lanes, which set them up for a good early game. Then mid game, a couple of mistakes, but I really like how they use buybacks in the mid and later stages of the game to like really help them in the team fights.
Yeah, they kept buying back, especially on Fly. A lot of times we'd see him die first in the fight, but instantly come back, make sure that his team has an opportunity to retake the engagement. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see this Shadow Shaman play to its fullest potential shape. We saw a couple of decent enough Shadow Shaman hexes. You know, we've got some snakes coming out, but I don't think there was any damage done onto the high ground with any of these snakes. Even the push that they did take the tier 3 tower with, that was all SF. They don't have the...
That
this
was
pretty
good.
yeah.
That was good. Yeah, I was feeling so good about their chances here because, like, I did not like this shaman in the beginning of the game. I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, this lane top is an absolute disaster. Like, typically you have to pair the brood with something more aggressive, like a hoodwink, and the shaman just was not doing it for me. But this man, he found his farm. He had a blink pre-20 minutes, which I think was great considering the state of the game. He was playing these side lanes super hard. You know, you saw SF playing with him, getting like little Shadow Blade ults off on people. I thought that things were going well, but yeah, no, late game, I think it just all fell apart a little bit. And honestly, I think I'm not actually against Shaman.
Well, it was completely uncontested up until this day. Now, Winter Wyvern is the only hero left in the entire pool that hasn't been touched at all. But one thing I also found interesting is the contrast of these support performances. One team has Shadow Shaman, you know, who has some viability as the game goes later in terms of his disable potential. But one team has Enchantress. And my god, the damage output that comes out of this hero, we're seeing it game after game. We're starting to see more and more here why this hero is valued as highly as it is within the region.
And Axe Disruptors.
I mean, these heroes, they just scale really well, especially when they just get to use their spells. I still think Setsu would be my MVP for the game with how he played in teamfights and what he did. And I think to go back to the Rasta, I feel like this hero, it looked good enough to me. In the early game, I feel like the way they lane top, it didn't only have to do with him. I feel like JT was kind of feeding it up a little bit. You know, it happens. Maybe next game it won't. But I feel like the way that they took like these second and third Roche fights, you just can't really do that. You smoke into the enemy jungle at like 30, 40 minutes. You need to take the outpost. Like you can, if you take it and you die, then you can buy back. But instead, you know, they take use of that. Setsu played phenomenally. I think his item build is probably close to perfect. And yeah, I mean, they just deserve this win.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Another thing that we actually got to see out of the situation here, Sheep, is they let the Broodmother through on the side of Vici Gaming, right? They banned out Death Prophet and Beastmaster, knowing that those are JT's best heroes. They allow him to play this Broodmother. It's only his 5th career game on the hero. Now that they were able to defeat it fairly convincingly, not just throughout the game, but also in the laning phase, this gives them a fairly big draft advantage going into game 2. They do not have to worry about this. On the other side, though, BAB, new, doesn't also play the Broodmother.
BAB.
Stop calling it BAB. I swear to God, I'm going to start screaming every time you do it.
How do you do this in your
We should make up names for other players, too.
Yeah, I'm going to... Setsu's name is now...
ZU.
ZU. Sure. Man, I love ZU. This guy's my MVP for
This guy's great.
But I really want to see them like, do they have to ban Brood now if you're on the side of Extreme Gaming? Or do they pick it again, given that it didn't really work out for themselves in game 1?
I did not like it, the way they played it. He didn't seem comfortable on it.
Yeah.
So I probably would just ignore it. I mean, there have been teams that have just ignored this hero. I don't know how good Vici are on it. But yeah, I don't think they should play it again. It's not like
it looked very shaky. I think even like from the lane, sometimes they went in the lane when they shouldn't really, and then even afterwards, like I think Extreme, their map play was pretty good in the mid game, but it didn't have much to do with the Brood. It was more about the SF and the Shaman. But yeah, the Brood, it looked shaky. So I think you can scrap it.
Yeah, it's like also, oh yeah, you could ban the Monkey King to try and avoid that lane matchup again, but then something else will get through. Like there's quite a fair few Brood matchups, and most Brood players that are really good at the hero know how to play against them. And it did not seem like JT could.
Yeah, it's only his 5th game on the hero, so we have to cut him a little bit of slack on this one.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
he's probably scrim, bro. Come on, man. He's probably scrim.
No, he's only played 5 times ever.
The hero
the scrims aren't the same,
you
know. Real games are much different, you know?
Yeah.
Very often we find these teams that do really well in their scrims. For example, last tour, Aster Aries, according to Team Aster, looked really good in their scrims. Play the real games, and things are much more shaky in that particular regard. So right now, for Vici Gaming, they 1 game up. This is a game that they need, and I think one of the things that's interesting about these matchups is when one team needs a win more than the other. We saw, for example, yesterday, IG, they needed the win to go to the major. For LGD, it's like, DPC points, cool, nice, we need that, but we're probably getting to TI regardless. But for IG, they were just much more hungry. They got the W. When we spoke to Super, their coach as well, earlier today, he was mentioning hunger as a drive to win. Right now, Vici Gaming, they do seem a lot hungrier. With Fly as well, I think the other day, Naga performances, not great. Today, they were a lot more active on the map, and I think I want to see them play this style a bit more, not this super heavy farm for him where he can't get involved in the same fashion.
Oh yeah, I actually loved some of their moves. Like the Monkey King going solo, killing Brood top lane, and then instantly TPing to bot lane, smoking with Disruptor and going for the Ursa kill. That was sick. When I saw that, I was like, these guys are like, they want this win today, man.
Yeah, I was like, this guy's on point, because first of all, the way that they lane together, and then sometimes you can also be like, okay, I'm owning this Brood so hard, I kill him 4 times, 5 times, I want to stay here. But he gets the kill, and it's like, it's this snappy decision making that's like really high skill, and that makes it so fast and so good. I think that was really good. The only thing I would like them to think about is their mid game and some of their fighting. Because when he did walk up that high ground and he got Hex into Recurrent, I was like, like this game could turn.
Well, the game did not turn negative for the side of VG Gaming. It went in their favor for game 1, so their Div 1 hopes still remain. We're going to be seeing whether or not they have what it takes to ensure that they make it a 2-0, or if Extreme Gaming will yet again go 2-1 at the very end of the series here. We will find out very shortly exactly what happens after a very small break, so don't go anywhere. Dota action resumes in just a moment.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome one and all. We are back again to witness game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and the side of VG Gaming. VG one win away from forcing tiebreakers to remain in Division 1, erstwhile Extreme Gaming one win in the series away from forcing tiebreakers at the top of the leaderboard. We're going to be seeing very shortly the draft between these two squads. Sheep, do we want any adjustments from these teams outside of the Broodmother for the side of Extreme Gaming where they didn't look particularly comfortable? Is there anything else you feel they should change up if they want a Game 2 victory?
I'm not too sure. Maybe you could look at perhaps the support duo. It gave a lot of tempo, I think, early on to Vici. That's something you can think about. Other than that, pick something you're more comfortable with that your players thrive in, I think. And other than that, then let the gameplay do the rest.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with everything that Vici managed to get their hands on. It's hard to like ban out supports nowadays without putting all your all the first 4 bans like going into supports. I think I've seen a couple teams end up doing that against each other, but otherwise it's like, I mean, yeah, okay, we see Extreme doing it. You can't see it, chat, but we
you
can
will.
see it.
Spoiler alert.
You will soon.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, there's this disruptor already getting banned. Because then you also see like the Undyings and stuff that are still very good and will help your team, and that usually gets passed
It does
around.
make the game like very different,
Yeah.
as you were saying. So I was saying, yeah, sure, it's something you can think about. I don't know how good it is in theory to do that because, I mean, the reason you see all the cores banned out is because some of them are very busted in the patch.
Yeah.
Brood, Nature's Prophet, some Beastmasters, Death Prophets, you know, all of these heroes. So when you do ban these supports first, it means that all the rest is still in the pool.
I mean, I do want to see them not ban the Rubik that we saw last game. Extreme Gaming chose to ban that out, giving away the Enchantress. And Enchantress, I feel like Rubik would not have been able to do that in a game like this, right? The game scales, the damage output that came from this hero would not be possible from the Ench. So going into game 2, we'll see if Vici get their hands on the Rubik again. The last time that they've had it available, they went, when they played into Ench, they went like Rubik Undying, and that didn't necessarily work out for them. So we'll see what the option is from them. They have the second pick. Like you guys mentioned, they have Enchantress and the Disruptor banned out by Extreme Gaming. Vici have removed DP and the Beastmaster yet again. So one team gets the Mirana on their hands. I mean, Mirana, it looked decent enough for DY. It is the hero that DY has played the most, so I think he's just most comfortable on this at this point in the tour.
I do think the idea of banning 2 supports works better when you are playing with first pick, right? Because you get the really cool core at the end of the first phase. So I'm guessing, yeah, I actually do like the switch up a bit. CM, that was banned in second phase last game.
Yep.
I guess it's like, don't pick Brood. We'll teach you a lesson again.
They know. Now they have their CM. I mean, I feel like they're probably not too afraid of it if Extreme were to pick it here. One other thing about banning the 2 supports is, so I mentioned before that I feel like Extreme want to play a little bit like Tundra. Most of the time when we've seen Tundra lose is to very early game aggression because it shuts down the way you want to play because you don't really get to play the map because you're behind. So maybe, you know, banning out these early game supports could be pretty good for them. As Vici, they're going to take the Doom in the first 2. They've won with this hero quite a lot before. I mean, I would say I feel that the hero is a bit better now than I used to think like a couple weeks back perhaps, but it's still very volatile when you do pick it this early on.
Speaking of a volatile hero, Lycan, although it does look very good in general, it tends to look a lot better the deeper into the draft it gets picked up. So somewhat surprising here that it gets dragged into the game this early on. Do you think they were just scared of JT's heroes, like all the zoos being banned after this?
I want to say no.
He has a big hero pool, right? As well.
Yeah, I guess. I've literally spent the last 2 days in North American hell, and like Shopify and GSM are just picking this hero like every single game.
Yeah.
So I'm super like Lycaned right now. Like my mode is just like Lycan, let's friggin' go.
Seems normal to me.
That's great, love it. I've seen it 800 times at this point. Yeah, I do actually like the hero a lot. I think it's a little weird into CM, obviously, because you want to go that Helm usually, and then she's just gonna like eat it, you know, with Frostbite.
Yeah. Same with Doom in a way. I mean, you have the high tempo against the hero, which is cool, but he can just eat your creep.
It's slightly weird. There's a lot you can do though. Like when I watch Saberlight play it, what's nice is the ability to use your wolves to like drag the waves and kind of allow your support to move around the map a bit. And also when you do get the Helm, you have the option of like sending the Helm and the wolves to mid, and then you have impact on mid while you're still farming bot. And I think CM, you know, she can't be in both lanes. She either has to pressure you or deal with your creep.
I think Lycan is also one of these heroes where you can be very creative. I mean, you must be able to when you can pick it into like 2 soft counters in a way where you talk about you can scout with the wolves, you can block some camps. Also, you can play on a lot of vision with the Mirana Lycan. It makes your map very nice. You have Moonlight, and suddenly it doesn't really matter that you have hero-to-hero matchups because you kill one guy here, you kill one guy there, and it's like they don't know what the hell's going on.
I mean, we saw this yesterday from JT when he played this Lycan. He was amazing at just finding vision all across the map. He even started the game with a young courier kill onto Monet's courier, like dragging Lycan wolves into the base. It was really fun to watch. So it's probably after yesterday's performance, they were like, alright man, listen, you're good enough on this hero. You'll allow it early on.
Yeah, the vision from the wolves is absolutely insane. You know, I saw which was actually kind of fun in one of the games in NA was they picked the Lycan into a Rubik, and the Rubik stole the summoned wolves, summoned a wolf. He then Helm of the Dominated Rubik's wolf, and then nearly killed their support with it.
I'm not surprised.
That was the most Giga Chad wolf I've ever seen in my life.
Was that Saber Chad or Kasane? That sounds like Saber Chad.
It was Saber Chad.
Yeah.
Saber Chad.
Yes,
That sounds like a
sir.
Saber Chad play. What's funny about Saber Chad, last season when we spoke to him, he was mentioning that he stole Lycan tech from Kasane. So
Oh, I remember that.
And I heard 3-3 say he stole Beastmaster tech from Kasane. So apparently this guy is pretty good at the zoo.
And I also stole tech from Kasane. It's mine now. He doesn't have it anymore.
Damn. Straight up stole it.
Yeah.
Alright, so this game, we see Vici Gaming, they do not ban out the Lion, right? They take away the Nyx Assassin, Lone Druid has been removed as well. They still have Storm Spirit in the pool somehow, or taken away from the pool. So no Spirits for this game. Setsu will have to play something different. It's kind of annoying for him that he doesn't have the Ember Spirit because Ember and the CM in the same team feels very good for the Ember Spirit. So what else looks good here? They get the Snapfire. Is this going to be just their standard 4 position playing with the Doom lane?
Probably. I would say so. I think Vici, it's not super easy yet to say what they want since they do have the counter picks, but when you look at the way Extreme want to very likely play the game, you need heroes that can play the map, that help you close the map or help you to be able to respond. Because if Extreme get to just finish their draft, they're going to try to split you up and then keep you that way and just slowly try to win. Whereas for Vici, it's going to be about the fact to just negate that. Have good lanes and then have heroes that shut down that type of playstyle.
They also looked like they were setting up for, they looked like they were setting up for a puck into the Lycan with the Snapfire, having all that damage into a coil. With Lion, I think that is a lot scarier now.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh.
They really want to win. Kaka Lion, Paparazzi Pango, JT Lycan, DY Miranda. My God, okay. All right, they're out here.
Oh, I like that. I've been a big fan of the TA. I really like the shard. I just think it's so hard
good
to play against.
It's
it's
so
insane. Like you're playing Mirana Lion, these two supports have to be treading on thin ice. You need someone to be getting a gem. It is so stressful. You play against this, you need like a gem at 20 minutes. But it's like, are you tanky enough to be able to hold one and carry it around? Right now on two supports, probably not. Like you're gonna have to slap it on one of these cores, and then they're probably gonna end up getting doomed in a fight. Like I think it is a hard game to hold the gem.
I think also something that's really underrated about TA is the fact that, I mean, traps give a lot of vision.
Yeah.
So like seeing these heroes, and you have the straight up physical damage into the Pango roll, which is cool. The only thing that is maybe a little worrisome in a way is that Extreme could try to run you over. Because they have like this Pango's gonna roll at you, Lycan's gonna run at you. So for Vici, they're gonna have to do good in their lanes and pick a last pick on mid that can help them stabilize this.
Yeah.
We shall see what that last pick is going to be. For Extreme Gaming, one thing that DY does tend to do, it tends to buy a gem really, really early when the opportunity does arise. So if they do get off to a hot start, I imagine that that's going to be a priority numero uno. So what do we need next year? Extreme Gaming, they have a carry pick that they still need to find for Ghost, and then Vici Gaming probably going to be responding with the mid hero unless they want to flex as Templar Assassin. So what stands out to you, Sheep? Of what's left in the pool, what would you want to be playing in the safe lane if you're Ghost here?
You're Ghost right now.
I'm Ghost.
What do you want?
Oh my god.
You have to wait losses as well.
Alright.
Does Ghost even play? Lone Druid is banned, he would have liked that.
He plays TA, Drow, played a game of Bloodseeker, plays Anti-Mage.
Not anti-mage.
I don't know, I'm trying to like think about what I need. Because I think their lineup feels slightly weird.
They might want another hero that helps them go into the fight. I feel like right now when you play this Pango Lycan, you want a hero that also tries to win the fight within like 10, 15 seconds. So like you go in with them, you make it, so it's not just your Pango and Lion going in. So I'm thinking of some, I don't know, Chaos Knight doesn't feel great into these supports, but I think it could fit their draft. I don't know if they want some range carry. I feel like it doesn't really fit the bill, but
yeah, Wraith King just got banned.
Yeah.
Like, we could just go straight up like Doom counter.
yeah.
It might go Drow here for Ghost. I don't particularly like it that much, but it doesn't feel the worst in the world. The lane's okay versus the Doom. They might want to push faster as well.
I could have
Maybe
seen
if they want to
profit
push
ban.
faster, they could just throw in a Luna and YOLO it.
I could have seen the
Luna.
natures. I can see Luna. I don't know. I personally would like CK. I don't think that's the best pick. There must be something better, but it's what's coming to mind for me right now.
You want to see heroes? Look, I got
Yeah.
100 heroes here.
Ooh,
Dealing
baby,
them.
100 heroes.
He's probably also traumatized after last game, so I doubt we're going to see the Ursa coming out. He's like, hashtag not again. Alright, there's the CK.
There's still something wrong with it. I feel like it fits their draft, but there's still, it's volatile.
You want me to bat for it instead? Alright, boys. CK, Mirana lane, stun
Yeah.
into stun. We getting mad kills everywhere.
I'm going in with my cores.
We're gonna get so much goddamn money, then we're gonna start ulting. We're gonna send the illusions. Bam, bam, bam. Cutting waves. Farming up harder.
yeah.
Top of the network.
Okay.
Feeling myself. My Pango's rotating to my lane. We're getting more kills. Now we're invading their triangle. What are they gonna do? Kick us out? Absolutely not. There's a Doom farming with a Midas somewhere. And GG. Yep.
Easy clap.
Alright.
Yep.
So
You
now,
really sold me on the idea I had. Thank you.
Alright. Sheep stick spitting on the panel. Spitting stick out here.
My god, look how many stuns they got. On God, how do you play Dota 2, the
1,
video
2,
game?
3, 4. They have 5 stuns.
5
And then Lycan
stuns.
gets a Centaur, you have 6 stuns.
That's like so
There
many
we go.
stuns, man.
Alright,
And
so
Vici,
what do
they're
we want
just-
from Vici from the mid lane then to try and deal with all of the stun
A
that's coming
Baron,
out?
obviously, is like no other thing you can do. There's
Shield it
so
up. Just
many
heal.
stuns.
Heal, chill. I mean, I need something that helps them. Right now, they're TA Doom. They just want to chill and farm for like 20 minutes.
So you want something that's going to go in a little bit and make things happen for the squad?
Something that can bring the supports together or counterplay.
Alright.
That's
So
not
they're
the one.
flexing the TA.
That's not what I had in mind.
What?
So wait, is Doom
Is
going
it
mid?
Doom
Mid
carry?
Undilo?
Or no, it's TA mid. Doom, is
Doom
going
carry.
carry. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Fly Doom. He used to do this every now and then back on the IG roster. Usually when they would do this, it'll be under these kind of conditions where they put Morphling or TA into the mid lane for emo, and then he's the actual win condition of the game. Fly is just like the sort of utility from the safe lane. So they have 2 beefy boys on the side lanes. There's TA from the mid. How do we feel about this here, Kezu? I mean, these are heroes that you play a lot, right? There's Doom and the Underlord especially. How do you feel?
I can see the idea. You put this Doom carry into Lycan where you should lane okay, and then you can kind of defend the tower because you can always just snatch his creep and eat it. I think Extreme need to try to play on a high tempo because they should get outscaled against Underlord Doom. I'm gonna slightly favor Vici simply of a feeling. I don't know if that's correct, but yep,
Alright.
that's my call.
Sheep, you are betting for all of the stuns that came out right now from Extreme Gaming.
Okay,
They have 20
I'm
stuns.
a massive Underlord simp, so I'm kind of like, I love that hero, but you know, I just hype these guys up. I ain't gonna drop them now. I got my boys. Let's go Extreme.
Let's go. You have 20 stuns.
Tie it up.
It's too easy.
100 million stuns.
Hey, all right, so
How
we've
do you
got
counter that?
Kezu, you know, backing the Underlord. We've got Sheepstick backing her boys on the side of Extreme Gaming. We have to send it over to our boys to find out exactly what happens in this game number 2. And the boys in question are the Boss Spitting B-Cup and the Lyrical Lacoste. Take it away, boys.
Well, that's the other caster. Like,
Yeah.
I can't be Lyrical Lacoste. Or if
Stealing
he,
names.
Yeah, or next time he throws, he needs to use Lacoste when Lyrical is on the mic.
the Lacoste lyrical.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's wearing Lacoste at that time. I feel like, yeah, you're just out here stealing names. Can you steal his charm?
Maybe. We'll see. Maybe I can steal... Maybe Vici can steal another win here with this draft. I definitely didn't expect them to put Doom on the safe lane when Underlord came out. I thought they might flex Underlord potentially to a mid lane. But yeah, a bit of a different one. Fly on Doom. They want to hit slightly earlier timing. Hopefully, Doom from the safe lane is not going to go for hand of Meteor Hammer. He might. He actually might. I don't think it suits the playstyle you want to go as a carry Doom, but we'll have to see.
What is the playstyle when you're carrying on Doom? I thought it was going to be like carry TA mid Underlord offlane Doom. But it did not go that way.
I can't believe Kaka's playing Lion again.
Yo, you called it last game. You're like, yo, he plays Shadow Shaman and Lion.
No,
What does he do? Shadow Shaman
There
and
was a
Lion.
third hero that also got banned. It was his Nyx Assassin. It was a pretty good Nyx Assassin game, playing into Snapfire, playing into Doom. Easy setup, especially against Snap. You can't use Mortimer's Kisses. Kaka with that Earth Spike.
Yeah, they're never going to let
That's
him
Ravage
play.
coming.
Yeah, two-man stun. Star Storm Yang, the one eating another stun. So Vici right back into the dead Yang strats. So there it is right away. Ooh, and another bounty. So it's 2 for 2.
Speedy Underlord will pick up 2 bounty runes on top.
290 speed, yeah. Moving real quick.
Has Rate Band. Not the item build we've seen on Underlord. Usually it's something different, a bit more stats. Magic 1, 3 branches into tangos, but wants to be able to have some sustain, some... So you can soak up these right clicks from DY and also Ghost.
I'm really trying to think what this lane does over bottom. Like, Fly on the Doom with a Crystal Maiden. Are you getting any kills in this lane? Are you able to do anything but farm in this lane? Or really, you just kind of need to survive with what Kaka is doing with the Earth Spikes and the Wolves hitting at you?
It's definitely not a killer lane at the start, but once you start to get more levels, start to put points in Scorched Earth, 2 points in Scorched Earth, 1 point in Noah, 1 in Frostbite, should be enough to secure a kill, especially if Kaka misplays his Earth Spike. If it doesn't connect, the chase potential is there. He's bringing something on the courier, but a Sentry Ward, so it's just gonna be that for now. Doom, Ring of Health queued up in his quick buy. Uh-oh.
Yeah, uh-oh is right. We are sort of okay with Meteor Hammer on the off lane Doom, but safe lane Doom Meteor Hammer, I'm kind of worried.
It's a good stats. I really can't blame him even if he goes for that, because we talked about different playstyle. Once you pick up that Meteor Hammer, Kaka will get a deny here.
Yeah, just watching some Frostbites out bottom.
For the temple.
See if maybe there's an early point in an Inferno Blade or something like that if you want to keep up and get a quick little stun. Relying on Setsu to have a really good game too, because I think TA is the real carry in this game.
Definitely feels like it. Setsu so far off to a great start. Good matchup against Pango. You get the denies. Pango needs to be careful about the side blades harassment. At the top lane, this is what I'm looking at right now. FY on Snapfire and also Neo on Underlord. Vanguard queued up. So far, so good for Underlord, sitting at 11 CS, make it 12. Once you get to that Vanguard, you're going to be, I'd say, almost unkillable for the next couple of minutes unless they bring 3 heroes, Rolling Thunder. Definitely something you need to worry about. And then Crimson. Like Crimson plus Guardian Greaves, I think that's the build on Underlord this game. You're playing into Lycan CK illusions. You want to tank up as much as possible. And we've seen Crimson Guard even take it over in some of these games, like getting priority over the other two.
We've seen some Underlords do great things, I will say. We've seen great plays with the Dark Rift, or the, the Fiend's Gate.
It's Portal. I hate portals.
Yeah. You not play Portal?
No, that was a Witcher reference, but yeah. Underlord has Ring of Health available. Arrow, FY will tank it.
Yeah, kind of jumps in front of Neo. Firestorm doing some good damage. And the Starstorm, they'll still get the kill onto FY, but they lose JT at the same time.
This is the timing that we talked about. 2 points in Scorched Earth, a point in Crystal Nova, a point in Frostbite. So they run him down. Okay, Fly not going for Meteor Hammer. First rotation from Kaka. Will be on the mid lane. Just 1 point in Earth Spike, level 3, still keeping 2 points. And I see Vanguard on Fly.
I like that. I'm okay with that. Double Vanguard in this game.
Value.
See how that goes. And he was having a decent time at 16-2, but would definitely like to see him start getting more farm and maybe a little bit more damage out onto these heroes. JT has to be careful standing into the Scorched Earth, and Yang is always ready to throw a Frostbite in on him. That's exactly what they do, and JT already down to about half health, so he needs to figure out his positioning in this lane, as they're going to TP this Lion top. 2-second stun, Kaka moving forward, Scatterblast, and FY going to try and run from this fight. But there's the Hex, the Reality Rift, as well as the Earth Spike. New throws down a Firestorm. DY taking some damage, but they can't get the kill onto the Mirana. Now they've got a 2-second stun onto FY. With a Scatterblast and some right clicks, they still can't get DY. He'll instead kill FY.
Good rotation from Kaka. Understands that he can't really play with Lycan in this bottom lane. There is no pressure that he applies to neither Doom nor Crystal Maiden. So he TP's top, they get 2 kills. Good way to like split the map. And now if he stays top for another minute, DY will deny. DY means deny yourself. Gets a deny in the end and will TP top. Maybe he TP's mid, refill Paparazzi's bottle, comes to the top lane one more time.
So Yang coming over and will deward. Set to level 6 before Paparazzi is. And Fly, by the way, skipping off that Vanguard and looking towards a Midas first.
Too good of a start to skip on Hand of Midas. We'll have it in 200 gold. This is 6.5 level, 6.5 minutes Midas. Paparazzi, bottle gets refilled. Rune is spawning. Let's see where it's going to be.
JT might be in some trouble bottom, as they're going to go here for the Snapfire, kill off FY. JT is also going to die. And that's to Fly, which will give him the completed Midas.
That's such a great start for Doom. Has Thunderclap as well. Doesn't want to die with his Death Throw power. Such a cool spell name.
Death Throw. A T-H-R-O-E. Okay. Just forget the W. Ghost. Going Armlet, no surprise. But Neo's the one who's kind of been shut down a little bit. He's 300 gold behind JT, and he's not having a fun time. He just showed up. Cookie and Paparazzi's here. Starstorm, they get the kill on Neo again. So Paparazzi with the wall to his left will bounce around on the Snapfire, and they get 2 kills again in this lane.
I like how they wanted to give Paparazzi last hit because he made a rotation, uses TP. And this might be some serious damage onto towers. This is also second death on Underlord. Does have TP available, but does not feel comfortable TPing into the lane because they find him. 1 stun. Panel did talk about million stuns on Extreme Gaming. And Yang?
Wolves?
Do we have potentially stats for Wolves? How many Wolves have we killed or how much gold he's fed with the wolves? Because I feel like we're close to 500-600. Every single time he summons
600
them.
wolves?
600 gold. Yeah, that's a bit too much.
I thought you were gonna give the number of wolves. I was not expecting that number.
Because I saw him like feet away. They get close. Frost Nova, sometimes Frostbite, Scorched Earth. He even claps them because he does have mana. Level 6 Doom. Ulti is available. JT getting closer to his level 6, but doesn't really have a hero to play with.
Yeah, he's looking for this helm and then the upgrade, but kind of not really happening for him too quickly. Though Niu having a much worse off lane. Double damage bottom. And we'll
Still
be
sitting there for 20 seconds. They are potentially trying to bait it, but go the other way around. Kaka will place a deep observer ward. They won't fly.
trying to slow down his progression, especially since he's picked up this Midas and is top of the net worth by only 700 gold with the Midas, but
he knows something is up.
Wolves are following. He's into the trees for a moment. Paparazzi and Kaka. Ooh, good juke. Wow.
That's an outplay. He also
Yeah.
does Hand of Midas, so this Centaur Conqueror, he's keeping the distance.
And they defend this
Massive
tower.
Midas, come on, use it. Get in, cut down that tree.
If he uses
He
it, he
wants
might
Doom.
just die. There it is. So he uses it, and now they go to the Rolling Thunder. JT off to the side. FY's here. Scatterblast doesn't really do anything, but he will get another Wolf. This Courier is also low. Paparazzi's Rolling Thunder will end with a Swashbuckle, and he'll survive.
Fly. Seems like he doesn't care too much about it. Two big ultis expended on their side. They get nothing. Defensive rotations. Ooh, Yang.
And Malice? Or Spike, and Yang will survive. He's trying to help out Niu, but I don't know if that's going to happen, especially with Paparazzi being here again. Niu's kind of tanky with the Vanguard, throws down another Firestorm, but Paparazzi, he's got his sight sets on Yang if he starts to bother them again. Niu's just too tanky for these three heroes with that Vanguard and runs away from the fight.
I'm getting some Chinese Dota 1 flashbacks right now. There was a time in like 2007, 2008 when Chinese Dota was so ahead of the time. They were unkillable, building Vanguard on every single hero. So we've seen like 3-4 Vanguards. Templar Assassin, of course, not gonna go for one. Times have changed over the past 15, 16 years. But still, 2 Vanguards. We see this Doom and Underlord having one, which means that they're not gonna die. Like, you see the power of the item. 3 heroes rotate, 2 points in aura. Still not enough to bring anyone. Not able to kill a single hero.
So Setsu decides to go to the Blink first on TA. We've seen other builds that include Dragonlance before the Blink, but he's having a real good time to the point where he does go for that Blink Dagger first. Oops. Moonlight Shadow. Fly again, using these trees to his advantage. They get the kill on the Yang, but he's still on the run. Paparazzi's also here, and he's keeping himself to the left side of the lane so he can walk away from these heroes. So despite the fact that it's 8-2, it is a 2,000 net worth lead for the side of VG.
They're splitting the map nicely. There's always someone farming on a different side of the map. Fly. And Doom is available, but we'll need to let this one go. On the other side, you have Niu, who is level 7 on Underlord, 4 points in Firestorm. This Pit of Malice and Firestorm is going to be so much damage and so much control against Lycan. His units and CK plus the illusions.
So taking out that OBS, and well, don't really need all of that to see the non-stacks that are here. DY will leap down to the low ground. Almost Deso for Setsu. So he's close to that, and we'll see if Setsu kind of jumps off the starting line to start fighting once he picks up this item.
It's a bit of a
kind of elusive on Extreme.
Slower lineup from Vici Gaming, I would say. Templar Assassin needs to hit her timings. Underlord finally puts a point in Fiend's Gate, so he will be able to join these fights. Snapfire, we still haven't seen Mortimer's Kisses being used. There isn't that like position 4 that Snapfire or 5 that Snapfire can play off.
I'll put that money to good use.
Templar Assassin doesn't provide you with stun. It's not like a puck, it's not tiny.
Also, Setsu is level 12. Well, that level difference is insane.
12 against Pangolier, who's level 8, so 4
Wow.
levels ahead.
That's so much. I didn't. Wow. Okay. Ooh, Courier? No, not traded. Oh.
We'll catch a glimpse of it.
All right.
Easy
well, Yang
50.
loses his. Kaka with the Tumbler's Toy into the Earth Spike, Hex, Fiend's Gate. Kaka, now you're in trouble. They've got the Frostbite. Arrow will hit onto the Underlord. Kaka getting low and throws the finger at Yang, but doesn't get the kill. Fly coming around the back, but they've got every hero here. He's trying to survive. Mortimer's Kisses. Oh, Fly dying out. Oh, just cannot run away. The Wolves on him now on FY as JT comes in, avoids the arrow, but Niu will drop. 3 heroes down to the side of Vici. Setsu trying to do all he can. Deters them a bit. The Warpine Raider just running forward at him. And the Snap and TA will survive, but it's good kills for Extreme Gaming.
No Doom being used. Also a bit of a late Pit of Malice coming in, if he even used it, because they were waiting. They thought Lion is dead anyway, so they don't drop it immediately. They thought it's going to be enough. Arrow hits. No Pit of Malice.
Ronzi, they were expecting him to walk up the steps. Instead, they'll grab 100 gold off the Warpine Raider. That'll push Setsu into the Desolator. All right, maybe with a Deso, Setsu could have done more in that last fight. He was a little bit away from it.
He was thinking about joining, but then again, does not want to kill his own game. If you die there, your Deso is going to be coming in slightly later. Now Deso is done, plus Blink Dagger, 14 minutes into the game. Still a great timing. In terms of kills, Vici Gaming hasn't really managed to provide many kills. It was mostly about farm coming out from Templar Assassin, because she farms pretty quickly, and this Hand of Midas inflated. Doom level 10, Vanguard online, going into BKB next.
Yeah, he's got the Blink looking for the War Stomp, so looking to have that control with the BKB. He'll be a lot more confident jumping into these fights. He's about to be surpassed by the Templar Assassin, who's also going to the BKB, so this could be a timing for Vici, depending on how quickly they get these items. Setsu's able to clean up a creep wave like that, though. Gold's going to be coming pretty quick to him. So there goes the tier 1 top. More gold for Setsu. TP's in a little bit late.
Moonlight Shadow available in a couple of seconds, but sitting on top of the trap at the moment. Kaka, Observer Ward has been placed down.
Setsu blinking away. FY with a Scatter Blast going around the trees, and ooh, the arrow not going to connect, but it's not going to matter. Ghost pulls him in. They've got the finger. They'll get the kill onto FY.
Maybe they could have turned things around. Underlord, Fiend's Gate was there to try to scare them off. Maybe he joins Crimson Guard. They could have blown up Lion. 2 hits from Templar Assassin should be enough.
Yeah, instead they were just a little bit concerned about what was following him up, right?
Yeah,
like,
they didn't have any vision, so they didn't know if there's going to be a whole squad showing up. So that's why they decided to take the sacrifice.
Yang is not having a good time. He frostbites one wolf, another wolf's running at him.
Scratching his head. Guys, I need some help.
Help me, please. And like you said, Niu picks up that King Crimson Guard. And going into a BKB of his own.
Ooh, interesting choice. Wants to be able to frontline for his team. I think Doom does the same thing once he gets the BKB. Maybe wants to get Aura instead. Could change his mind. I would love if like you get a Power Treads and then you start to scale with Underlord, but he's not off to a great start. Yang again.
Yeah.
These wolves.
Telling you, it's the dead Yang strat that we've heard about so many times. Right now, dead 4 times. 0 kills. But Niu, as much as he's had this lane to himself, bottom, hasn't exactly recovered into what the liking of JT has.
That Vanguard came in slightly too late. Kaka with those early rotations left the lane while his Lycan was level 4. Punished the offlane from Vici Gaming.
Brigand's Blade for Vici.
We'll pass it on to Templar Assassin.
Who just about has the Mithril Hammer for the BKB. So the timing between him and Fly Flyer is together. Meanwhile, Niu, he's got enough for a Mithril Hammer, but he still needs an Ogre Axe and the recipe. And there's that build, that typical Kaka build. Blink Dagger, first item.
Wants to be able to position himself, get that initiation going. Earth Spike maxed out. 3 points in mana drain. No finger. Okay, 1 finger stack. Never mind, he got it. The one on Crystal Maiden did not count, and now Yang again, scouted by those wolves.
Guys, help me, please. Taking a look at the odds from esportsbet.io, and it is slightly favoring Extreme Gaming. Not a surprise considering game number 1, but at the moment, with the net worth even and the way Extreme are playing, in my eyes, they seem like a bit heavier favorites in this second one.
For sure. No Deso charges on Templar Assassin, and seems like they want to look for a fight, take Roche. Man, leave me alone, like, for real.
Just always wolves on Yang.
Things are gonna be even more difficult now that Shard has been picked up by JT. So there's gonna be a wolf in a creep wave.
Oh no, more wolves. Just coming his way. They're gonna go to Roche.
That's a big one.
Was there a trap in Roche? They don't, I don't think they know about this at all.
Sentry has been placed down. They killed the Observer and the Sentry, plus the trap that was inside. Stealing first Roche from Templar Assassin could be huge. This hero does rely on momentum early on, wants to get those Deso charges online. No BKB yet on TA, so guess that they did not want to contest. It says 1k gold lead for Vici, but to me, this feels like 5k gold lead for Extreme Gaming.
Is that because of the lack of impact from Neo, you think?
It's just the item timings, I would say. Lycan, Helm of the Overlord. Sure, you do have Templar Assassin, but that's not her job to kill that creep, so that's going to be a big one. CK going into BKB can disassemble Echo Saber, which means that he's only Mithril Hammer away from it. Kaka does have his item, and also Paparazzi. I like the item build on him. No Blink Dagger, no shenanigans on Pangolier this time around, instead opting to go for Heaven's Halberd and finishes it 19 minutes. So the great way to cripple Templar Assassin, and also gives him a little bit more status resistance against Spit of Malice, so he can't get out of the trouble.
And there's the Halberd finish, so the double BKB comes in from Vici, but that won't matter if you're disarmed. So we'll see what TA can do. Now sitting top of the net worth, and they smoke. Even with this Aegis, they still are willing to fight with the fact that they've got these BKBs. Blink, Doom immediately used, but there's the Blink of the Hex. So that'll slow them down from getting the damage out onto Paparazzi. He's able to run away from the fight, or can he? They're gonna go onto the other side with the ult coming out from the Underlord. Yang throwing down that freezing field to get the kill on FY, as well as Yang rolling Thunder coming out from Paparazzi. Neo wasn't able to get into that ult, and well, he is gonna die. This fight goes horribly for Vici.
They also found TA.
And that is a big issue as they go and throw the finger on to Setsu. He's trying to run. Meld Strike, ooh, has to avoid the arrow, and that means he's dead.
No finger charge. I think that's what everyone wants to see. Lion with 15 charges, but Kaka is not about that. He wants to be able to control people, and Marana will pick up gem. We saw DY in the previous game, 2 gems that he bought. Also, big difference. Your position 5 does have mech available going into Guardian Grease. He will eventually farm it, finds Yang.
Oh, Yang. Yeah, just, you know, he is always watched by these wolves.
This should be a tier 2 tower. I don't see Vici Gaming contest this. Doom being thrown on Pango. Great stun counter initiation from Kaka, and DY even tips him.
I mean, once upon a time, there was dances with wolves, and, well, Yang, he just dies from wolves. Ghost, not a lot of mana to work with. Kaka, draining some mana.
22 armor Doom sitting underneath the tier 2 tower Vanguard, and also Crimson Guard pop from Underlord, literally not taking damage from CK and his illusions.
3k net worth lead here for Extreme as now Ghost surpasses Fly. I kind of was expecting this. Just lack of impact from safe lane Doom.
Yeah, this hero feels like he needs someone else to actually carry the game for him. So you kind of have 2 offlaners at the moment, 2 slower ones. Blink Dagger is available. Thunderclap might need to change the creep. Find that Centaur to have a bit more control against Pango once he decides to jump in. But the items on side of Extreme are starting to get there. Almost AC done on
Blink,
JP.
Earth Spike, Reality Rift, and the Rolling Thunder. And now they're going to jump in, throw a right-click, Moonlight Shadow, BKB, pop by Ghost. Now they're on the run. And Neo hasn't been able to do anything, and neither has Yang. Cookie just throws him deeper into the fight. He ends up dead. Blink, Earth Spike once again. Fly is caught.
Doom blinked in, no Doom for 2-3 seconds, tries to get something done, but seems like they don't have the answer. CK, as long as he's holding on to this Aegis, if he's the one getting the initiation, pops the Phantasm, you kind of don't want to take the fights. We talked about Setsu being off to a great start in this game, but still sitting at 0 Deso charges. 0-1-0, Templar Assassin eats the arrow.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Setsu, you can't die here. But he will. Ghost, now beyond godlike. He is 10-0-5.
And Ghost having a blast of a game. Holding Dagger of Ristal. This item is not used by many heroes, but on heroes that have some kind of a lifesteal, works real nicely.
Man, right now it is just the... story of the Ghost. And he is dominating this game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Level 16. You want to have those levels on CK. Level 18, have that extra Phantasm illusion. And also level 20, the big one. Reality Rift goes through magic immunity, so you can pull people back, reposition them.
What do you do here if you're VG? You don't have much of the map to work with. And now you're going to lose FY again. He is going to die here to Ghost, giving him 11 kills, and FY is 0-7-0. This might be one of the lowest performances I've ever seen from FY.
Yeah, this could be him finishing the game with...
No assists, no kills.
Literally. Crystal Maiden, 3 assists, involved in all 3 kills. Yang doing a good job. Things are difficult. Both supports, like something that I mentioned, like they don't have that hero to play with because Doom, he wants to farm. Same goes for Underlord. Might join with his portal, Templar Assassin. That one fight near the Roche kind of changed everything.
Yeah, Neo's gonna die again. Ghost with another kill. Neo's just kind of seeing his webcam. I think he's fed up with this game a little bit. But he knows it's not the end of the series, so he can kind of chuckle it off.
They haven't gotten a kill since the laning stage. I don't think they killed anyone in 15 minutes.
Take a look at that, I think, right? It's on the graph normally. Tower. Sentry wards are showing up as very... So, Fly killed Kaka. Yeah. All right.
I lied, but it's okay.
It's been a while.
It's been really a while since they got something done.
Yeah, that Fly killed Kaka was back at 12 minutes. So about half the game's duration since they got a kill. There really hasn't been much that they could do. I think the reliance was on Setsu to kind of get off and rolling, but that kind of slows down when Niu doesn't really have any gold. And, you know, his idea of getting into the fight with the Fiend's Gate and involving himself with some items under his belt just isn't there.
BKB now finished on him, so we'll have a bit more defense on his side. Just where's the damage gonna come from? I see Setsu investing in these smaller items, trying to get Crystallis, which is okay. Like, you just want to get the damage output. Early on, they definitely feel like they need damage. Doom also picking up the Shard. So, Level Death, aka known as Infernal Blade.
Level Death. DY Moonlight Shadow just running at them.
Yeah, if you want to play Doom, you need to know how to do math. With Shard.
Carry the
if you're bad at math, yeah, carry the 1 times 3 minus 4.
PEMDAS. You know PEMDAS?
PEMDAS, hype it up. They're underneath the
exponents.
Underneath the observer board.
Multiplication, division, addition,
Lanes are pushed in. Ancient Black Dragon,
doing
also
his job.
Shard. So every single creep wave does have a wolf in it. Now even the bottom lane is pushing in. Someone needs to address this.
It'll fix itself. It's fine. Right, guys? The second creep wave coming in, the whole team up top, nobody to be seen from the side of VG. Roshan up for another 30 seconds.
They respawn in game 3, yes.
All right.
Roshan, 15 seconds. You need to contest this. You also don't have like the greatest high ground defense other than Firestorm.
Fi. Yeah. They're back in. Fiend's Gate. BKB. Pop by Fly. That's killing Akaka. That's charges. That is the start of Deso charges. He got this item so long ago, but now he's finally got 2. Also, another Heaven's Halberd on Extreme.
How do you deal with that? Lycan, I think I said Assault Curious that's going to be finished 3 minutes ago.
Wolves just taking the
And
bottom
he
tier 3.
got the recipe, gets Heaven's Halberd, Ancient Ice Shaman, plus Wolves, buyback from Kaka.
Can they do this? Arrow? Can they get a Wolf to just deny this Aegis? Nope.
They're gonna let this one go.
And Aegis is gonna be there for Setsu. It's also gonna be the Shard. They're going to the Doom. It's on a Ghost. Now he's gonna be hit with the Mortimer's Kisses. They get the kill on a Ghost. They take it a 10-time spree. I mean, they really let this go, playing this super casually to get the top racks with the Ancient Ice Shaman.
And they also dealt more than 1,000 damage to tier 3 tower bottom. It's an okay trade. I mean, they could have maybe taken the Roche fight, the Ghost. No, BKB
Arrow.
got surprised by that Doom.
For Staff, and there's the kill on the FY. Finger thrown, BKB. Kaka surviving. Right clicks now onto the Marauder. DY surviving, and Sensu with the BKB getting low. He needs to run. The Pit of Malice lots up JT for a second. They don't get the kill on the Kaka. By the way, Fly took the Devour can target Ancient creep, so your Helm of the Overlord creeps just get eaten. And it's 250 gold.
That's one way to deal with it. It does have that Boots of Travel, so he can TP. But damage has already been done. These Wolves, the early shard pickup from JT has been on point. Double Heaven's Halberd, Lucky Shot. Templar Assassin, she can hit. When she's not in BKB, she cannot deal damage.
Yeah, he's not allowed to hit. Silver Edge picked up. As I mean, it's a 3K lead. Like that Aegis pickup, I feel like can be kind of huge here.
It could be. Now down to 2K gold lead, 3.5 minutes on that Aegis. Who picked up the shard? Because Doom had one. Maybe they gave it to FY. Because I don't think he had. Oh, never mind. Setsu has it for himself. Somehow I didn't manage to see it. Needs to be bigger for old people like me.
Need to be able to see it, right?
It should say picked up from Roshan or something.
You think so?
Yeah, I think that's a cool idea. Makes our job much easier.
It's already, you know.
Yeah, how are we gonna look stupid then if we have all the info?
I do it on the daily. Blink in, Hex, Reality Rift with the finger, Fly, bye-bye. See you later. They got him.
Oh, they might even catch FY here.
Arrow! Whoa! And gets the cookie up on the high ground.
They're still putting the pressure. They kill Doom. No buyback on him. Mid lane pushing in. Same goes for bottom. I don't think the creeps crossed the river in a long time. They're like in the river, but across the river, it's not happening.
That is a dangerous area across the river. Have you been there?
No, because there are crocodiles in the river.
This is Florida now. Neo. Just cleaning up the creep wave with the Firestorm. And Setsu now level 20, so he's picked up that meld dispels.
That's a good one against Lucky Shot. You can also break Pangolier, so no Lucky Shot will be there. You can break
JT's going Ags.
CK, so it's a lot of damage from that Chaos Strike. JT going Ags will bite Chaos Knight, might even bite Pango if Ghost is not available.
When you bite Chaos Knight, are you biting the horse or the guy?
Probably horse. You can't reach as a wolf, so you're gonna bite horse. Back legs, I would say.
That's kind of rude. DUI arrow, just following him with the wolf. One Deso shot won't do much. Not a lot of mana on Setsu. But he does have that Aegis. They're going to go over to the side. Neo going to be saved by that cookie, but pops the BKB. So does Ghost. So maybe they can go back into the fight as Fly Shiva's and his BKB, but doesn't want to jump. These wolves still a nuisance.
Another arrow.
Again. Yeah.
We'll use Meld, Dispel, Urn of Shadows. But we'll get caught.
Finger dead. Aegis gone. They got to turn this around. They'll go to the Fiend's Gate. They've got themselves a pit of mouse. It's going to be on the 2. The air spike's a little bit early with the BKB popped here by Setsu. Kaka half health after one shot, but he's able to get down to the low ground with that Force Staff.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're out. That's it. Fight over.
Chase potential is really not there. They need like some kind of a cookie. They need commitment with the BKB from Doom to land maybe a Vor Stomp. But now with that talent that you mentioned, Devour can target Ancients. He's having different abilities. Splash attack and also Fireball.
FY, oh no. Peter Malice on the 3, but FY rifted and killed. They're also looking at Neo. ETP's out. What can you do in this situation? It felt like Vici were kind of bringing it back, but it's hard for Setsu to position against all these Heaven's Halberds and these disarms. Like you said, he can't hit.
I
And
don't
pay
even
for that
know how
option.
you itemize against it. Maybe you need some extra Force Staffs. They disarm you. On like supports might need to disengage. JT does have enough gold to buy that Aghanims. Fly. Chasing him, easy 250.
Yeah, that's good gold. Juicy. Mwah.
They're still keeping things up pretty even. 3k gold lead for Extreme. Considering how fights are going, that like Vici Gaming doesn't feel like they can take the fights. Still getting a lot from the map.
Which is surprising considering there's always, like everything's always across the river at them. I don't think Extreme are doing a great job of like keeping them away from all these creeps and farm that they shouldn't really be able to get.
They farm extra wolves from Shard, so that's where the extra gold's coming from. Devour, Hand of Midas, and also
Whoa!
Helm of the Overlord.
Okay, Divine Rapier just coming out like that.
That's the damage. I love this type of a play.
I'm super down. Sometimes Divine Rapier, when it's in my pubs, I don't want it. But here we go. BKB's going to be popped by Fly. They've got the disarm. He can't hit. How many times do we have to tell you he's not allowed to hit? Fly, he's going to die to Ghost, so will Neo. And when you can't hit, you can't do damage, and the Divine Rapier just sits in your inventory and does nothing.
Lanes again. All 3 lanes pushed in. 0. Literally 0 damage. It's tough. Like, he commits. He gets disarmed. There's multiple rounds of disarms. Yang disappears.
What a magic trick. Buys back, gets pulled out of the Fountain's hat.
And JT using that bite on Ghost, who does finish off Scotty, has that level 20 talent that we mentioned. Reality Rifts goes through magic immunity. This is just gonna be mega creeps. They might not even take the fight with Divine Rapier, or they can try. He gets disarmed, they die.
Yeah, there they go. Rolling Thunder in. Paparazzi just moving forward, zoning him out. This is going to be mega creeps for sure. There's the disarm. He still can't hit. He just wants to throw right clicks, and they're not allowing him to. Lotus Orb on Fly. Here's the damage. Melt Strike. There's a kill
They
to
got him.
Paparazzi. Now he can hit. JT.
He's
trying
also
to
in
juke
trouble.
around, but TP, Infernal Blade. They'll keep him here, and they'll get another kill.
All
But
right.
it's mega creeps.
Still got disarmed in the end, but they will get the kill. For a second, I thought Lycan bit Crystal Maiden, because she's in the wolf form.
Could you imagine if you could do that? Bite any target.
At GG, Yang's
all
had
right.
enough. He's like, I don't want to be in this game
Divine
anymore. It wasn't
Rapier or
even.
not,
It wasn't
okay.
even him. They have Divine Rapier. Can't really blame them. Like, it was just a difficult game. Like, the start was good, and that one fight there, the Roche Pit, changed everything. They don't lock onto a target. They don't kill anybody. Templar Assassin still not ready to join. And after that, it snowballed so hard. They had no damage. They had no hero to play with the Snapfire. So Mortimer's Kisses were ready pretty much at always, but wasn't ever used until like 20 minutes into the game. And
Yeah.
Extreme Gaming just dominated. Ghost off to a great start. laning stage-wise, did everything he could. A lot of stuns. And again, Pangolier, Paparazzi. Love the itemization. The second item, Heaven's Halberd, made him more tanky. And also, the fights that Vici Gaming tried to go for, that like one Doom on Pango, no real follow-up, they disengage, Dark Portal does not connect. Third game, yeah, they still need to get that dub to stay in Division 1.
Yeah, I mean, for Extreme, that stayed super casual. You saw Kaka and Ghost just doing this move where they're just like, all right, whatever, game's easy. Well, they take game number 2. We're even at 1, and to break down this game and get us into game 3, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Ugh, we got you, and we have a game number 3 on our hands here. Vici Gaming do not manage to get the 2-0, so Extreme Gaming still keep themselves in contention to get themselves to the top of the leaderboard. What a game from Vici. Unfortunately, not enough. In the beginning, I'll be honest, I was like, it's looking okay, it's looking kind of decent, but as time went on, Sheep, your boys, you were right to back them all the stuns.
Of course, I knew exactly what would happen.
There are too many stuns, guys.
When I saw 18 stuns, I was like, there's no way. How do you play into that many goddamn stuns? And you know who had the best game? My man CK, okay? Relax, guys, relax. Pulling out all the carry stuffs, because this is it. Your whole team enables you to play on CK. This man could just fight and fight and fight, and he always had the strength to back it up.
Yep. Had a very high up-tempo game. And as she's saying here, Kezu, the fact that there's so many stuns around and there's so much control, the CK actually has a very easy time. By the time he enters the fight, doesn't have to really do too much. You press Ws, get on top of these heroes, and just boom, 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 boom. Hit by hit by hit by hit by hit. Felt like we could barely even reach him from the side of Vici Gaming.
I mean, I feel like they were kind of chilling. I also like how Extreme played in the early game. Like with the rotations from Kaka into the safe lane, I feel like it turned around the laning stage a lot. It all set them up for success. Also, the item builds that they went for against like this kind of solo carry of the TA, sure, they did have the Doom, but I feel like Flyfly had a bit of a hard time getting himself into the game actually, so them getting these halberds to play around this TA matchup and then the way they moved around the map this time around, I mean, actually, again, was just very good. I feel like Extreme, they're definitely impressing me a lot more in this mid game as opposed to Vici. I feel like that's where they really fall flat, especially in this game where they do another move, they just walk into a high ground ward with like, oh, I guess nothing bad can happen here.
Yep.
And then, bam, you're all dead.
Then all the heroes just die, they evaporate. And unfortunately for them on the side of Vici Gaming, not able to carry this to victory. Unfortunately as well, Sheep, I think the days of seeing TA being able to solo carry 1v5 in terms of damage output, kind of long behind us, right? Because in this particular kind of situation, yeah, there is a lot of setup, but if I'm comparing on the side of Extreme, they have multiple avenues of dishing out damage. FY is not the most reliable source of damage in a game like this because of how mobile some of these heroes are. Just felt really difficult for Setsu to do everything for his team, even with the Divine Rapier that we saw at the end.
I feel like that just applies to every carry in the world at this point.
Yeah,
If you have 4 heroes on your team that are having the worst games of their lives, no one can really win at that point. I honestly respect his ability to get farm. Like the fact he was top of the net worth on both teams was very impressive from Setsu. But yeah, it sucks when no one else can keep up. Again, I completely agree with you earlier. Like Kaka's rotations early, they were just everywhere on the map.
Yep.
And I think that is one reason why Vici are able to get farm right, because when you're moving a lot with your heroes and looking for kills, the enemy's trying to farm. But yeah, they did a really good job of just like moving everywhere. They're top, they're bot, they're just TPing everywhere. They're not giving any like room to breathe.
Yeah, I feel like Vici should look to address that. Maybe that's where their draft this time around is like too greedy. They're just super static with all the heroes. You have an Underlord here, a Doom there, and the TA mid. There's like no one that will really ever go with anyone else ever. Yeah. Unless you do very good in your lanes, and then they can like be free. But that didn't happen. And then Extreme, they're just ping-ponging around the map. Kill here, kill there, vision, free kill, arrow, stun. Easy game.
Also got lots of vision coming out. JT was a real monster just sending out these wolves. There's pretty much no time that I saw these wolves being static on their side of the map. It's always behind enemy lines, getting vision, forcing the supports to have to buy a constant amount of sentries because they knew they were being scouted all the time. And there were so many smokes that we saw them make that the moment they smoke up, they want to try and make something happen on the map. It's like, ha! You fools, we see you coming, know exactly what's happening.
Yeah, those wolves were so annoying. Like, the poor supports were just getting hounded by them. As well, like, his use of micro was great. We saw Vici have to make the decision, we really want this Roche, and then they ended up having to trade it for an entire rack.
Yeah,
you know, and while another tower in their base is being taken at the same time. Like, they getting, what is it? Is it the Ags that gives the wolves in the lane that spawn?
The shard.
The shard, yeah.
Oh, it's the shard? Yeah,
he got it pretty early on too this game.
Yeah.
That's the Kasane build.
They always had the waves
you
just
go.
pushing in. It was super annoying to deal with.
Yep, very annoying to deal with at the very end for the side of Vici Gaming. So they still have their Division 1 hopes hanging in the balance. Kezu, probability-wise, going into game number 3 of Vici being able to take it, especially in the mid-game?
38%.
38%. 38, what do you think about this?
39%.
39. Oh, wow. So far, Sheepstick has been 100% right with
She had
the
to one-up me.
predictions these last 2 days, except for this morning, you know. The outsiders from China shout maybe a little bit
Oh,
wrong.
that was,
it was a
a
good try.
misclick. That was a misclick.
Sure.
That was a mistake. Ah, okay.
My
I
bad,
see, I
guys.
see. I see.
Whoopsie
That was
daisy.
like picking Gyrocopter at TI, right?
Yes, exactly.
Happens.
Random.
Happens to all of us.
Yeah.
Well, in this position right now, Vici Gaming, they certainly need to make sure that they do not misclick going into game number 3, because if they do, they will be guaranteed relegated from the division. However, if they win, their work is not done just yet. They'll just force tiebreakers to remain in the division. However, they will deny Extreme Gaming the chance to lead the entire division at this point in time. We'll find out exactly what happens, who goes home, who stays in, who goes to the top, all this and more in game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Dota.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the China region DPC. We round out the series between Extreme Gaming and Vici Gaming, and potentially round out Vici Gaming's time here in Division 1, unless they're able to get a victory here on game number 3. My name is Snare, and yet again, I'm joined on panel by Kezu and Sheepsticked. All right, Big Kezu, Boss Sheepsticked. I need...
We're here, yeah.
I need Enchantress. I need Enchantress for Vici. I feel like that here, they looked way better when they had the Enchant their lineup.
You need them
Same
to have
ad.
Enchantress?
Same at Cope
okay.
and Steve
Never mind,
and
sorry.
L and L.
L or
L, L,
I'm
L,
just
and
gonna grab
ratio.
What else can we get then? That's gonna give them the same amount of punch and oomph in the 4 position. Maybe they get the Disruptor again?
They
That looked
should
pretty
pick
decent.
Chen because that's Ench adjacent.
That's true. Also, if I'm going with Snare's logic, so he knows Ench is banned, so he wants them to have Ench.
Okay.
Then that one is banned. But
Okay.
then we see that Disruptor is banned, so we want
Okay.
him to have Disruptor.
All right.
You know I can't see that screen, right? This is all a surprise to me.
You're allowed
okay,
to look
okay.
to your right if you
Okay,
want.
then on to
No.
the next.
Okay.
What do they
Okay.
want?
All right.
Give me the prophecy.
Maybe like a Viper support.
Ooh, that one is good. Monkey King support, you just clap them in the lane.
Oh yeah,
Ah,
you
there
just
we
bing
go.
bong.
They need more stuns.
They need more stuns. If they had 6 stuns,
They could have countered the
they
stuns.
could have, yeah, because then you just like stun them back.
First,
Yeah.
never mind, they can't see it yet.
What they should just get Kaka Lion. Ask Kaka
Okay.
to quickly make a switcheroo onto the team. Say, listen, man, pull up for a second. We give you Lion. He has 100% win rates.
That's good.
So that means you guarantee the victory.
I mean, Lion is good also because you know what he has more than one of?
Like,
He has
Stuns.
2 stuns.
no way.
So, like,
Two
that's
stuns
kind of
and a
disable.
mana drain. He has
Yeah.
a slow, 2 stuns and damage.
Okay, so if they pick Kaka Lion, then that
It's
just
over.
that just means Vici can pick Shadow Shaman.
Yeah,
Because you
then
know what
they
Shadow
counter.
Shaman has 2 of.
That's true.
Stuns.
Hey, now we're cooking.
Oh, we got the draft. Beautiful.
All right, so
Okay.
Extreme Gaming, they have first pick. They have banned out the Disruptor. They banned out the Enchantress. Vici Gaming, they banned out Lycan as well as the Death Prophet. And what's intriguing for me is that they let through the JT Beastmaster. They opt to not pick it, instead going for this Doombringer. And on the side of Vici Gaming, New gets the Beastmaster instead. And we are now back to the FY Rubik. As much as it pains me to say, it has not looked that impressive this tour. Definitely not on the level of what we've come to expect from him throughout these years. So I'm a little bit worried about what I see already from Vici Gaming.
Pick Night Stalker. Do it. Do it. Do it now.
I don't know if China is up to the trend yet.
Okay.
I feel like it always takes a little while for
Yeah.
them to... I mean, unless they have figured it out themselves, which I don't think they have. I haven't even seen any Night Stalkers here at all. But in Europe, that is a very common matchup into the Beast. So I will be kind of pogging.
It got taken in NA as well. NA obviously very quick to
They
steal
were
from
the
Europe.
first. No, they were actually the first ones to do it, I'm sure.
No, actually Southeast Asia was.
Yeah, sad to say that. 23 Savage was playing at safe lane. I think he was the first one. Like in the first week of this tour already,
Okay.
he was out here doing it.
Then they did it first.
And then Tundra took it from them, and then everyone else took it from Tundra.
The nature of Dota. Everyone just steals strats from one another.
Yeah.
All right, looking at Extreme, what do we want to pair with this Doombringer? So
Marana.
they just go Doom Marana once,
Marana.
Marana's good.
or they can just pick
Or-
Lion, Kaka Lion.
No.
Because it's gonna get banned second phase.
You would have to
That's
think
true.
that it's so good because picking Lion into these heroes is
It's
legit like
satisfying.
you want to shoot yourself.
Yeah.
Like it's just not the right pick. They must think that it's just the best hero ever.
Look
What
at it this way.
the heck?
Damn the briefcase, man.
What the hell is this?
So this is the second time that this ET emerges here in China. The first time we saw PSG LGD utilizing it against the outsiders from China. Obviously, they won that game.
Yeah, they could have
but
ran at that pick.
I wonder, is this hero... I'm actually still not sure what to make of this hero. Because we see Talon winning it with it in Southeast Asia. They played it a lot at the major successfully. But every time I see a different team play it, I'm like, this feels so lackluster. What's your read on the hero overall here, Sheep?
It depends. Like, does he hit like a 3-man stomp into ult and win the game?
Yeah.
If so, wow, what a cool hero.
Pogger's hero.
Does he not do that, get run down by summons, and feel bad? Terrible hero.
Yeah.
Honestly, just the worst pick they could have done. What I do like about it is I feel like it's really nice at dealing with these agi heroes and like dissuading you and forcing you into like a different style of carry. Like, oh, I want an Ursa now or a Lifestealer now.
Yeah.
And then they want to play with that. And maybe they feel like, okay, we forced them into that and we have Doom, we can deal with it. I don't know. Maybe that's their idea. Just a lane securing support. I'm just spitting ideas. I'm not
I
the ton
feel
expert.
ET is kind of a strange hero. I feel like
Yeah.
you need to kind of use the spirit and the vision that he gives you with like some magic burst or like magic long range hero from mid. But at the same time, you also want like aggressive carries like PA, Drow Rangers to lane with him. So I feel like this hero needs a lot of requirements. And at the same time, he hates to play into a lot of different things. Like Sheep mentioned, summons are super annoying or heroes that jump you. So it's just not a very easy hero to make work. I guess they want it in the lane against Beast because he doesn't really protect himself. You get on top of him. So maybe if they pair it up with some Drow Ranger, Sniper, it can kind of make it work and then like push you into the game. But it's not easy. Not one of my favorite heroes at least.
Right, so Tusk is going to emerge right now for Vici. This
Also,
is
where's
presumably
the-
the Yang hero.
Where's the Tiny in all of these games?
That is
Right?
true.
I-
Where's
Completely
his
ignored.
hero?
I thought we would see that for sure. And then they picked out Shadow Shaman.
They pick budget Tiny here with Tusk.
Well, the Tusk, I'm assuming they want to flex it, right? Between mid and
Yang
core.
normally plays the Tusk when it's on this team, and I imagine that they don't feel like the 5 position Tiny is that good.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I respect that.
What a stupid idea that they could flex the Tusk.
I'm so
well, they could have also flexed the Rubik, but then you don't have FY Rubik.
okay.
So
True, and it has to be
God,
FY Rubik.
FY
has to be
Rubik.
Rubik.
I'm
I
sick of
man.
this FY Rubik. Every time I get up in the morning, I just
Same,
like
actually.
Snare appears next to
Yeah.
my bedside.
FY Rubik.
He just says
Kaka
FY
Lion.
Rubik,
FY.
Kaka Lion,
Yeah, I-
FY Rubik. I'm like, no, get rid of it.
It's every time. It doesn't even matter who you're on panel with. Vici Gaming is playing or
Yeah.
FY Rubik.
Bro, like, why does this region hate Undying? What is happening with these draws? Why Rubik? I don't get it.
So Ember Spirit, I imagine that one of the reasons that they do this, they don't know what the mid matchup's going to be, but they know that's not going to be Death Prophet, it's not going to be the Monkey King, it's not going to be the Storm, so the worst ones are gone right now. Vici doesn't play the Lone Druid necessarily, and generally when we see like, so far, we haven't seen FY move around all that much from the offlane, so maybe he's not that afraid of like mass rotations coming in from this Rubik to help secure the lane. So must feel confident, and they want to deny it away from Setsu because of how hard he popped off in game 1.
Yeah. Oh, well, they were, okay, so as you can see here, Extreme were actually holding strats, the Mirana.
For
They-
later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now they've come out with this incredible Mirana second phase, catching Vici
Off
off guard.
Or Flame God?
Yeah, Ember Mirana is like a secret hidden strat. Is from
Yeah.
the secret 7th region
That
in
makes
Dota
a lot
2.
of You
that
do
they-
the chains into the arrow, right?
Yes.
Holy damn.
This guy knows a lot
That's
about
good.
Dota. You could make some gamers class
Damn.
guides.
I really can. You guys should tune in. It's coming out. I'll really explain all these combos, especially Mirana with Ember.
Yeah.
A very classic one. I'm a little surprised that they opted to pick their mid here over their carry, but I guess it's because in their mind, their Doom is their flex between 1 and 3.
They always go Ghost Hero Lost for Extreme.
Yeah,
Almost
but
always.
like, are they gonna put the Doom into the safe lane if they potentially wanna pick an offlaner?
No, they're just gonna pick Ghost Hero. Like I think they've only done it once this entire tour, that they have not picked Ghost Hero at the very end of the draft.
Okay.
Almost exclusively, they pick his Hero Lost.
Okay.
Does Vici Gaming play the very base Tuskar man?
No, they do not.
Man, I'm gonna be
I mean,
disappointed twice.
they should be because, Snare, you were saying, I agree that Ember is pretty good here. I think it's good against these heroes. They don't really threaten you. You have a pretty free game. But most of the time when you pick Ember freely here, it depends on how hard the enemy team counterpicks you.
Another.
Okay, this one is pretty good. It's one of the better counterpicks. I think it's not as good as it used to be, but it's still pretty nice. You have this save against the Mirana. If you're not the one to get doomed, you can also save from that.
Yeah.
But OD overall, one of the other heroes that is not easy to make work.
I hate OD.
Same.
But I like the lane matchup a lot versus Ember. It's like these are my 3. It's like the Huskar, the OD, and the SF are probably just the best ones I've seen. He's just so hard to make work. He's like, especially build-wise, I feel like a lot of these ODs go super greedy and they want to buy like some, they want to get like the Ags so they can farm more. They want to get the Blink so they can then fight and position themselves. They end up not going a BKB because, I don't want to buy BKB. I can protect myself with Astral. And then they get like, they'll get gone on by like, let's say Ember, right? Ember goes on OD. He feels threatened, he Astrals himself. Now, the rest of Extreme Gaming set up on him. Like, by Astraling himself, he sets up for like an arrow into his own Astral, and stuff like that. I think it can be very hard to play OD, and if you're not super comfortable, it's a bit like GG bleh.
It's a bit awkward, I think, as well into the Elder Titan, because like you're saying, they're set up for that, but it is Setsu OD. Setsu is also like...
He's pretty good at OD, that's true.
He's really good at this hero. And Extreme Gaming, they actually make sure that they take out one of the other heroes that are very good into the Ember. Lone Druid is gone, SF is gone. Despite this OD being available, they're like, let's make sure that we cover all our bases. So now that we are at the point where they pick the Ghost hero, what do we want here for him to be playing in this game? That's going to help him be as hard a carry as he was in game 2.
I think when you play against OD, it's really good to have heroes that, I was gonna say like heroes that have silencers or heroes that get on top of the hero. Because when you overwhelm an OD draft, it's kind of like, once the hero has to run or worry about too many things, it just becomes like kind of impossible to play. So Drow can play on range, it kind of goes hand in hand with what we talked about earlier with the ET draw. It helps to like get into the game. Vici, that was their last pick, Nature's Prophet.
I was gonna say, is this the first time we've ever seen a 24-pick Nature's Prophet this tour? Like, what the hell?
We've seen it, I think, twice now, and every time it's just, we're like, what?
It's
the hell is
snuck
this?
in a few times now, I think, like 2 or 3.
Yeah, this is, what do you make of this year, Shiba? They have now at least some way to a little bit breach the backline, to can connect with this Beastmaster to push really, really fast in the earlier portion of the game. The lane, I suppose, is going to be completely fine versus the Doombringer, but is it going to be good enough to keep Vici Gaming in Division 1?
Well, I think my biggest problem with their lineup is they don't make plays for themselves. It's kind of like you have to take your supports to Beastmaster, and that's like the best thing you can do. OD and Nature, like, they have ways to connect to each other when they make a play, but I don't think it's very smooth and easy. It's not quick. It's definitely not quick. So it gives a lot of time for Extreme to like respond, whereas they're going to be having these like ways to set up into the stomp and stuff.
Yeah.
And I feel like Extreme could run them over.
And Kezu, what do you think? Extreme at the top or Vici getting relegated? Or Vici staying in Division 1?
I think Extreme have got this one.
Extreme have got this one.
Vici want to stay in this division, I feel like their game-winning play is at 6, 7, 8 minutes. They need to go to this Beastmaster with the Prophet and open up the map, or if they don't do that, their game is over.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to be finding out if we have the luxury of enjoying Vici Gaming in Division 1 next season, or if it's going to be Extreme Gaming going to the top of the leaderboard. And to find out, we have some luxurious casters. We've got the Bentley B Cup. We've got the young Lotus the Coast.
Don't show up.
Let's take it away for game number 3. Let's go.
Ooh, Extreme or Vici, Lacoste, what are your thoughts right now?
I have to agree with Panel. I think Kezu had some really good points about like how this game needs to be played out for Vici Gaming. Like these early rotations, they have a lot of push. They have really good heroes that they can rotate with. I'm also leaning towards their lineup. I think if they could keep the momentum, we've seen both of these teams, like especially the first game where it went really back and forth. So in terms of execution, it's not going to be as crisp, I would say. But yeah, Extreme Gaming, Ember Spirit, Paparazzi, he can make the moves. And this time around, it's going to be Offlane Doom, played by JT. But I like the Drow Ranger pick. I think this is a really good Drow game where you can push people away. I know you were hyped about something. Talk to me about it.
I have to get it out of the way now because I know you don't like the talk, but here we go. Take a look at Yang. Take a look at FY. It is just, it's Bleak Hallucination, Rubik, Trail of the Burning Doom, Tusk. It's Glitch Cosmetics, 2-in-1 game. And then you've also got the Mirana that's on that $1,400
What about Doom?
mount.
You said Doom might also have something.
I thought maybe he'd have a cosmetic, but
It's just the guitar.
yeah,
Okay.
it's just the guitar, just sucking the souls into the strings of doom. That's what it feels like. So we'll see if it works out for Vici. They've got FY on his most coveted hero, and Yang also Trail of the Burning Doom. How can you lose with 2 glitched items? And given away that they do have that ward there. Just hitting from the low ground. And we'll take a look over mid. Paparazzi now on this Ember, sets you on this OD. Once upon a time, I feel like we had seen a couple players who were really good at this OD who used to crush with it. Kama, aka Freeze, comes to mind. He played for VGJ Thunder. He was a big OD spammer. Fun player to watch. And so,
VGJ Freeze, we're going back in time.
We're going back in time.
Yeah, should be a good one for OD. He's also the hero specialist. Let's see which item he decides to buy as first, whether he wants to get Ring of Health or if he wants to get the crown. No starting items, just saving up the gold, 4 Iron Branches, Fairy Fire. So far, so good for Setsu, CSing nicely.
We're gonna look at JT's queued up items. I'm not seeing Meteor Hammer yet. Just in case. Multi-shot, ooh, FY. Getting run down. Might be first blood. Whoa, stop for a tango, and that was his demise. DUI getting first blood on FY.
DUI starting with Windlace, does have more move speed than the boosts of speed. Rubik, once he gets that Astral.
Getting that spirit returned.
JT getting harassed by quite a lot.
There it is. It'll return again, and you can just see it's a bit of a nuisance. Just a lot of bonuses coming in. There once was a time where we'd see the camp stacked in the lane, and then you'd see the Elder Titan put the spirit on that through the lane, up and in. All of a sudden, 2 minutes into the game, he had 400 damage or something like that.
That was with TP. You needed to TP, go through all these camps, like you needed to find the perfect angle for it, and then he two-shots people.
It was a fun time, though. I remember watching that. It was so fun.
Dota is such a fun game because there's always some kind of a mechanic that can be exploited, something that it's like, oh, it's broken. Like, how is this in the game? But that's the beauty of the game.
Yeah, they used to like stack this big camp too. I felt like it was a 4-position Elder Titan back in the day. I gotta find a clip of it because it was dirty, disgusting, too much damage. DY is kind of trying to abuse that extra damage that he's getting. As FY, not much that he could do in the lane at the moment. Only has that 1 CS with Niu 6 and 2, and we've seen the struggles of Niu in this series. Yang with some shards around Kaka, but easy to leap over that. I give that a 10 for style points.
We see Miranas from time to time starting with that leap to be able to get out of the trouble. Not the ideal one. Sometimes, like, you might also want to have a bit of more move speed, more attack speed. Kaka now CSing bottom, stealing some creeps away from JT. Yang.
Just trying to be a thorn in the side of JT while he's over here by this camp. It's not fun. He's trying to block the camp, trying to make this a little bit more difficult for JT. He's doing an okay job at it, but still 11-1 there, but 21-10 for Fly. Shards again, last leap charge used by Kaka. We've seen some Miranas go 2-0-1 with no arrow to level 4.
Most likely that's going to be the build here as well. You don't have arrow setup, so you want to maximize your damage output. And even starting with Slippers of Agility on Kaka, just to have that extra poke.
Astral Spirit again, Niu's in trouble. He goes into the trees, and they'll go for Ghost, but this means there's gonna... Oh, no sleep. So now a multi-shot. They'll still get the kill on a Niu. FY doesn't have Fade Bolt, and these right clicks from DY doing so much damage. Oh, boy. Ooh.
Another Spirit, but won't be able to finish him off. Ghost survives. A bit low on region, couple of tangos left. DY will even share the tango to him. Needs to keep the distance.
I can see FY wants that Fade Bolt kill, but...
Wants that level 2 Fade Bolt plus Axes. Might try to snipe him. Region kicking in, Inspiration, Aura, Tower region as well, so he'll go back to half HP.
Yeah, tough game right now for Niu. Only 17 CS. See what he's able to get out of this lane as time goes by, but we've talked about this Elder Titan. I feel like it's not picked that much, but it is a nuisance throughout the game. It is a nuisance in lane, it's a nuisance when you're trying to take Roche. Like, it can be very problematic. JT getting chased by Yang, extra mana there with the tag team, the damage too. Or extra mana for the tag team.
If Yang is level 3 there with 2 points in tag team, or just a snowball to keep him in place, he dies there. But Fly, as you said, CSing nicely on top of the CS, on top of the network with his farm. And the snowball, it comes, JT.
Shards block him in, but the kill is on a Yang first, so Fly, he gets solo experience on that.
3 leap charges, let's see if he wants to commit.
Oh.
No. Starstorm on cooldown for a second.
Yeah, that's how they ended up getting the kill there on a Yang, so Fly just surviving at the sacrifice of that Tusk. Mid lane, level 6 first for Setsu. Get the Elder Titan coming over towards this lane, and DY level 3 will secure the Arcane Rune for Paparazzi.
Paparazzi needed some extra help. Void Stone about to be purchased, which means that Meteor Hammer is finished. So now with 2 points in Astral, let's see if Paparazzi can dodge it with the Sleight of Fist. I don't know if you can go for a solo kill. He's still keeping a point for Sanity's Eclipse, just in case he finds an opening. Maybe if Paparazzi doesn't dodge it, then he will go for it.
Is the timing right? It is. So Shards thrown at Paparazzi. He's now level 6.
Magic Stick charges, infused Raindrop. OD does not want to commit. FY.
Gosh, FY kind of getting caught in no man's land, just tunnel visioning on DY. They'll bring in Kaka, and they'll leave the kill for Ghost. So another death, and it just feels like FY, all he saw was blood and wanted to kill DY, but doesn't end up getting there.
I think what he wanted to do is maybe get the kill for himself. A bit low on mana, needed 5-10 extra mana, or provide vision for Fly because Wrath of Nature was available.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Paparazzi
Dire structures
trying
are
to just
fortified.
stand his ground with his arcane runes. Setsu has Astro again.
Oof, those 4 points in Arcane Orb, they really hurt.
He could be in trouble if they do keep the vision on him, throw a Meteor Hammer down, Wrath of Nature. Could see Paparazzi die if his positioning is imperfect. You can see Setsu just playing towards the step, so Paparazzi can't exactly step forward in the lane. Really tough times for him. Sleep. Lands on Fly. JT will move forward. Infernal Blade, and the run is on, but Yang with the tag team. Shards blocking both heroes, but the turnaround is there. DY doing some damage. JT moving up. And Yang is going to burn out. So using that mana burn to get that kill for JT.
Trace the kill. JT also thinking whether he wants to go for Meteor Hammer. Didn't buy a single component since the start of the game, holding on to 2,000 gold. Maybe he's thinking, should I get Hand of Midas? But also like the stats, the mana regen from Meteor Hammer is real nice.
He's not...
He's committing. He's going for
Yeah.
Meteor.
I was going to say, I don't really mind the Midas, but Meteor Hammer is the flavor of the patch. Snowball will follow Kaka all the way out, and they did use that Wrath of Nature. They've got shards. They'll bring in Fly, but the Sprout pushing him back down to the low ground, and they'll get the kill, but Paparazzi's coming in with a double damage, and Fly is here with the Searing Chains on him. He needs to be careful. The Primal Roar from Neo. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Paparazzi with a slight doesn't get the kill to Fly, but the kill off FY. So Astro Imprisonment, Meteor Hammer, and that will land onto Ghost. Sprout down, Sanity's used, Fly dies, Ghost is gone, Neo gets the kill to look for the sleep, it lands on a 3! The damage from DY will kill Yang, oh yes it will, and then he'll die himself.
A good rotation. Vici Gaming bringing all the numbers, and they will get a deny here on the Observer Ward as well. Damage from OD is massive. 1.4k lands a Meteor Hammer, drops Sanity's Eclipse, a couple of right clicks from Arcane Orb. Off to a great start. And is that the Power Tres that he's going for? Okay, I thought he was way too farmed. Thought maybe Midas is gonna kick in, but wants to hit the earlier timing, which I really like. You're playing with the Beastmaster, playing with Nature's Prophet, first usage of the Roar. Didn't get the kill on Ember Spirit, but Paparazzi still looks very poor. Lowest net worth core. Trying to farm something. Might buy Mithril Hammer and then decide whether he needs a BKB, because we see Ember Spirits when they are off to a really bad start that they do go for it, but you kind of also kill your own game. I do prefer Maelstrom, so you can catch up always.
Hurricane. DY coming in, looking for the sleep. He's level 6, so Earth Splitter. And the Meteor Hammer. Dropping it down, Fly, sprouting, Infernal Blade, burning, and dead. So Fly dying there to the combination, and they'll bring in Paparazzi to try and get a kill here on the Yang. Yang is always burning, but now DY coming through and trying to help out Paparazzi to get this kill near the tier 2 tower. Shard, Slight, and the Remnant forward with the Searing Chains, and
kills him with the style.
That's the kill.
Knows exactly how much damage he's gonna do. 1 point in Searing Chains, Slight, Arcane Rune, of course, help him out, but nicely executed combo there with JT, Meteor Hammer with the Split Earth, and not even committing with the Doom, so they will have it for the next fight. And all it took is JT getting some like tower gold, and he's very close to Hand of Midas. Needs another 2 minutes, we'll finish it off. Extreme Gaming now looking very hot. Paparazzi buys the book for himself one more time, as we've seen in game 1 where he bought 3 books on Shadow Fiend.
Primal Roar, Fade Bolt, Starstorm, and the kill. So, mid tower got denied, by the way, and I'm just thinking, how many Meteor Hammer towers get denied? Because we're seeing a lot of them. Just they sit so low, and the damage doesn't quite work out. Snowball out of the Astro Imprisoned target. Yang sitting low. There's the Gust, but the damage coming out of DY isn't going to be enough. FY with some Arcane Boots, but DY is able to survive and walk it back.
Was looking for an angle. Maybe he catches a glimpse. Another Fade Bolt Unfortunately, it was on cooldown.
Yeah, he does have Starstorm level 3 to work with too, so the damage is there for FY if they're able to get the control. Now you could see Doom, not even with the Midas, he is ahead of the OD, so JT has got space. Has the Meteor Hammer of his own too. Smoke up, maybe going for Setsu. Setsu, who had a big level lead in the last game, but was unable to parlay that into a victory. They find Fly, Earth Splitter again with the Searing Chains, the arrow combination, and he's just dead once more.
Those deaths are going to be costly on Nature's Prophet. They still have Doom available. If he shows up in this bottom lane, JT could go for solo kill.
Hurricane him into like Doom Meteor Hammer.
I don't think you need to land a combo. It's more about running him down with Scorched Earth and Doom.
Right. And it gets easier if you do have Hurricane, because then you're pulling him back towards you in Scorched Earth, right?
Yeah, for sure. Just to get that extra hit, maybe stun from an Infernal Blade. Where's the aggression? I want to see some moves from Vici Gaming.
This is something we saw in game 2 as well. It was just the lack of like kills and confidence from Vici. He had, what, 3 kills for the first 30 minutes of the last game. Astro Imprisonment with the Meteor Hammer. They've got the Sentry, they'll have the Vision, and they put another on the board finally. And they steal Moonlight Shadow. So maybe they can make a move with that.
Beastmaster trying to make something happen. But the rest of the team not really there to help him out. Also, he's going for Helm of the Overlord creep. Similar to Night Stalker with his shard, Doom with level 15 talent, with Devour can't target Ancients. It's going to cause problem. Like, this is the item that he's going to pick up and just steal it every single fight.
Yeah, and that kind of feels like wasted net worth in a way.
It's also a lot of gold. That's 250 gold instant.
Yeah, and you're giving it over. Just like the Wolves gold was stacking up, even though they lost. But like, you start to get the Wolves gold, or you start to, in this case, getting the Ancients gold. It's going to be good money there for JT. Force staff for Setsu, assuming that he's going into that Hurricane Pike, and that will be the case. But the one that's really the concern is Fly, and right now he's got the Maelstrom.
It's only Maelstrom for now. Casual Blitz Knuckles. Not sure what he's trying to go for. Maybe keeping it casual for now. Can turn it into different items if necessary, whether he needs MKB or if he wants to go for Shadow Blade.
So 15 minutes into the game, we're sitting just about even in terms of net worth. But where do you feel the game's at?
I like where Extreme Gaming is right now, because Ghost is getting a lot of farm. He is second on the net worth, has that Yasha available, not going for Pike instantly. Maybe an earlier Pike would made the difference in some of these fights because of repositioning tool against Beast and Tusk. They caught Rubik.
Yeah, Rubik's gonna get leap, but he'll immediately lose it in death. Kind of tanks the gank there, but that's been FY on this team a lot, where he is the one tanking ganks, and it's not allowing him to really be that FY player that we have been so accustomed to seeing as his career has progressed.
Yeah, some of the games he did look like, especially the previous game when he was playing Snapfire. At one point he was 0-7-0, but everybody has bad games. It's also like who you're playing with. I don't mean the players, I mean the heroes. In the previous game, he really didn't have that hero to play with. Moonlight Shadow, JT showing on bottom lane so they know that something is up. Maybe they're trying to make a move on a different side. Otherwise, he would not be showing up, and now that's going to be a kill on him.
Ooh, Meteor Hammer just landing. Fly's going to show up. Sprout Doom even used, and Wrath of Nature will get the kill.
Well, that's it. That's the trail of the burning Doom on you.
Yeah. Shows up much better when you got that cosmetic when you're doomed. So Fly getting that kill. He's going into the Gleipnir, which has been queued up. Almost there. So Fly will have that extra control. And then we'll see if that ends up being enough, because it would be that, Astral Imprisonment, Telekinesis, Snowball, Primal Roar. Like, there are a lot of things here for Vici which can get control on Extreme. are on too
Oh
extreme.
no, he misclicked. Neo needs to wait another 40 seconds in the Radiant Triangle. He clicked on the wrong dragon.
Oh no.
Took over the small one.
The little buddy. The Ancient Black Drake.
We'll eventually get the big one. He also stacked the camp. Maybe he has a big monitor, so thinks that this is the big one.
Yeah. The one singing Hotline Bling is the right one to go for, the Ancient Drake. Yang looking at Kaka for a second. Leap, Star Storm, Walrus Punch, and some right clicks with a Snowball. And Sanity's going to be committed to get that kill on a Kaka.
And now we have it. The big Ancient Black Dragon finally taken over.
Yeah, Drake's not cool anymore anyway. So Paparazzi just sitting here mid, FY. He's got Slight himself, level 4. There it is, Ancient Black Dragon running your way. The album drops now. DY, Tranquils,
Dire are scanning.
Seeds of Serenity. Bottom of the net worth. Kind of there with Yang. And you can see FY's got some gold, and he's keeping up with the Mirana, who uses that arrow and has ability to get gold himself throughout the jungle. They're going to go into Roche, and they will do some decent damage. DY, this Elder Titan's usually talked about it as a great Roche deterrent, but
It's
I don't
going
think
down
it's
too
going to be in
quickly.
time. Yeah, so they won't be able to get the sleep. They're going to Aegis on Setsu, and this gives them a chance now. Vici, in the last game, they weren't able to get that first Aegis, and that was a big downturn for their lineup. Now with an Aegis in their hands first, let's see what they can do.
Setsu having a blast of a game. Holding on to Lance of Pursuit. Hurricane Pike. Early Meteor Hammer did pressure the tower. Let's see if they're going to defend this tower. Setsu pinging things out. Wants to be able to maybe catch them if they come from a eastern side, if they go from this angle. But they are doing a full wraparound through the jungle.
Fly,
Through the
fly.
trees. Let's see JT.
Ooh, JT looking, searching.
No Blink Dagger available. Has BKB, but might find it with
Man.
Quelling Blade.
All they got to do now is sit, wait, and wish.
Oh no, FY found him with the slight.
Yeah, well done there to get the vision. They were trying to sit, wait, wish there, but they're not going to be able to, well, get the Doom out immediately. They'll get the kill there on a Ghost. They'll take out the Drought. The BKB being popped by JT. He's still holding that Doom. They took out Neo to start. They'll lose DY. JT fighting. FY off to the side, and JT's going to TP out. Kaka with the arrow. He's got no more leap charges, so if they could catch him, they'd kill him, but he's already too far away from the side of Vici. Although Yang is giving chase. Firefly's here with the TP. He's got the Gleipnir, and they'll get the kill anyway on a Kaka. So the chase was never over. It was just whether or not they were going to TP in with Firefly, and they're going to get a tier 2 top too.
I feel like Kaka never recovered. I don't think he ever had 3 leap charges. He's just constantly low, uses
one or
1,
zero.
maybe 2. But that's about it. And now they take the tower, didn't even lose the Aegis. They go for the Dry Ranger, which is most of their damage. JT can't really find an opening, doesn't even use the Doom. Was forced to be like 9-second BKB TP out just to keep himself alive.
It's kind of crazy that they split that fight with the Nature's Call, right? Like they saw the vision, they split up the Mirana and the Doom away from the Drow, and then they make that jump by the tower and go for Ghost and take him out first. Like, that was well done, but it's such a minimal cost to them.
Yeah. Also, FY caught a glimpse
Yeah, with the Slight.
of them with Slight.
Yep.
BKB, next on menu for OD.
Ooh.
Almost has it. The items are starting to pile up on their side. How's Doom looking? Level 13, needs another 2-3 Hand of Midas usages to push him towards that level 15. Big talent. Shuts down Beastmaster and his creep.
How bad would it feel if he accidentally took 10% Scorched Earth movement?
If you autopilot, sometimes it does happen. Like this talent, I always go for it. So you know it's left, right.
So just in your head, you got to figure it out. Got to listen to Beyonce. To the left, to the left. Take that ancient target one. So, Setsu, like you said, almost has that BKB. And so does Firefly. He's almost at that gold too. He's 500 gold away from that. He should have it soon enough. And Well, with the Meteor Hammer, the Treant's going for the tower. Backdoor is making sure that that Meteor Hammer did nothing, but now they've got the creeps in, some more Treants, a multi-shot to clear that up in a slight. Not exactly the damage they were looking for, and 250 gold go in the way of Ghost, and off that, a Moonlight Shadow from Kaka, but they get the kill into JT while that's going on. So a kill there for Yang, taking out the Doom, and that will slow down his progression to that level 15.
It will also push Yang towards his Blink Dagger, so now you'll have position 5 that can save people, buy a little bit more time. If they initiate with the Blink Dagger, Doom, BKB, those 3 seconds inside of the snowball, you punch Doom, you get them out of the trouble. So big item pickup from position 5. Yang having a much better game compared to the previous one.
So that'll be BKB for Fly, and we talked about the casual Blitz Knuckles that he has, so Shadow Blade's next on the menu. We'll see how that goes for him. Should be pretty quick, honestly, with the gold that he's been getting. He's top of the net worth. Get these camps back, and let's see. Is Neo working with, another Ancient Black Dragon and some Boars.
Aegis gonna expire in 20 seconds. Let's see if Extreme Gaming decides to smoke. Do they hold one? There is one available on Kaka.
So BKB Maelstrom Eggs for Paparazzi. I mean, it's gonna be a long time till this Eggs. That's the plan.
So far, he didn't die a single time. He did have a bit of a rough laning stage. Again, sitting at the lowest of the all cores. But did manage to recover, considering how everything is going. I think he's in an okay spot. Let's see if they can catch him here, maybe.
So there's that smoke. 4 heroes going towards the mid lane, and
DD.
there's a double damage. When in need, DD just spawns. Paparazzi will bottle that up and throw a Remnant over to the side. He's going to TP towards bottom to clear up this Treant Boar Wayne. Wayne.
Level 15 talent on Nature's Prophet, plus 5 extra Treants. This is a very annoying one.
That's a lot of Treants coming your way. JT with the Meteor Hammer on the tier 1 that still exists in the off lane for Vici. And there's those Treants.
Why is it 10 of them? Like, it just sounds way too many, especially with the other talent that you have less cooldown on it. So now you leave those Treants, they clear a couple of creep waves. Fly will still play a bit more careful here.
Get the kill on the Yang. Paparazzi's got that, as he's working with that freshly popped double damage. But can they get anything more? Like, off that smoke, they try to get the tier 1 off lane, but I don't know if just Yang is enough. Kind of would like to get more. You can see these Treants, they're pushing out that top lane pretty well. So, gold into the pockets of Fly as he is just a 50 gold away from having that Shadow Blade. Things are quiet for Vici.
This also benefits Drow Ranger a lot. She still didn't pick up the shard for herself, working towards her BKB. But Drow Ranger is that type of a hero that can carry games that do slow down. So you also have Doob, you also have Ember Spirit, who is getting the items. We talked about Paparazzi like a minute ago. Just one component away from Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, it felt like he was so far from it, but they get that kill, and all of a sudden his net worth jumps from 10k to 12k. And he's starting to clean up some of these creeps. He's also looking at the Ancient Black Dragon, the Treant gold that he's getting too. It's all starting to stack up.
JT so close to that level 15. Needs another 2-3 creep waves to be able to finish it off, and then we'll be able to eat that dragon. And dragon meat must be juicy. I feel like maybe not. Maybe actually
I
not.
feel like it's not.
Yeah,
it's
under those scales.
Gamey and not tender. Very chewy. But like, you know, you try to think about.
Let's see. Well, yeah, if they win, maybe we get an interview with JT. We'll ask him. So now level 15.
What would be dragon delicacy? Like, what are you taking off the dragon? The wing? Dragon wings?
Tail.
Dragon tail. Okay. Yeah. So 15 seconds till Roche. See how they contest it this time. Vici getting that first Aegis. It's still just a 2K lead for Vici as they're pushing again with these Treants. Top of the net worth for the Prophet, who's now going into the Silver Edge. No surprise off that Shadowblade pickup for the Silver Edge. It was going to be Lincoln's for OD, and it still might. He bought the ulti orb first
Keeping
because he
things
had both
open.
queued, and he's looking at Hex as well.
Might opt to go for Hex, considering that they were not able to kill Ember Spirit not even once this game, and inside the Roche pit they go again immediately. That damage from Arcane Orb still works for Roche, so Extreme Gaming definitely does not want to let this one go. BKB done on Ghost as well, holding on to Mindbreaker, so multiple layers of silences coming out from him.
They're coming over. Paparazzi, he runs through, and they did use the drums from DY to try and get some speed into the pit. We'll sweep that Thunderhide.
But the bottom lane, those pesky Treants.
No, just hitting away. You're losing to Nature. Nature takes over after you leave it for some time. So this Roche sitting at about 60% health.
Same goes for Tower, down to 60%. We'll need someone to rotate. Paparazzi does have Remnant.
Yeah, best option to send in there. Does have that Remnant come back on, and that's right north of the pit, so he'll clean up these Treants, and when the time comes, when he needs to be back to the pit, he'll come through. But for right now, Vici, they're the ones kind of just stalling out, right? Not really doing anything except for the Nature's Prophet.
Now with the smoke.
Oh,
I like this move. They are inside the Roche pit. Hawk comes in, scouts them out.
Was looking for the sleep. Knew that his spirit hit something. Ghost exits the pit. They're the ones who have vision out there. Remnant back from Paparazzi, and immediately again, Fly goes in with the Treants. He wants to really mess with them.
Forcing another rotation. This time around, there is no TP available on Paparazzi. Arrow hits.
Gust through. Astral Imprisonment, looking for the sleep. Tower getting a little bit low. Goes back into the pit. They've got this Roche now, down to about 2,000. They have
Another
Remnants from
10
Fly.
Treants.
And they're gonna look as Ghost, ooh, Blink, Walrus Punch, Primal Roar coming through, and a Paparazzi. They're not gonna get themselves the save just yet. They'll get the kill on a Paparazzi. The Age is gonna be picked up by Ghost. The Doom is on a Setsu, but they don't have the follow-up damage. Ghost is focusing his attention on a Yang. He's already lost the Aegis. They get the kill on a JT. They've lost 2 heroes. They need to evacuate this fight, but Ghost with the BKB is the damage there. Not quite for the side of Vici, but they have found themselves DY. They'll get themselves a third. And that is all the while that bottom tier 3 also goes down.
That's 4 kills. They took off Aegis, plus they killed the barracks with no real commitment. No buybacks being used. They also, I believe, picked up the gem. No, Kaka managed to snatch it. He's the one holding it. But the item progression on Vici Gaming.
It's starting to get there.
Sitting on 2,000 gold, gets the last set. We'll push him closer. And now the real pain starts. Your barracks are exposed, so every single time you leave. Ooh. Good thing is Ghost managed to pick up the shard from Roche as well, so we'll have something against those Treants.
Little hypothermia. You know I love that one.
You'll love that word.
You always look at
Is
me.
it Seeds of Serenity or Hypothermia that you like more?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I think you answered it by saying, ooh.
That is a tough one. I would say probably hypothermia. You know, there's always, at least for the US folks out there, there is March Madness, which is the college basketball bracket. I think we need best names of abilities in a bracket, and we'll have to figure out what the best named spell to say is. Not if it's the best spell, just the best one to say. Because Geomagnetic Grip is also up there. That's a fun one.
Voodoo Restoration for me.
Ooh. The problem is that one that would probably lose a matchup because it doesn't get said much. It's usually like, oh, you know, the heel's on. Okay. Lincoln's picked up here for OD. Now he's got protection from that Doom. And that was, you know, like we said, ulti orb. He could have gone into the Hex, but he chooses to go into the Lincolns, keeps himself, especially after that last fight, because he was doomed early.
His thinking probably is, if I'm not the one getting doomed, or if like I'm eating the doom, then I can save people with the Astral. They also don't have many. They actually have none.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you if they had none, just because I didn't trust myself. But yeah, they have nothing to break it. What do they have? I guess Ghost could use Pike.
Oof, that's a rough one. I don't think he wants to commit. Wants to be able to push himself out of the trouble. That's way too aggressive. Maybe if he's holding Aegis, that's the play. Kaka, about to finish Heaven's Halberd, so that's one way to do it.
Could you imagine Midas could break Lincolns? You could just click it onto heroes just to break Lincolns.
How do you, like, it needs to be clickable on the hero in the first place to use it. What, you turn him into a gold or what?
No, you steal some of their gold. That's mini Midas. That's my new item.
Budget bounty.
Yeah. So they're holding the high ground, waiting for these heroes to march over while Treants push bottom again. Just marching on into the base, and this is just constantly forcing Extreme to be aware of what's going on in the bottom lane, and they'll send DY that direction. And he picks up Boots of Baron.
Great item now that it has no charges, so you can click it every 30 seconds whenever you feel it's needed. It's just that you get close, you're gonna get blown up by this OD.
Sweet. Axes,
Arrow.
Wrath of Nature, and Yang. Snowball surviving. The team's not coming to help him, though. They just let him kind of die for a long time. They've got creeps pushing into the top lane once again. More Treants are going to be going in that lane as well, taking the attention of Extreme Gaming. And let's see what they can do with that.
Fly has been very annoying, picking up the right talents for this type of a game that could keep their dream to stay in Division 1 alive. And again, tower, easy 300, 400 damage on Tier 3 tower.
Just constantly chipping it down. With a win here, they would be 3-4, and that would become a three-way tiebreaker between them, Aster Ares, and YBB. Remnant all the way forward. They're looking over at FY, who gets to the low ground, but another Remnant for Paparazzi. They've got the Doom. It's going to be out of Setsu. They're getting the kill there onto the OD. Neil with the BKB and the TP out. Treants pushing bottom.
So Doom decided to pick up something different. They understand that they are very limited in proccing that Lincoln Sphere. Gets the Purge, and now you will have something. That's a cheap one. Cheap upgrade. I also want to see level 20 on Doom. I just want to see the world burn in the end. But yeah, first we need to get that level 18, get Octarine Core, holding on to Quickening Charm, minus 35 seconds on Doom as well. Oh, Fly. He might walk in.
Oh!
Ooh.
That could have been dangerous.
If Kaka was closer with that gem, that could have been a disaster.
Horus Punch, Snowball, and ooh, the right clicks from Ghost. Niu's dead. Kaka, he's gonna pop that mech. He'll survive. Yang goes down. Fly on the BKB. They've got Kaka nearby, and with a sliver of health, he's doing what he needs to do. Hold the gem and make sure they keep the vision. Setsu's gonna go in with the BKB, but Ghost trying to do the damage. They've got the Walrus Punch as well as the Sanities. They'll get the kill on a Ghost. Now they'll look over at Paparazzi with the BKB of his own. DY's on the high ground with this Axe. He's able to get these Remnants far and far away.
They need to get more.
But FY with a Remnant of his own, trying to catch up to DY. The blink, the telekinesis, they lift him up into the air, right towards Setsu, and they will banish him as he tries to TP, and they will kill him as he returns.
Or will they, DY?
Kill him as he returns. There we go.
There's still gem on the ground. Seems like they did not scout it again. Treants inside the base, dealing some damage to barracks. High commitment, huge commitment from Vici. Buyback on 3 of their players just to get this fight going. Roshan's not gonna respawn for another minute. Now you see the power of this Drow Ranger once she picks up that level 20 talent, the multi-shot damage, gets Silver Edge as well. They might lose Barracks here. I don't know if they want to like commit. There is no ET, no buyback on him. Drow Ranger definitely wants to keep her things, like keep her options open. So might just lose the Barracks and save it for the next Roche fight.
So a 1K lead
Dire are scanning.
now for Extreme. things shifting pretty heavily. Oh, this has been the storyline of Vici all season long. They cannot close games. Infernal Blade, arrow connects onto Tusk's tail, and they will get the kill on Yang and take him out for 75 seconds.
JT, maybe there was a bit of a potential misplay because they expected stun to land from Doom, Warstop, but he's holding on to Purge Creep to have something for that Lincoln Sphere on Setsu. Octarine now done.
Yep. So Octarine Core now available for JT. Echo Stomp damage added for DY. And it will be Roche in 3, 2, 1.
It's Aghanim Scepter upgrade. 0 heroes with the buyback at the moment. Drow Ranger did pick up Blink Dagger to keep the distance, but this could be very costly. Inside the Roche pit they go immediately.
Oh, they're gonna, if they get the Axe, this could be huge. Who are they gonna give it to? I would assume the OD gets the double Astrals, right?
Let's see, he's gonna pick it up for now. Cheese, everything is on him. Aegis as well. Is there a better upgrade? Maybe they're gonna give it a thought. Maybe Wrath of Nature, but if he's the one holding, let's see, they're still thinking.
Yeah, the Roots could be good. Great band, but we'll see if the upgrade to the Ags is what they want, or upgrade with the Ags for the Nature's Prophet.
Still holding. Maybe they want to give it to Yang, because they're not using it. Kick could be good.
Oh no, Doom on a fly! Oh no, he's trying to fight back, but there is not much in the arsenal here for him, and he's dead for 2 full minutes.
Oof, that's a rough one. In the end, they decided to give it to Yang. Position 5 gets priority.
Okay, I'm kind of shocked. They're going to find themselves the OD now. The promo roar comes through on the Paparazzi. BKB, TP, and they just do not want anything to do with this team with no fly for another minute and a half.
I think they should try to go for the plays. Minute and a half, they know he does not have buyback available. So try to take out at least one tier 2 tower, maybe even threaten something else. FY with Fire Remnant. Kaka,
Ooh, now it's Steel Arrow, but doesn't end up doing that. Kick, punch. That's the plan for Yang.
And Yang setting up the vision for those kicks. They know exactly where they are. Kaka plans down Observer. With Gem, we'll see those 2 wards. And he's going to steal Arrow if I'm... Okay, never mind. Starstorm used it once.
Penta Edge Sword, 50 seconds till they get fly back. Arrow. Ooh. Remnant, uh-oh! They're coming in! They want it. They're going to go to the backlines. They'll look over at FY. They'll get a kill here on Yang. That means the Ags is irrelevant because he is dead for a minute. He doesn't have buyback either. These Remnants, this Ags, this pickup for Paparazzi after a slow start to the game, he is now sitting 4th in the net worth, and he is a nuisance when it comes to VG's game plan.
Also does have a shard upgrade, so you get to replenish. Tier 2 tower will be gone. That's the first one, so can't take the outpost. Oh, this stat from Fly is really costly. Also, he's the one holding the book, wants to get himself to level 25. I think it's a bit of a different one if Nature's Prophet had Satanic there, so with more lifesteal, this type of a thing won't happen again. Needs another 2-3 creeps to be able to push himself toward that level 25.
Yeah, and that Helping Friendly book is going to help him get towards that level 25, so we'll see what he can do here. Another Lincoln's is going to be picked up. They really want to keep them safe from this Doom, but he's going for the refresher, so Doom, well, he'll soon have his namesake twice. You know, Couscous, the food's so nice, they named it twice. Doom, the hero's so nice, they name him twice.
I'm just trying to think of something else, but nothing's coming to my mind. Paparazzi. Arrow
to follow it up. Forces the Astro
it.
Imprisonment on himself, and they've got the Moonlight Shadow. Paparazzi right under his nose. Remnant down south. Setsu, though, hit with the Searing Chains as well as the Hawk They multi-shot on Asetsu. They really, really need to find an opening, but Yang, he's looking for the kick. He's trying to find the positioning. Meanwhile, Treant's pushing in top. JT's forced to go back, and they've got Treant's going after this other set of half of Rax down bottom.
He's top, he's bottom. I also might want to see Doom picking up bots too, so he's gonna be the one punishing Nature's Prophet for doing this type of work. Someone else DP's there, he DP's as well. Maybe DP on Paparazzi
full
with those
refresher on that courier.
remnants. Who has it?
Oh gosh, that courier just escaping. That
It's
could have been.
Doom.
That could have been massive. They kill that courier.
Meteor Hammer, what an item. You buy it, you sell it. So 2 were bought this
Oh,
game. No one has it at the moment.
Primal Roar, that's going to be used early. Paparazzi comes into the fight with the Remnant. They've got the telekinesis on himself, so he's going to try and Remnant away. Oh, Remnant fight. It's a battle of magic, and they're going to be a victor in Paparazzi. They go to the Doom. It's through on to this Beastmaster. The damage coming in from Setsu with the BKB, but Ghost now focusing his attention elsewhere. Paparazzi's got the double kill on a Neo. They'll drop down the Sanity's Eclipse. They don't have the damage to get the kill on a DY. They'll finally finish
Oh
off
my
5 as well
God.
as Yang. They've got the Aegis out of the hands here of the OD. This fight is just not working out for Vici. Extreme Gaming are not losing much. All they lost was DY. He bought back, and everybody's still alive for the side of Extreme Gaming, and there are no buybacks still for Vici.
Level 25 Drow Ranger. Every second hit is marksmanship proc. So you gotta buy some armor right now. It just feels like you have ET. If he gets on top of you as well. Now with the high commitment again from Vici Gaming. New and FY bought back. Next Roche, 2.5 minutes, so not close enough. And 6,000 gold on JT at the moment.
Go back to this fight. 2 Dooms used. DY, I mean, he is happy to eat this Primal Roar. And even with Paparazzi spending so much of his time focusing on the FY, the fight still goes so well. Doom on a Neo, that's the first one. And look at Ghost's positioning again. He doesn't really get bothered
Pops
here.
a BKB, and now you'll see the damage on Setsu once Drow Ranger decides to focus him down.
And Doom on to Fly too.
Nature's Prophet dies immediately, and this like 3-shotted pretty much.
Bottom tier 3, trying to even up the racks on this one. 20 seconds till they have Fly. 50 seconds till they have Setsu.
No buyback on him. Yeah,
That's a problem.
It feels like he can do anything. Where's the kick? They need this kick underneath
Has
the tier
not been
4s.
used once, it seems. They gave him this Ags, and it is not paid off at all.
This ability might be used after they get to Division 2. He might use kick on his teammates. We'll see. It's a rough one. Again, Nature's Prophet, he's the one trying to split push, trying to make something happen. He's been on this bottom lane for way too long.
Gosh. Let's see if Vici can hold on. 17,000 net worth deficit now. Roche, a minute away potentially. That would be everything again.
Double damage.
Man, this FY just keeps stealing remnants. That's it. Swift Blink picked up for Ghost. Like, I just don't think.
There isn't that like one great ability that he can steal. Anything from Drow Rangers kind of meh. Maybe Gust is okay-ish. Doom, I don't know if you're going to be able to use it. You're going to get jumped by Ember Spirit.
Oh, God!
So close.
Whew. Skin of his teeth. Just gets out. Still can't find him.
Paparazzi. He's styling on them this game. He died only once, and he also has E on this that he did not assemble, I think for 15, maybe even 20 minutes.
Yeah, Paparazzi, he has like this trend in Extreme. They're doing really well in the Division 1 this season, so I don't want this to sound like a burn, but he's had slow starts, and it always feels like he pops off after a certain, like you give him enough space. Obviously, everybody can pop off, but he has made that space for himself. Walrus Punch, there's the kick. They've got the Hex, the Aeon Disc, but now the Primal Roar with the BKB. Oh, no. They just don't have enough to get the kill on a Paparazzi. They'll end up losing Yang again. 60 seconds, no buyback.
Oh, let's make it even more fun. Give him Arcane Rune with all those remnants, Spell Prism, so he can jump pretty much anywhere. Roshan is about to respawn.
DY? He sees it. So now everything on this Roche.
Double gem on side of Extreme so they can see everything. They also drop down a casual sentry. Kaka leaps. We'll find Hawk.
Doom on a Fly. There's the refresher. Oh,
Doom him again, just for the style points.
Just Doom. And he will die. He does have buyback this time around. They're going after Roche. Can anybody, anywhere, try to stop this from happening? You can't even kill these heroes once, but now you gotta kill them twice.
Ghost will pick up Aegis, will pick up
Axe.
Aghanim Scepter as well. Even more split damage. Going into Linken's next. The Drow Rangers fully jacked. Also holding a Witchbane. I guess that's the reason why it's dealing so much damage to OD. It's what, 6% if I'm not mistaken? No, 4%. I'm just making stuff up. 4% against OD's max mana pool. Oof.
Dire are
That's, do the math, PEMDAS. A lot. It's a lot of damage.
I thought you were going to give me a number.
No.
And it seems like Extreme Gaming, they want to get in and close out this game. 30,000 net worth lead suddenly. Tusk is missing. Ghost knows what's their way of coming back into this game. They need this kick. Here it comes.
Hex, right clicks, and they got the Aegis. That's something to start off on, but they still don't have Firefly. He's not even going to commit to the buyback with the BKBB pop by Setsu. They're going to have Ghost blinking away, the Remnant out. They go to the Moonlight Shadow. They've got the Telekinesis coming in from FY. They're going to need another kick. They'll go to the Primal Roar, the Force Staff away, but they're still yet to commit. Arrow coming in. They're not going to end the sweep, but Setsu's going to be forced to Astral Prison himself. They got the kick. It's going to be on a JT. Now Paparazzi with the refresher. They got the Earth Splitter. Ghost gets the kill. He'll go after Yang. They'll get themselves two. They'll buy back on Setsu. They still have 10 seconds until Firefly's available. They bought back on the OD. They still have a chance with Firefly respawning, but it's not going to be much without the kick once again.
Without a kick, they should know something is up. I like that Ghost was the one pinging that Tusk is missing, and he's the one getting kicked 3 seconds after. Wrath of Nature is there. Maybe they're waiting. Astral Imprisonment into kick. They don't know if Tusk has buyback at this point. We
Yeah.
see it.
He's trying to get all the bounty runes he can to get the
Yeah,
gold.
give him the gold.
Radiant's middle barracks.
He's close, but not that
Not
close.
there. Still 30 seconds away. FY again still holding on to Remnants. He'd love to grab Doom, but it's just never happening for him.
And they're gonna stop 15 seconds until Tusk is gonna respawn. Another set of items are gonna come. JT, Overwhelming Blink on him.
Bots
Swift
too.
Blink. Bots too, as you said. Drow Ranger also sold her items, sold her power treads, has Lincoln Sphere.
What can they do? I mean, they're showing potential ways to win these fights with the kick, but they need to have Yang with buyback so they have another opportunity. There's the refresher from Paparazzi. If you thought his remnants were annoying before, well, they're going to be worse now. Just refresh and blast them. Blink, kick, snowball with the Hex. They got him. Oh, Kaka leaping! What are you saying to me?
And the Glimmer Cape.
How? What is going on?
They're gonna keep him alive.
Oh my God!
Moonlight Shadow gives evasion. That helps out. In certain situations, it's a really good talent. This time it wasn't pop, but the Guardian Greaves aura kicking in and those leap charges. Doom ready to go in. They have so many refreshers. Lincoln's.
It's the old patch once again. Oh, Kaka, blink, kick. There he goes once again. They're going to try and get the kill. They finally get Kaka, but they've got the sweep. It's going to be on to Setsu. Now they're going to the backlines. They already got the kill on Yang. He still doesn't have buyback. BKB's been popped by Paparazzi, but the damage coming in from Ghost on to Setsu is going to be all too much for him to handle. The telekinesis coming up from FY to try and save Setsu. He gets into the Astral Imprisonment. They've got the Doom on a Fly. Now he's trying to run. The Earth Splitter comes in. Setsu with the Sanities, but it's not going to be enough damage to get the kill to the OD. He doesn't have buyback this time. The right clicks from Fly. Still not enough. Niu dies. They only have Fly remaining, and now they
Buybacks
got the
are coming
buyback
in.
available on Niu, but they still need to get the kill on a Ghost, and they're still looking. He's got the cheese. He can just eat it. They go to the Silver Edge. It's going to be the Aeon just popping on this Ember Spirit, as Paparazzi will throw a Remnant and TP out, but they still don't have these heroes for so long.
Those refreshers coming in clutch. Didn't even use the second Doom. Just one double BKB, and they're ready to go in. Another double damage has respawned. Drow Ranger going ham in that fight. Paparazzi, again, he bought the book for himself. He wants, like every single game, he wants to...
No, Fly!
Not again. And they will call
GG
it.
off the Doom. He's out, and it looks like so are Vici. Back down to Division 2. The kick might have been on Tusk, but you've been kicked back to the lower division. Ooh, boy.
Rough one.
Got that first game victory. It looked so close for Vici.
It did, but
Oh boy.
they've been struggling during the season. They had some a lot of the games they had a lot of gold lead, but never managed to turn those games into wins. It's just I don't know, something's happening with the team, like decision making in the mid game. Like even in this game, they were ahead with a decent margin, but never turned that into something. They did allow Extreme Gaming to come back into the game.
Yeah, it's been a problem, just being their main issue all tour long. How do we finish games? And well, it's by losing your Ancient, I guess, for Vici, as they lose their Ancient again. They lose this series 2-1 in Extreme. And I mean, Extreme, they've proven why they are just the top team. So it's a 2-1 victory here for Extreme. Gonna have to hear what the panel says about this series. We'll throw it back to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much. And indeed, Extreme Gaming 2-1 up at the very end of a long stretch of games. But unfortunately for Vici, that 2-1 victory for Extreme means that they get relegated all the way back to Division 2. They just came back into Div 1, but gotta go back into the proving grounds. But for Extreme, the good news for them is they now have the opportunity to go to the top of the division. They've already confirmed themselves at the start of their major. So if they do well there, and they got first cheer, and they do well in 2 or 3, we might be looking at one of the first teams from China qualified for TI potentially, Sheep.
I am just so glad that Extreme are actually going to the major, because after them choking out TI and choking out Lima, I was just like despair, right? So I'm just glad they're there now. I think this series in general, you know, it could have looked a little bit cleaner, but overall, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm glad they're going to get their toes into some experience going into the second major, and then by the third, hopefully by TI, they're just looking like super clean.
And one of the things that we saw in this game as well is that we heard B-Cop and Lacoste were mentioning it now. They were ahead for quite a while on the side of Vici Gaming. We know that they have issues in the mid game closing out games, but it does require the opposing team to know how to make the comeback and make it proper. And in this game, we also got to see Extreme Gaming do that quite well, Kezu.
I mean, I feel like they just played the map better in all 3 of these games. And JT on this Doom, I don't know how many of these highlights we're gonna see, but he just kept killing Fly on this Prophet over and over.
Cool.
He just kept getting like 1,500 gold per kill, and then his Devourer is running, his Midas is running. And then just the way they played fights, I just think eventually it's like overwhelming against this OD. You know, I know Synderen keeps talking about OD being the best hero in the world, but...
It's just like, why does Synderen say that? Why, like, clearly
it's not. It lost the Dota game.
Exactly, it lost the game. This poor guy, like every single fight, because we were memeing about it so hard in the green room, it means we're watching him every single fight. And he never got to just stand his ground and do anything. He just got clicked and clicked and clicked. And like, especially when Ember got his Ags, like he was just on top of him. There was nothing he could do about it. And when you have someone sticking to his OD, it's like you're using your Ags as well. Not Ags, sorry, your BKB, and you can't even Astro yourself at that point, and you're just dying to like Drow.
And then he also got the Skadi later, I think, on Ember, which did a lot in this game. Like, first of all, it's super annoying for the supports because they can't really get away. Then once Paparazzi got Skadi, then it's like the same story for the cores as long as he can stick on them. So yeah, just think Extreme, the longer this game went, the better they started to play.
They just definitely start to play better and better. They leveled up. This is just so sad. Poor Fly. In one of these situations where you did say earlier on, Kezu, that you want to see him being able to make early moves, and he did that. He showed up very early to the top side of the map. He's outputting damage. He didn't necessarily help with all the pushes, but he did what he could. Setsu did what he could, was dealing damage early on. But Extreme, they knew that their time was coming, just had to find the right items, get to the position where they could just carry the game, and they were able to do so. Sheep, hit me with who is the MVP for you on this one, and also party to that. What did you think about the Elder Titan in this game?
Double whammy.
That's 2 big questions, so I'll just start with my MVP. It's going to be JT. I think he was phenomenal. As Kezu already touched upon, I think him playing on these side lanes and catching Nature's Prophet all the time just made the game like really easy. You saw how much farm he had, which allowed him to get like these boosts of travel too, you know, as well.
Yeah, look at this inventory.
He's so stacked.
So rich.
He's like, I can be anywhere, and then I can rejoin my team at the drop of a hat. Like he's basically just making the game so easy for them, because for a while they were like struggling to deal with Vici's split push, right? They were losing their base a little bit, and then as the items piled up, everything just fell into place.
Yeah, the game just becomes much easier to play. And Doom, what a spell this is. And it's really complicated and really rough for a hero like Fly. You're playing Nature's Prophet. You're supposed to get into the fight, but you ideally want there to be a bit more space. I think in retrospect, it's kind of a problem that they had 2 different heroes that require other heroes to go in for them. So you have this OD, Nature's Prophet, neither of them can play if JT gets on top of you. So if he's dooming both, there was one fight he doomed them both, then he was just chilling. He's like, well, what can they actually do right now? So Vici back to the drawing board, unfortunately for them. Back to Division 2. They got to go train once more. But we kind of saw it coming, Sheep. Let's be honest. The downward trajectory of this team became very apparent. They had one really good series against YBB, but after that, it was... And the one good series against Outsiders from China. They at least did the most fun thing with the mid-Oracle. That was exciting.
Oh God, yes. This team was so cool when they beat Outsiders from China.
Yeah.
Everyone else really
They
struggled.
got the big W. At least they were proud enough and cool enough to bust out an Oracle.
So
Yes.
true. Thank you to Setsu for that one. I actually thought they would take the series after the game one, but unlucky. I guess it's kind of nice though. I think this has been a much more competitive China
I
Tour
agree.
2. Like Tour 1 was pretty sad. Even with Outsiders from China, like everyone's been taking games from each other. We had yesterday full of upsets. So it's been a really fun season.
And for a long time, as we're coming towards this final couple of days, we had a lot of 2-0s, but fortunately, we're getting more 2-1s. Does come a little bit late, but we'll take it where we can get it. 2-1 victory for Extreme Gaming. We saw 2-1s yesterday. I imagine the next series might also be a 2-1, but you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll see how that shapes up. What this does mean, though, is that Extreme are at the top of the leaderboard. I don't think anybody saw this one coming. Nobody had Extreme pegged as their top seed team, but there they are, 6-1. They have dislodged PSG LGD for the first time this entire tour from the very top of the leaderboard. And PSG LGD, if they end up losing today, that's going to force a tiebreaker between them and Team Aster. But if they win, then suddenly we might have a very big tiebreak at the very top. So Extreme will be watching that game, hoping and praying that LGD just end up throwing, that they look terrible, that they're still on vacation chilling. So we'll see how that all shakes out. Sadly, though, Vici Gaming, what positives can they take away from this particular tour, Kezu, when they have to now... Obviously, I think there's definitely going to be team changes. We already know that Erica has left the team, so they need a new carry player. But what other changes do you want to see them make in order to come back into Div 1 but stay here?
I mean, I think gameplay-wise, or what they should know is that they're good enough to go up against the good teams. They just weren't really able to close it out or finish it. So I think it doesn't matter what players you have. They need to be able to focus on the mid-game and talk about and understand how to actually fight and how to play the map. Because I think they really struggle with that. They can make it easier with the drafts, as you mentioned. They have OD Nature's Prophet. They kind of rely on the same thing. You want people to go in for you so that you can actually hit. So if they can work on these two things, I don't think there's much else they need to do.
One thing that's also very interesting about this is that we see sometimes what happens in China is when crunch time comes, a lot of these teams rely on signature picks. So we saw the Kaka Lion earlier. Now we see Setsu whipping out his OD, like his most played hero, but not necessarily a good hero in the meta right now.
Let's go OD.
Is this a thing that they should, is this a habit that they need to break in order to elevate the level of play that they're capable of reaching, Sheep?
What, over-reliance on comfort?
Yeah.
I think it's fine to have your comfort, and it's not like he can only play those heroes. It's sort of like you like having the comfort because it means teams have to even expand their ban pool towards those, and I think that can be a big blessing for you, especially when you see like you know, Amar is like a very obvious example, right? Is that teams have to focus so many bans on you because you have your comfort, but then they've taken that away from him. And this tour, I think we've seen him still owning on like the more meta heroes a little bit. So when you have that, like the Lions and stuff, I think it's an asset. I don't think they're over relying on it.
I think having comfort is good, but the thing is you need to enable it. Like when they pick Lion, I feel like they turn their drafts into a Lion draft. When you pick the OD here, I think you should pick a carry that helps the OD to play his game, not pick the same hero once more in the safe lane. Like now suddenly, instead of it being fluid, it becomes awkward.
Well, it was a very awkward game for Vici, for Extreme. Good stuff, good times from them. And we're going to be seeing them at the major at long last. I can't wait to see them in a LAN environment. And of course, one of the big things that we're going to be seeing from Extreme Gaming has been their ideas. The set of ideas that they brought in with off-kilter drafts that no one else is really doing. They make it happen for themselves. And one of the reasons they can do that is the brain trust between Lanem and Kaka. Lanem is their coach. We have him for a quick interview. So let's quickly have a chat with Lanem himself. One of the coaches here, one of the greats of Chinese Dota. Lanem, congratulations on your victory, sir. One thing I really want to ask as well. You were at Team Aster for several years, and obviously you achieved a lot there. Several top finishes, 4th place at TI. Can you talk to us about what happened at the end of your tenure in Team Aster that led you to join Extreme Gaming?
首先恭喜教练拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下，之前你跟阿斯特的话也是一起打了很久，然后最后拿到了 TI 第4这样的成绩，是什么样的原因让你决定离开阿斯特，然后来到这次重新加盟这个 XG 呢？
合同都要签了吧，然后就换个环境嘛，这个也没有什么特别的原因。
Nothing really special. My contract was my contract run out, and I just want to change to a new environment.
One of the things we were curious about and we're not really sure of, did you and Kaka sort of come as a package deal in the situation, or did you just happen to join at the same time and find each other there?
那还想问一下，就是你跟卡神是两个人说好了一起加盟的吗？还是就是你来了之后发现卡神正好也来了？
没有，应该是卡卡先加入的队伍，然后我再来的。
Yeah, I think it's Kaka joins the team first, and then I sign with XG.
Okay, cool. Sheep, you want to talk to Maru? We have him on the line.
Yeah, I'd love to know about your opinion on the differences in meta between regions. So things like China playing more like Enchantresses, and then we see like Europe and others playing this like Night Stalker against the Beastmaster. Do you guys think that you're adapting quickly to how heroes are changing in other regions? Do you think that other regions are not like respecting how strong heroes in like China are looking? What's your opinion on that?
那想问一下你对于其他赛区一些版本趋势的一些看法，比如说我们赛区的话，就是小鹿会选的非常多，然后欧洲区的话，可能有的时候会喜欢拿夜魔去打兽王这种比较热门的英雄，就是问一下你怎么看？那你觉得就是谁的版本理解可能更接近就是版本强势一些？
这个关于夜魔打兽王这个，其实我们也是有用的，那个就是并不是说是只是欧洲区就是用的比较多，其实整个中国区还是有不少队伍用的，只是可能在比赛中没有展现出来而已。
那你觉得强度呢？哪边的强度？
强度应该是，就是说，他的意思是问欧洲区强度和中国区强度是吧？现在肯定是要
谁的版本理解？对。
欧洲的领先一点，我们是要抱着一个学习的态度去和这些欧洲队去打比赛的。
Yeah, I think many Chinese team actually are familiar with the Night Stalker against Beastmaster. That matchup is just we played many games in scrims. It just we don't have chance. Other teams doesn't have the chance to show it on stream. And I think as for meta, I think definitely WestTube is on the top right now. And I am holding a attitude of learning to learn from the best.
All right, thank you.
All right, Kezu, what you got for us?
All right, hello Lana. I have a quick question. As a coach, what do you value the most in terms of Dota, and how do you try to help the team with it? Is it about map movement, where heroes play, how to team fight, communication?
我想问一下国土，作为教练的话，觉得职业 DOTA 里面哪一方面是最重要的？是地图上的一些行动轨迹啊，还是说英雄的落位啊，还是说打团啊，还是说对内沟通？国土的话最看重哪一点？
其实说的这些都比较重要，就是看一个队伍它哪方面相对来说比较欠缺吧。我觉得其实现在很多中国队伍对这个英雄的落位这个问题，包括行动的轨迹这个东西都掌控的不是特别好，然后这都是所有队需要进步的地方。然后整个欧洲队看起来对在这方面做的就相对来说就已经很成熟了，从1年以前吧就感觉已经很成熟了。
Yeah, I think all the aspects you just mentioned are very important to modern Dota right now. And I think for most Chinese teams, the biggest problem are hero positions and man movement. Comparing with the Western Europe teams, I think there are some strong teams that are very good at those, like 1 year ago. So I think we need to catch up.
Okay, I have one more quick follow-up question. Have you guys looked at all at Tundra lately when it comes to their gameplay? I think a lot of your drafts and how you move around the map resemble that specific team.
那我想问一下，其实我最近看你们队比赛的时候，就会想到 Tundra 的一些选人跟一些地图上的一些习惯、游走的习惯，就是想问一下，最近是不是也在看 Tundra 的比赛？
整个欧洲的比赛都是有看的，然后现在就是 Tundra 的游戏理解应该是相对来说从前段时间是比较领先的嘛，就是我们是有一些学习的成分在里面的。
Yes, and we watch a lot of other European teams play, and I think Tundra is ahead of the meta for a while, so we've been learning from Tundra a lot.
Thank you.
All right, that certainly makes sense. Well, you'll have an opportunity to play up against Tundra at both the major and the upcoming leagues. So congratulations on your victory. And you still have maybe a tiebreaker coming up against LGD, so we'll let you go practice for that one. Thank you so much for your time, Lanem, and good luck. Have fun for the future games.
感谢你接受我们的采访，如果有加赛的话，希望你们好运。
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that, of course, is Lanem, coach of Extreme Gaming, a legend in his own right in China, having achieved pretty much everything except winning a TI from the region. So as it stands right now, they are at the top of the leaderboard. They might be joined by somebody just now, as PSG LGD need to take on Extreme Gaming. We need to find out if there's going to be a tiebreaker for second place if Asta wins, or if there'll be a tiebreaker for first if LGD wins. We'll find out that very shortly in the next upcoming best of 3 between Team Asta and PSG LGD. Do not go anywhere. It's about to start in a few minutes.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's top tower
Welcome back, one and all, to some Chinese Dota action. The end of the tour, the regular season at the very least, is finally upon us as we witness the great series between PSG LGD and Team Aster. We always save the best for last, and this has always been an incredible series. It usually goes the full stretch, so I anticipate nothing changing here today. PSG LGD, of course, they find themselves second in the division currently. If they win this game, they go on to play tiebreakers against Extreme Gaming for pole position. But if Team Aster wins, then the two of these teams will play again, because they need to determine who is second and third. We're going to be figuring out exactly how this all shakes out, and I've got an incredible panel with me. I've got Cinderin, I've got Sheepstick, the SS crew. So this game if we talked about this last week, right, it would have been like, well, this might be 2-1, LGD probably a little bit favored. But now I have no idea. You weren't here, Sinren, earlier, and one of the things we were talking about is apparently, the rumor mill says that Zhao was being kind and gave his team a little bit of time off because they have to play this tournament, then they play the ESL League, then they play a major, then they come back to play this. So you let them relax a little bit. But I think that might end when you're going up against like an old rival in the form of RTK.
Yeah, and I think it's worth keeping in mind that these DPC points are actually pretty relevant. China hasn't had particularly great results on the international stage for the most part, so at least making sure that you get the points out of your own region will get the team more comfortable. I guess that can also be a bad thing. Like, do you get complacent? I don't think these players get complacent. When you're at a big event, you want to give it your all, right? But it's a nice safety net to have all those points that you can get here.
Yeah, and the difference is not just having that nice safety net, but knowing that you're one of the better teams. I think you need a confidence boost. Both of these teams have already lost some games, so at this point in time, they're not coming into this completely undefeated. They know that they need a little bit of juice, some momentum going into the major here, Sheep. So what's your read on the situation between these two squads? Having seen them play over the last several weeks, who are you pipping for a victory here in this best of 3?
Oh, it's actually really hard to say for me because the last time they came up against each other, like in the Tour 1, they had that like super potent Marcy Pango combo that seemed to work really well against Aster. It felt like they didn't know how to deal with that. And they don't have that anymore, obviously, because they changed offlaners. And it's not like I think they need that to like cheese a win or anything. It's just I felt like that was something that Aster really struggled with. And now it feels like hero pool-wise, they're probably on more even playing grounds. And I think Aster did look stronger in Tour 1. This tour, I'm not sure. I'd probably still lean it slightly in LGD's favor. But again, these teams are both dropping games.
Yeah.
It could easily swing one way or the other. No one looks super dominant.
What I find very interesting about this from a draw perspective is that if we look in the Chinese region, the teams with the fewest or the shallowest hero pool, it's LGD at second position and Team Aster at first. So they play the fewest heroes. ROTK plays exactly the same drafts, usually, always on the dire side. And although Zhao is a bit more flexible in terms of his drafting pattern, there's still some similarities in a lot of the heroes that he's picking. And we're going to be finding out exactly what's going to happen in that regard. The clash between the coaches, a clash between the teams at the top, and of course, a best of 3 probably on the cards here. LGD playing on Radiant side. Surprise, surprise, Team Aster on Dire again. And you were calling for Undying earlier. You're wondering where this hero went. He's here.
Oh, thank God. Oh, but they took Nature's with it, and not the Drow, and not the Night Stalker.
I think there's something to be said about picking Nature's Prophet just for the flex, right? Both XXS and Monet play this for this team, and you keep your options open in that regard. But if either of these teams really thought Night Stalker was the pick, right? I think you'd take it here. But to be honest, I don't foresee LGD banning it out at all because we haven't seen it played in this region as a Beastmaster counter. It's mainly been an EU thing. So if Aster do want to get it further down the line, they might just be able to get both.
Yeah. We just had the interview and asked about it, and they said that everyone is very well aware of the Night Stalker. So it's weird to me that we haven't seen it yet, because I think there was in the last series, there was an opening chance for them to pick it as well. So it sounded like they were scrimming with it. So I don't know. It's weird. I wish they would start picking it up and have a few games of it before they go into the major. But I guess if they really want to win the series, they don't want to try anything crazy new. Yep. And Nature's everyone's been picking it for so long now.
It's Old Faithful, it's good stuff. And it's, Team Aster, their drafting pattern, XXX hero in the first phase, plus a support. For LGD, they kind of do the same for Zeal, but they'll mix it up once in a while, maybe picking like a Pango or Primal Beast first phase for NCS. But I'm really excited to see Planet play Disruptor again. Like, I think he was the one that made everyone in this region realize, oh my god, this hero is actually so broken. Get this early Blink Dagger if possible. YE Smile can also play it really well, but I'm really hoping this is the 4-position Disruptor for this game.
Yeah, Aster should ban Storm Spirit, I think. It's like good against their heroes, and they love playing it with the Disruptor.
That definitely makes sense.
Yeah, that could be a valuable ban. That said, though, they did bleed with it the other day. Dropped a game and wasn't particularly... Or am I mixing things up here?
No, Aster lost with
Aster lost with Storm IO.
It was Aster that lost with it, and you said it would be a good pick for LGD.
Yeah. Oh wait, so LGD also lost with it against IG.
Oh, they did both with it. Okay, I'm not making things up.
NTS played it, yeah.
Yeah, so... oh yeah, that's right. So NTS in that game had a pretty bad start against, I think it was Dragon Knight, and the game kind of just, he got killed twice before level 6, I think, in that one. So yeah, that was a bit of an uphill battle. I still think it is a good respect ban, and you called it. It's coming out here. covering their bases for mainly the Nature's Prophet.
I find it interesting here because now that Storm is gone, Tiny is gone as well. The only other heroes that WY has played really, really well is from the mid lane, as Puck has looked decentish. Had one really good game with it. So I wonder if PSG LGD are going to start thinking about how to deal with the Puck in the event that it comes out from the side of Team Aster.
Nothing to say plays a good Dragon Knight, so I don't think you need to be too worried. I think you can just solve it with that. You have the phase closing pick, so in both instances you do, because your second pick, so just make sure you, I would say, aim to counter pick 1-to-1 right now in the lanes. If Aster are going to show a support now, which is probably going to be the case after you, or rather, you're going to show a support now, and Aster will pick 2. You counter pick the specific core you see next, and then you counter pick the last core in the end. It's pretty standard for second pick, right? But I think PSG LGD, even though their hero pools are relatively small, in this tournament, I don't think their theoretical hero pools are small. Like NTS plays a wide variety of mid heroes, for example, whereas XWY, I would say, even if he might have played more heroes than NTS in this tournament so far, I wouldn't say he has a bigger repertoire.
All right, so LGD right now.
Are they going to follow the pattern of Marana or Snapfire?
Yeah.
Or Marcy?
Oh, they are still doing it.
No way!
You called it. It wasn't going to be relevant today, and here it is.
Of course. It's just spitting on me.
Wow, that's very random that they choose it. Is this, how much have LGD played this tournament?
I don't think they've played Marcy, have they? I
Not
don't
very
believe
much.
so.
No,
Not this tour.
I don't have
they
it
played
in
it
front of
last
me.
tour, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think they've actually played the Marcy, so this will be their first time dragging out the hero.
Okay, well then my question is, are they going to pick a Pango to close this phase? Because now it's like, Aster like, okay, well, we could take the Pango from them, but no one banned the Bloodseeker, so that's kind of an option for LGD as well. They've got him. They actually got them. Oh my god.
Hashtag calculated. Jawait knows what he's doing.
Yep.
And isn't it funny that LGD lose their first series and then like, okay, you have to be able to play Marcy now. It's just not okay, you know, and he brings it out the next day.
I mean, kind of jokes aside, the reason the Marcy looked so good was because they played it off lane, and it got like it was able to max sidekick very quickly, which made the Pango look so good. So I'm not actually sure that's what they're going for here.
No, they have Beastmaster.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a support.
There's a non-zero chance there's also a hero that Shiro plays, right? Because he did play this last tour, he played it at eHome. So there's our boy right there. He's probably thinking about having a conversation with Jawait about where this Marcy is going to go. We do see Lion and Ember Spirit emerge for Team Aster, so we know what the mid lane matchup's going to look like. And we also see Lion now is not just the side of Extreme Gaming sticking to this hero. Kaka has inspired the region. It's spreading. And also this means Baboka gets to play another different hero. He's now played 4. And across 2 days. Before this was just Enchantress Tiny every single game, but now it's something new. You love to see it.
So usually if you play Marcy 5, you want to pair it with a hero that really utilizes sidekick in lane. The number one that comes to mind is Morph, but I don't think you want to run Morphling in this game necessarily. Instead, they're going to pick... Okay, this was not a hero that I would have expected to come out here in general.
Me neither.
So it's good against Nature's Prophet, obviously, but I don't think they're going to be laning against each other. I think this is a Timber mid. Going to be playing against Ember. So from my perspective, NTS isn't taking full advantage of his information here. There are other heroes that just beat Ember in lane that he could have played. I don't know, man. What's it going to take before NTS pulls out his Tinker? I feel like this would have been such a great game for it, you know?
What?
You're against Nature's Prophet, you have Beastmaster in your team.
Ember.
Yeah, but that's a two-sided matchup, I think. I don't think Ember just destroys Tinker at all. I think it's like, he's one of the heroes that can find you, but you also itemize against this pick, and I don't know. Maybe Tinker's just dead in Pro Dota right now.
I've been listening to everyone cope about Tinker like non-stop. Like I go to NA, then T-Panda's like, yo, this is a Tinker game.
Yeah.
Tinker game. Everyone's picking
Nobody
Tinker.
plays it.
I'm like, I mean, it actually has been picked up like a fair few times this tour by random players, but I don't know.
You're not a Tinker believer.
I'm not a Tinker believer for the most part. I think it has to be like a last pick in a really good game. I saw some like, was it yesterday? I think it was Spirit played against a team, Hellraisers. Hellraisers were playing Tinker plus Bounty Hunter, and they actually beat Spirit in that series.
Okay.
So Europe East looking fun, by the way.
Right, what's also looking fun is that Team Aster seem to have a read that this could be the Shiro Marcy as well, as they're banning out Io right now, getting rid of some batteries that could be available for the Marcy or the Timbersaw. If it is going to be the safe lane Marcy, do you pair it with the Disruptor, or do you try to find another support for that side of the map?
I think Disruptor usually likes to play with Beastmaster because of the ease of stacking the triangle for him. I just generally like it as well, especially seeing you get more farm on it. That's just a personal preference.
I think there's a case to be made for playing Disruptor Beast where Disruptor goes Thunderstrike in this lane against Undying. I think maybe you can spam and have more of a presence that way. If you do play the Disruptor on a 5 position, I think there's a very specific subset of force you have to pick at this point to solve that off lane to give Beastmaster game. So I guess we'll also have to wait and see what carry Aster pick, right? Because if their pick isn't particularly good against Beast, maybe you can float something a little greedier on LGD's side, but for now, I like the idea of the 4 Disruptor the most. I think it's pretty stable.
So speaking of Monet, given that he always has priority at the very end of the draw for the hero he's going to get, it's likely that this is the XXX Nature's Prophet. Honestly, from what I saw in Tour 1, one of the things, and at the major, teams were specifically picking Marcy to counter Lina and Nature's Prophet as carries. You gap close, you 100-0 this particular fighter, and it's like, you really want to be playing your carry that gets instantly countered by another hero. So I think they do need a different hero for Monet. His Ursa's gone, his Morph is gone. His CK, not that great. Monkey King also gone. What are we feeling here, Sin?
The Ursa ban is definitely very good. The Morph one is a little more puzzling to me, but it might be because PSG are setting up for... Maybe they think the carry matchup's bad. I guess Marcy isn't the best against that if they want to run a carry. And maybe they just had the luxury. All right, this didn't take very long.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it is going to be Nature's Prophet. It could also be the Doom that goes into the safe lane. We saw this earlier on today. Didn't necessarily look too promising, but it's still an option that they can pursue. But it's much more likely now that they just put the Doom off lane against the Marcy.
I think putting Marcy carry is actually pretty promising against Doom just in Dota in general. If she activates her ult and then goes in, you can just get doomed, you know, and stand your ground.
I'm glad it's not. I was going to say I actually would really hate to see a Marcy carry because you're basically forced to BKB every time you jump in, like because you're playing into Lion. And then that kind of sucks for you. You get down to 6 seconds and suddenly you only have that amount of time to kill someone with your ult, and then you're just going to be chain stunned so much. Like Aster have a lot of kite. So I'm glad they didn't go with Marcy carry. I think this Lone Druid looks a lot better, especially playing into like spirits and stuff.
It's another carry that doesn't care about getting doomed, right?
Yeah.
Like that was my logic with the Marcy carry was, okay, like you say, you pop BKB, go in, and if you get doomed, you still have a presence in the fight as long as heroes are locking down for you. But now you have a carry that arguably you just give him sidekick and he can overpower the Doom, right? Yep. So interesting choice. We don't see Shiro play this that often, but he is capable.
So which way are you leaning? Do you like it enough that you can give them the opportunity, or they give them the advantage with this opening draft?
I feel like, so now that we've seen both LGD and Aster lose in different ways, and they're adapting in the way they are, for me it's about the flow and the pacing of the game. I think if this goes late, I like Aster quite a bit more, honestly. I think Doom is going to crush this game later down the line. Even though the Lone Druid is a problem, he can solve other issues and his team can play around it. Do I believe in LGD running Aster over in 30, 40 minutes? I want to.
This guy's the worst opinions ever. LGD's going to absolutely crush this game. Timber's going to destroy mid, take over the map. Lone Druid's going to be taking towers left, right, and center. My God, this is going to be a sick LGD stomp. See you later, Aster.
All right. She won me over. All right, let's go.
Let's go LGD. We'll see if they can make the stomp happen. It's the second Lone Druid that we've seen in the region. Ghost won with it. Can Shiro match him? We're going to be finding out very shortly. And to find out, we go to our world-class casting talent. We have OG Pixel and Pogged. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Naya. Looking forward to this one. PSG LGD versus Aster, two of the biggest name teams here in China. We'll see who could come out on top today. With that last pick very quickly coming out, the Lone Druid. The panel seems to believe that PSG LGD can kind of run with this fast and overrun Aster very quickly in this game. Do you agree with that, or do you feel that Aster's going to be able to hold them off and take it late?
I agree with everything that they're saying. I think LGD definitely has the potential to run them over, but yeah, I think they are definitely on a timer. If this game gets a little bit wonky, a little bit weird, where Doom's able to scale, hits level 15, he's going to be eating the Beastmaster creep, gets this crazy stuff that we saw JT able to do, then yeah, of course, we're going to likely see Aster win if it goes, I would give him, probably like around 40 minutes. So I think LGD definitely has a draft that they've set them up to be super aggressive, playing with vision, playing the dive, using this disruptor at its max. Timber gives vision when he's jumping in. Beastmaster gets vision. Lots of different ways to jump and catch. But let's see if they can execute. Glad to see more Lone Druid. And it's a cool set. I haven't seen this set. I don't know if you have.
Oh, what we got?
And you'll see it in a second after we check runes.
Oh, yeah, no,
He denied it.
Nice one. Oh.
Hey, Gobbaboka. Yeah, isn't that cool one? Look at it. I like his weapon.
Yeah, a little harpoon.
Yeah, it's kind of cute.
Very cool.
What are his sunglasses? What
got
did
the
he?
glasses on as well,
okay,
yeah.
I said
Look at this.
dope. Okay, I'm happy. All right, nice.
This guy looks cool.
Yeah. Let's see how the mid matchup goes, because I think this one is a bit unexpected for most people. Just the Snap Timber pick, even though it's into like an Ember Spirit, it's not really into most of these strength heroes, but I think you can see the idea of it is there could be some damage problems early on for Aster, so I think maybe that's what Nothing to Say was looking at. And maybe they were like flexing it perhaps, like where it was gonna go. But yeah, let's see how it all ends up going down. See how these lanes end up going also. We see Undying. Not too often in this region do we see the Undying pick lately especially, but this hero, it dumpsters lanes, and that's probably what they're looking to do. Just keep Zeal shut down, so Planet, we'll see what he's gonna do it to pull wave. Oh, that's a bit of an awkward pull.
Oh.
I don't think that's what he wanted.
Just the range creep.
But yeah, let's watch Nothing to Say. He's going full aggro build. Look at this. He's got the chain. He's got the Whirling Death. Really wants to put pressure onto XWY. I hope there's some branch play that he does. You know,
I was gonna, yeah. This is what's the sort of lane where you can start to play aggro under the tower, right?
Yeah.
You've got to be really careful as the Ember.
I think I honestly think Nothing to Say could do amazing in this matchup. We've seen XWY struggle a bit too in some games, so let's see if he's going to be able to handle the pressure. So yeah, top lane I would say Aster should do very well in, but the other two lanes I think I would favor LGD by pretty okay margin. Ember should still farm, but I think Nothing to Say might be able to pull some magic. Spaboka not only kills a Ruin at the start here, but also now finds a Courier nice and early. And let's see, will they kill a bear? That's the other big thing too. Let's see if Shiro's able to keep his bear alive, because that's one thing that can happen in the first few levels.
Sure. I mean, well, when you look at these two heroes, will there be a chance to kind of bring the bear down quickly, or is it unlikely?
I mean, I think so. It's just a constant damage, constantly getting get right-clicked by this line, and then Scorched Earth at some point will, of course, do some good damage.
XWY, let's able to get the bottle refuel.
Kind of big deal.
So much damage here.
Because we saw Why You Smile actually took the bottom rune, so Nothing to Say has no way to fill up unless somebody dies. So that's actually pretty huge for XWY. Now he can play a bit more aggressive. Top is it's 11 denies on Monet.
I mean, it is
12 denies.
Yeah, they're having complete control of the lane. I mean, as you say, just Prophet Undying. One of the tried and tested kind of just safe lane duos. It's going to feel pretty good against the majority of offlane duos that get put against it.
I mean, Nothing to Say, not having a bottle fill up, this is gonna hurt him. Now XWY is gonna maybe be able to put a little bit of pressure onto him. It's a big deal. Glimpse away. Top should be fine on the Undying. He's got 10 stick charges. Gets a double decay also.
I mean, it was the other day, right, where we had this, but what with SF and Clock.
Yes.
And very similar vibe where it was just completely uncontested CS.
And Monet, he really wants to make up for the other day when they crushed the first game and then they end up losing the next two.
They did. A rough series overall that was for Aster. Yeah, absolutely in comparison to what they did in game one, which was complete domination.
Zeal, though, as we know, Beastmaster nowadays, even if you have a tough lane, which it looks like he actually might die here, Tombstone's down. And there's a little small TP from Monet, I like it. Should be able to get him. Nicely done. Even though your lane's going to be tough, he's already got stacks started. I think he has a triple Ancient stack already, so we'll at least have that recovery outlet. But you imagine now with this Undying, you know what's happening. So I would say for Siamese Cat Repichu, yeah, you go ward, you block some camps. It is spotted, though, of course, from Planet. And now actually the Undying might die.
I get the glimpse back. And the Siamese Cat, it's got some stick charges, but that's that. PSG LGD able to get a kill themselves on the board.
Okay. And Zeal has the wave pushing into him, so he'll be happy. Not bad. That was a little bit, I mean, I like that he wants to go block camp, but maybe not in that type of fashion. Maybe he just wanted to reset his HP pool, kind of expecting to die, because he's literally just running at a Disruptor, and we know how much damage Disruptor does in laning phase now, so interesting.
Oh, and there we go, back to base.
Oh, see ya.
Didn't take into account the glimpse.
He's like, my bad.
You know,
Monet's like, it's okay, I'm free farming.
I was going to say, Monet's like, oh, what a shame, more solo XP for me.
Oh, this is such an interesting skill build. And Nothing to Say, full aggression. 2-3-0. Not even looking to play around his reactive armor. I mean, Ember, he's playing around the Flame Guard, so probably doesn't even really want to have this reactive armor, so can understand why he's going for that build. It's going to let him be pretty aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, it's smart. It's going to be big damage.
And they might actually get XWY.
I mean, absolutely, with the two of them coming over.
here to try and help Nothing to Say going for the kill. Another good angle with the timber chain, and that'll do it. They take out XWY. Big focus from PSG LGD onto that mid lane very early here.
It's going to be level 6 soon, too. He does have to be careful, though. Baboka might actually be able to get a solo kill here. Nothing to say. No way. He actually gets him.
Baboka.
He doesn't even laugh or anything. He's stone cold today. Zeal. It's another decay in 4 seconds. Hey, he's looking dead. Give it a Monet. Nice.
I mean, yeah, and it's an interesting start with kind of what's happening on the lanes going both ways. I mean, is anybody feeling better about this beginning?
I would say Aster for sure.
Yeah.
LGD's draft, as we were mentioning before, is about having like early game dominance and applying pressure.
For sure,
so
yeah.
This could be concerned. Planet, he actually gets away. As we mentioned, there was a level 3 Flame Guard. They will secure the DD rune for XWY. Both safe laners having an absolutely free time.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely some of the... I'm trying to think if he's outdoing the performance the other day on the SF here with how many like denies he's getting in this lane.
Yeah, maybe some of them are treants, though,
I mean,
right?
sure.
So-
It's definitely, yeah, he's got that working in his favor in terms of padding up the deny stats, but still, it's very much what evident in the XP department. What we've got Zeal.
Tons of rotations.
Trying to get in under the tower here, Siamese Cat.
Even while you smile and Nothing to Say show up top to kill the Tombstone and help out Zeal.
And they might be able to get Monet here also.
Looks like it.
He's trying to at least bring down Planet with him, but he won't manage to do so.
Big rotations. Behind the tower here. Undying still somehow surviving Pichu. But they will get the courier. And they're actually going to be able to steal some of these stacks. Not the Ancients, of course, but can he finish off any of these at the hard camp? Nothing to say. Has something to say about it.
A good chakram there. Not quite able to get him with a
He's out of mana, though.
You smile.
Okay, he got mangoed.
Yeah.
Whose was that?
I think probably Siamese Cat, right?
Yeah, it looked like it. Nice play. I thought he might actually cut the tree also, since you saw the Timber Chain coming in. He has Calling Blade on the Ember, but didn't get it quick enough. Still think Aster's pretty happy with the way things are going here. They're shutting down the Beastmaster pretty hard. They're forcing tons of rotations. And XXS, he's in a 1v1 matchup versus a Lone Druid, and since he's a Doom, he's getting that free farm. Already has Meteor Hammer done. And super aggressive wards, pointing out the other thing from Aster is Baboka, well, both sides, yeah. I mean, Baboka ran and did like this crazy sprint through to watch Ancients and also to put one in case of like farming. While on the other side too, we did see PSG LGD also having super aggressive wards. Baboka.
Oh, big damage there for Nothing to Say as he comes crashing between the two of them.
The Invis.
They've got the sentry.
But can they finish him?
Oh, yep, they've got the glimpse. Baboka goes down. XWY still has a remnant to play with.
He looking dead though.
That's indeed with a Thunder Strike upon him. Flame Guard will protect him from some of the damage.
Maybe he's okay. I mean, he's gonna get probably chased. His mana's
Is there any other way out of here for XWY? He's caught in the field. There's no escape. Oh, dodges with the slide fist, but yeah, still goes down.
Now LGD is pretty happy because Zeal, he also got a solo kill. I actually don't know how he did this one. Got a kill onto the Undying. I guess just like the Boar and the extra right clicks with like axe spam. He actually has Dominator finished. So I think all things considered now, I would say the PSG LGD is probably a little bit happier. Somehow this Beastmaster has recovered before even doing stacks. It's actually huge.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Once Zeal's in a position to clear those up, he's going to be pushing towards the top of the net worth.
Yeah, absolutely. That's astonishing how he's recovered. Sure, they made tons of rotations to be able to make sure that happened, but...
Nice little dodge there from XWY. Did get glimpse, but
well done.
Times the sleight fist to keep himself held in position.
I like it. Doesn't even use the Remnant. So these stacks, they're going to perhaps look to contest it. It's a pretty big one. They do absolutely have the heroes to do so. And it's going to be quite a bit of greed, of course, coming out from Aster. As we've talked about, they want to take this game to the later stages. So Monet, Midas is very standard on your offlane and Nature's Prophet, and they have a Doom, so it's very standard for him to go Midas as well. So really wanted to slow the pace of the game down, keep that farm going.
I mean, it will absolutely pay off if they can make sure the PSG LGD don't get to take too much from them in these early moments.
This is big, though. The fact that Zio was able to get this Dominator, now they can apply pressure top it. Uh-oh, Pichu. He's looking pretty dead. TP back up, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, with him going down, unlikely Aster's going to send anyone else up here. See over towards the mid. Aster I'll get the catch onto Why You Smile, and they'll start to be able to put some pressure onto the tier 1 mid themselves.
Uses a remnant to get the kill there. Okay. See if that ends up costing him later on for XWY. I liked what he's doing here. He's cutting the mid wave, so now we get tower pressure for Aster onto mid tower at the same time while PSG LGD is pressuring up top. So a nice little cheeky move there. And nothing to say. I mean, this is the most aggressive Timbersaw build ever. Arcane Boots Kaya, and he's just maxing his nukes.
And yeah, 0 points in passive. I like it.
0 points passive.
Let's go.
All right, this is cool.
I mean, we're seeing, you know, at this stage of the game, when you've got these spells maxed out as he has, it is a lot of damage.
Sure is. And it's good versus, I mean, quite good versus at least 2 of the chorus, right? The Ember, honestly, it's pretty decent versus Alm because Ember can be a bit squishy, and his Flame Guard, of course, does not block that pure damage, so yeah, pretty cool. I actually don't think I've seen this in a very long time, if not ever, in a pro game on a Timber. I've seen it in pubs.
Yeah, I've done it in pubs.
I know.
I lost horrifically. It's a risky build, but
it's an
so
aggressive.
far so good.
It's an incredibly aggressive build. As Monet, these are really, really massive kills that they're able to set up.
I mean, can
here.
Aster punish this?
The smoke's coming, but it's scanned instantly. Nothing to say. He's going to be the body.
Oh, he's going to walk into this.
There's a finger.
And they will blow him up. And see if they can get anything more from this one, Aster. They jump forward looking for Planet. It's going to be the Glimpse back, and Zeal, he'll drop the Roar. Movement speed buff to get out of there. And also be able to claim the kill against Pichu. So they will lose, losing the Timber, but at the same time, they're also putting pressure down bottom. Shiro beating into the tier 1 tower.
I like how aggressive they're playing on the side of LGD. Just like they're putting all the pressure up top because like bottom has just been a 1v1 for the first 12 minutes. It's just literally Shiro versus XXS, and they're fairly even. How much damage has he actually gotten on the tower though with the Doom? He hasn't touched it with his Meteor Hammer. So Shiro really making sure that he doesn't let them do that. And now Nothing to Say.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, you don't normally see that, especially when the timing was as quick as it was from XXS.
Oh, this Doom is super dead.
Yeah, Shiro just keeping full control of this bottom lane, and with any sort of backup this time being Nothing to Say, no problem finding the damage to take the Doom down.
They're really ramping up the pressure.
Well,
now,
take some Ancients as well.
Oh, beautiful. And Zeal's also farming his, so LGD.
They're going to start to build that lead that they want to play with.
Absolutely. And Monet also, he walks into a
Look
Timber.
at this damage. It's immediately half his HP pool gone.
He's gone.
He's dead.
Oh my, Jesus. How many trees was that? He only cut like 4 of them too at the Whirling Death. Still an insane amount of damage. It's like 300 plus pure damage. And now kicking up the pace even more.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as they're taking that bottom tier 1 tower, the Bears coming over to the mid lane. And 30 minutes in, they'll be able to take down the final tier 1s. All 3 tier 1s taken now.
This is a big deal here. I mean, Nothing to Say is making so much happen with this Timber. 3, 2, and 4. He's got the Kaya Sanj queued up. He's already stalking XXS. They perhaps want to look for this Doom. Wait till he maybe shows on the wave. They're sending the Disruptor over. Planet's already setting up the trap.
Yeah, he's got Static Storm ready if they need it.
XXS.
See how he's not falling for it. He's not going for the range creep.
He knows something's up.
Mini glimpse. Just enough vision though.
It's a bit
Still
deep.
close to the tower. They want to go for it though, and of course, with Nothing to Say there, they take the kill so quickly that there is no chance for Aster to respond.
All right, LGD, they're really knowing how to play with this draft right now. Super aggressive plays. We've got the, I think they were talking about the Blink Dagger that Planet likes to go on his Disruptor. He's got it queued already. He's halfway there with Arcane Boots. Pretty massive, and they're already hitting tier 2. It's dying. It is actually just dead.
14 minutes in.
Oh, baby.
They're getting so much done. And Aster, I mean, what's the move for them? Obviously, that they need time. When you look at Aster's heroes, you know, what sort of collection of heroes should be grouping up and trying to do something in response to try and slow down PSG LGD whilst the others are farming it up with their Midases?
I mean, it's got to be XWY with the Lion, but they can only do so much. There's pressure literally everywhere right now. LGD is farming aggressively into the triangle. They're farming top. Nothing to Say is farming heroes. This is a phenomenal plays right now for them. And soon it's Roshan. They've already got the Helm of the Overlord, I believe, in 600 gold. This is super aggressive plays. I love the way that they're playing this. And Deso's done. So yeah, Deso.
Well, you go straight to
Helm of
Rosh now?
Overlord. Maybe. I think maybe you can.
Yeah, I mean, you got Beastmaster, you got Lone Joe with the Deso.
Yep.
You're super strong. You got Marcy as well.
And you know they can't fight because they have double Midas.
Yeah. I mean, they've smoked up Aster.
Let's see. Maybe they want to try to find perhaps a first kill. If they don't find it too often, or pretty soon though, they might just like waltz into that rush. Yeah, and Zeal, there's the Helm of the Overlord after this creep wave.
Yeah, everything's coming together for PSG LGD. They're hitting their timings, no doubt about it. 15 minutes in.
XWI really has this next these next 5 to 10 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes or something actually. It's pretty much gonna be all on XWI to make all that space. Yeah, Monet, it's even like a Maelstrom now too, of course. You have to go this build on the Nature's Prophet, and this is not a fighting build. If he shows up, he's just gonna get incinerated. They're actually just gonna take top tower instead. This is some crazy pressure.
Only just 15 minutes or so in. Aster, they're heading out with the smoke. Maboka, he's going to go for the jump onto the Marcy, onto Why You Smile.
This is risky.
Won't quite get him dragged back into the Static Storm, but it doesn't matter. Just brought over into the claws of the bear.
Oh, and this game is starting to get completely out of control. Deso stack picked up. They've got the sidekick, I believe. Yeah, it's actually only level 2 still, but either way, they have sidekick levels now coming in, so Shiro's bear is going to be even stronger. Helm of Overlord. How do they fight back? I'm not seeing a way back for Aster.
No, if PSG LGD just continue to just barrel down lanes as 5, Aster don't have the heroes to stop them.
And even look at this, they have a defensive ward placed up because they know that Monet's starting to feel desperate. This is just a dead Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, no escape from this.
See you later.
And he knows, stands there, pokes back at them a little bit, but nothing else to be done.
Blink Dagger on Timber, Blink Dagger about to be done from Planet also, further forms of catch. Holy crap.
It very much just feels like it's a game where Aster, they're just hoping that PSG LGD make a big mistake.
Pretty much. And look, I mean, I love the way that they're warding too. It's like, when you're this far ahead and you're already like taking the opposing jungle, it starts to get to these desperate points for Aster. It's like, where the hell do we farm? You have to go into the enemy jungle. You have to take these risks. But they're placing defensive vision, so they know if Monet is going to even try to do this. This is beautiful. And scan. No way.
They know he's in it.
Oh, no way.
They've found him. There really feels like there's no safe part of the map right now for Aster.
See you later. And Monet, I mean, he comes back.
It's the same
He's
ward?
under the same ward. They're just going to run right at him with the Marcy Disruptor.
I mean, will he get out in time? Do you think he'll sort of read the situation?
He's got a TP pretty soon. Oh, they actually found Shiro in the meantime. Whoopsie.
They know he's in it, and they do have Static Storm. They feel it's necessary. Planet.
He gets him.
He does go down. He does the Maelstrom proc. But Monet, in return, will fall. But as you say, elsewhere, a little bit of something. They bring down the Lone Druid.
Yeah, I guess they just found him with a catch there from XWY plus a finger. All right, nicely done. Not bad, all things considered. Monet even getting that trade kill. I believe it was a dominating, or no, kill streak on Planet, so good influx of gold for him. They need anything they can get at this point on the side of Aster. Because, yeah, pace the game just continues to accelerate and accelerate and accelerate. Exil, remember when he, I mean, it wasn't very long, but it was the first like 6 minutes or so when he was struggling.
Yeah, I mean, because he was right. The lane was rough.
14.
He was getting like 30 creeps denied against him in lane.
Really cute play there from Zeo, backpacking his Helm of the Overlord constantly so that he can set up onto that. I mean, the wave wasn't really showing, but it did afterwards for a second. And this Timber pick is actually phenomenal. I have nothing to say, is insane.
They'll be able to catch Pichu out underneath his tier 2 tower. Onto the tier 2 tower they go. They're ready to take another hit.
And Monet's under the same ward. They still see him. But they're looking to ramp up pressure. They're looking for high ground already.
Yeah, Planet getting that high ground vision, looking to try and start the fight off.
Max sidekick time. Let's watch this. Oh, Bear is frenzied with Max sidekick. And there's no glyph.
I mean, the speed that the damage is being done here. They're trying to jump in on Maboka and they'll get him. They will be able to get Why You Smile in return.
But it's a Rax.
Oh, fortifications there in time. But yeah, this bear doesn't really want to go anywhere. Shiro wants to stick around, take the objective. 19 minutes in, the melee Rax in the mid lane gone.
LGD came to play today. Monet, he'll cut the creep wave in the mid lane, but it doesn't matter. Damage is done. Cute little play from Kaka standing there with the life drain, but of course, pays with his life. Just too fast.
Brigand's Blade as well. That's a lovely one here for the bear.
Oh, baby. The whole map is just... How do they leave the base? Only Monet really can get outside, and as we were mentioning before, they constantly have tabs of him. They're constantly getting vision of this Nature's Prophet. I mean, nothing to say has really opened eyes up perhaps maybe for some other teams too. Just this skill build, the way that he's played so aggressively, it's awesome. He's got Aghanims in a second too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and especially like the Timber played this way when it's, you know, in the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
You want your mid laner to be like this, not some, oh, I considered a tower and tank up and slow down their push. Who cares about that? You want to get in there and kill them as a mid, and that's exactly what Nothing to Say has been doing.
He is so farmed. 8-2-5. Aghanims is done. So how's the BKBs looking? Nature's Prophet nowhere near. XXS has it, but even the Embers, but everyone's just dead to this Timber.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, LGD's got great setup, right? A raw or just the control of a static storm and a kinetic field. It's going to be so easy for Nothing to Say to hit all this spell combo in the team fights.
Absolutely. And they bought a gem. That's what we've seen more and more lately, just to decimate the map to make it so teams can't come back. They might just enter bottom. They have a creep wave.
The creep wave's coming in mid. They could just start poking at the base again.
Here comes the frenzy. Here comes the sidekick. Look at this tower disappear.
I mean, you know, Pichu's here, but he's like, anybody else want to help?
Nope, because another Rax is just dead. This game's over. It really feels like there's no comeback. They called it.
They call it. I mean, they know. It really is. It really is over. GG is called. PSG LGD, 21 minutes in. They completely crushed them.
That was a statement, honestly. Like, we saw last tour as well. LGD, when they played versus Aster had been looking like the dominant team all the time, but
not this time.
I feel like Xiao just knows something of how to play versus team, how to draft from. This was just straight on aggression. It was 100% the whole time.
It was. You know, at the start, it was like, all right, Aster's got some good things going on in the lanes. But yeah, when PSG LGD started to play as a team and go for these objectives, there was just never any slowdown. It really was a case of, I think, Aster just being like, maybe they make a mistake, but there was nothing even close to a mistake being made by PSG LGD in this game.
Yeah, and like we did say, like for Aster, they're waiting to like buy time, get Doom level 15 so he can eat Ancient. They're going Midases and stuff like that, but LGD, they're not giving them time. They're playing this super pressure game. They played as 4, playing super aggressive to take like the whole top side of the map while Shiro's just playing a 1v1.
Yeah,
I don't even know if his tower, I think, of course, ended up dropping, but first 10 minutes, there was 0 damage.
I think it was first 13 minutes.
13, right?
There was no chance for the hammer to come down on the tower because of how well Shiro was keeping control of that bottom half whilst the rest of the team got to play on the map. Great stuff from PSG LGD. We'll see if they can keep it up as smooth as they did into the game too, or if Aster can come back with something a little bit better, because this time they got rolled over.
Ouch. That was painful for Team Aster. They got absolutely demolished in game number 1. PSG LGD, they really went in and they made sure that this was not going to be an easy game for Team Aster. In fact, an impossible game for them. This lone druid dropped with the Marcy. Sheep, you said it best. But it didn't even get to 30 minutes. They just rolled the game 21 minutes in. That was... Whew. Yeah, all right. They're here to play today.
That's why you got to have strong convictions on what team's going to win, because then you look really good at the end.
But then when you're wrong, you look really bad.
Who gives a shit?
That's true.
Yeah, no, I was super happy with how this game played out. Nothing to Say did pretty much everything I hoped he would. I really liked PSG bringing the supports mid to just kind of like secure the Ember kill and like push the advantage of the Timbersaw, because if Ember has a really good game, then he gets to go to the side lanes, he gets to start making plays. I'm glad that they were able to pressure him, take his tower, and like just give Timber the game he desires, because then he was everywhere.
You know, one of the things that Fogg mentioned at the very end of the cast there, Syndren, is the fact that because they were playing so much through the mid and the top side of the map, Shiro's playing by himself bottom. That's enabled by Nothing to Say having a good game. And we saw yesterday when they lost that when Nothing to Say has a very good start, guaranteed victory pretty much for LGD. And LGD feel like they feel the same because they made several rotations middle. At some point, both supports came to him. They were like, yo, if this guy gets to pop off in this game, we will win. By the way, his Aghanim Scepter, 3rd fastest all time ever on this hero, which is really, really impressive on a hero that he hasn't played since 2019.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure this Timbersaw pick, like how good it was going to do in lane against Ember, but he won his lane. He didn't like completely curb stomp him, but he did very fine. And then, as she pointed out, the way they started playing the map together was made for a very snowbally game. I also want to highlight Aster's itemization. They went double Midas. They went Midas on Prophet and Midas on the Doom. So you have 4,000 effectively dead gold sitting there, and you're already losing your lanes. They just got outpaced. When I looked at the 2 drafts when they came up, I was like, LGD have the ability to just crush this game, but I was a little bit unsure if they were going to be able to execute it based on the recent series that we saw them lose to IG. But today they were totally on the ball. And Aster's Greed just got mega punished this time. They didn't even get to play.
I also want to really highlight Planet on his Disruptor because one of the reasons why that Greed wasn't effective for the side of Team Aster, every single time Monet was trying to find farm, because he can't play his side of the map anymore, Beastmaster's taken over that part of the map, his jungle is sort of reserved for the Doom to try and catch up. He's trying to play aggressively on the other side of the map, but Planet was just onto him every single time, catching him out, glimpsing him back. And sure, he sacrificed his one life the one time, but who cares? If it comes at the cost of Monet, you'll do that 9,000 times out of 9,000.
Absolutely. And every time they have a good game on LGD, Planet always buys this blink.
Yeah.
And it is like always so good because he can just catch anyone. Like if someone shows and he starts his TP, you don't get away from that anymore. Like there's literally no escape. He will be able to bridge the gap between you with the blink, find you with kinetic field, and then like you're basically just dead at that point. He is able to set up so well. He's able to play with nothing to say. He's able to position himself super well. And just, give no space for like XWY to really do anything to pull the game back.
No space for XWY to return in this one. Unfortunately, we didn't see the best out of him, but it doesn't feel like anybody could play, right? He's the only person that could play that game. Like you mentioned, Syndrin, there's a lot of dead gold on both of the other cores. Monet kind of in awkward positions. So now the whole game being on an Ember Spirit, it's fine if that Ember has like Ags, BKB later on in the game, but how do you even get to the Axe BKB in a game like this, right? You're just getting rolled, and you have to be the only one making plays on the map.
Yeah, it's worth keeping in mind as well, Monet played an outstanding laning stage, and it just didn't matter, right? Like, he had a billion denies, he did pretty much everything he could in the lane itself, but after that, he got killed off multiple times. I think he got killed 2 or 3 times on the same ward in the Radiant jungle because he had nowhere to go, and before that, they just made a point out of shutting him down in this game. In hindsight, could he have gone something else than Midas and it would have been better? I would argue it would, and I don't think it would have been enough. And that just goes to show that LGD's strategy, the way they set this up, was too quick. I think if he rushes Gleipnir, it won't matter. So, yeah, switch up the strategy for the next game, I think is the name of the game for Aster here. You can't be this greedy. It's just not going to work.
So what do you feel, Sheep, about this 23? Was it 23 or 24, the Doom that came out here?
23.
Yeah. So 23 Doom in this particular situation, knowing how, you already see how fast the overall lineup is, right? Even if you didn't see the Lone Druid, the pace is still quite high from the side of LGD. In retrospect, was that a mistake? Should they have gone for something that would help them maybe hold towers a little bit longer?
Maybe they got a bit caught off guard by Lone Druid. I'm not sure. It's only because I'm thinking that I can see the benefits. Like, you have a Nature's who's going to absolutely crush his lane. You're going to have an Ember who you're hoping, who does have a game, right? He went even mid. And then you're just a Doom, so you're thinking, okay, we can Doom like Timber every fight, and then we can play around the rest of the team just fine. Like, I think their ideas were there. Just unfortunately, the support duo on LGD just kind of outplayed them, I think. They were just so effective. And like we talked about the greed of Aster, they were kind of greedy too. Like Blink on Disruptor, double Bracer into trying to get a BKB on Marcy. Like they didn't go for like your typical drums and force staffs and stuff. They were just building to like be tanky and be able to fight and survive, which I think was just really cool. And it felt like Aster just didn't have that same luxury.
Yeah, one thing that I also love to see in this game is that we're talking about the shallowness of the hero pools from both of these squads coming into it. NTS playing a Timber that he hasn't played since 2019, dragging that into the mix. Shiro only played Lone Druid once before this in his professional career. In the last tour, he drags it out again. So PSG LGD showing that they still have quite a lot of versatility to come out of the squad. And right now, they are in a very good position to try and get this a 2-0 victory. We'll see if they can make it happen after a very small break. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 coming live. Welcome back, one and all. Game number 2 about to kick off between PSG LGD and Team Aster. And we're going to be witnessing if Team Aster has what it takes to adapt their draft, adapt their play, and force a game number 3. Everything is on the line here because if LGD wins, tiebreaker at the very top between them and Extreme Gaming, but then Aster has to play up against IG for the 3rd, 4th slot. So it's literally not just this particular series. There's a lot of DPC points on the line. They kind of have to make miracles happen here. So talk to me about the Syndrome. What do you want to see them adapt in the draft to make sure they have the best shot of getting into a positive place in the tiebreakers?
For Aster, I think you can't fall into the same trap again. I also don't think they will. I think they're going to up the tempo a bit. That doesn't mean you need to go away from all of your ideas and some of your greedy heroes like the Doom, but you definitely need to be able to match a little bit more early on. And we're actually somewhat deep into the draft already, and they've made some really good adaptations.
Yeah, Sheep, you wanted to see the Undying on the last game. Overall, how did you feel about it, and do you think they should go back for that hero again?
I liked the Undying when you have first pick and you pair it with a more aggressive hero in the lane. Like the Nature's Prophet, okay, the Nature's Prophet owned its lane, right? But it wasn't really providing like kill threat so much as like what a Drow does, which is why I think people play that combo more often. But yeah, I mean, again, there was a lot of problems. It doesn't matter. We're in this now. There's no Undying. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Very hyped to see the Phoenix and the Primal.
I'm hyped for a couple of things. Firstly, I'm hyped that Team Aster stole away this Primal Beast. We've been seeing more and more that LGD are incredible when they have this hero in their hands. So steal it away from them, deny them the option to play that. I'm hyped to see the Planet Phoenix being played again. He could also play the Tiny, so whatever he plays, I think it'll be a good game for him. Why Smiles, also a very good Phoenix player. But I'm also hyped to see something we very rarely see in China, Syndrome, the 8th pick Bat Rider. In so many other regions, when I see this, it looks super dominant. Very rarely that it comes out here. It's normally banned in the 2nd phase. What do you make of it in this particular game?
So what I like from Aster, once again, is that they're adapting to the circumstances, but I actually don't know if this Bat Rider in this slot is worth it just yet. You don't know for a fact that the Tiny is a core. You don't know for a fact that the Phoenix is a core. So at this point, you're susceptible to getting counter laned, and you also pigeonhole your Primal Beast. This hero's not going mid anymore. I mean, the Bat Rider could be off lane, but I don't think that's what's in the cards here. So at this point, PSG LGD actually have a lot of information available to themselves. They know Bat's mid. They see the Primal, who's going to more than likely be played in the offlane is 3 or 4, so they can start counterpicking that with the carry as well.
Yeah. And LGD picked the Ember to be a response to Bat mid. So
is that good?
Yeah, it's 50-50. It's skill-based. I think Ember's pretty happy, and seeing as it's LGD, and yeah, it's I'm feeling pretty good.
So the reason I'm asking is that prior to the Bat nerf, so Bat got a nerf to Sticky Napalm's mana cost. It went from 20 to 25. Before that nerf, teams in Europe in particular were counterpicking Ember with Bat, and there were some games that were just total stompings from the Bat, and there were some games where it went, like you said, kind of even. So my question, like what I was wondering is if, I don't know this for a fact, but I always felt at that point that it was Bat favored, and if Bat didn't win, it was because the player misplayed it, so that it was inherently a good matchup, but certain Ember players were able to inch out a draw, and I think if you do that as Ember, you're very happy in this game. Like, that's all you need. You don't need to win this lane at all.
I feel like I remember asking a player what they thought of it, and they said it was skill-based. So that's what I'm basing my response off, not my own thoughts. I don't have a brain.
We asked Gunnar about this on the side of Nouns, because he ended up winning a matchup with the Ember Spirit versus Bat, and he was saying that he doesn't believe that should be happening for the most part. He thought it was like Bat favored, but also things have changed. And we know in Dota, slight minute changes to our mana cost can change everything.
It was a pretty big nerf to Bat, actually. So
we get Rubik now. I'm still not impressed with this hero so far in the region. Oh, something new. All right. We get ourselves an Omni Knight coming in right now.
Whoa. What does this counter?
I was thinking that maybe Murano could be pretty decent. We've seen Murano Primal Beast work well, Murano Bat Rider work well, but Omni Knight, well, what do we make of this? Why here in this game?
Look at all these debuffs on LGD's side. You're going to make such a tanky carry. With your,
that's true, but at the same time, there's nothing you really hard counter with the Omni. Like, usually when you pick this hero, it's because there's Heavenly Grace value. You can get rid of chains, but it's... I feel like there's some sort of a pocket pick here coming out in the last pick for Aster. There's some sort of carry combination that they run with this, but now PSG LGD have their own Omni, so yay, what do you know? But then they have their own Rubik, so they...
I see.
Well,
does that work? Can you steal? Can you then have 2 Heavenly Graces? Like if Morph turns into Omni, uses it, Rubik steals it.
That should work, right?
I don't know. When it comes to Dota, whenever there's something with Rubik and Morph and you have a mechanics question, I'm just gonna say flip a coin, because it's like You never really know with this how
I
exactly
kind of
it
feel like
works.
that should work, actually. I want to see it.
I think it might work.
Okay.
I don't know why this isn't. I feel like this is a situation you would have experienced quite often, that you could like spell steal something from a morph that was Omni, but.
This drop is so fast, by the way. We
Yeah.
have like so much to catch up on.
So
All right.
Omni Slark.
I'm starting to, now we see the slug, right? Maybe the potential reason why they went for the Omni Knight is, I'm looking at this LGD draft. Before the Morphling, the only like mass burst damage that came out is either full Ember committal, which he doesn't want to do into Primal / Batrider, or the Tiny jumping in with the Ember. So now with this Omni Knight, you make sure that that takes too long. The hero shouldn't die, and if it's a slug with Heavenly Grace, with a bit of heal, you can survive that burst. You get the turnaround maybe. That seems like the potential idea here for the side of Team Master.
I like it. I also like Slark, his biggest issue for me is when he's unable to stick into a fight. Like obviously he wants to go in and out, but when he goes in, instantly gets like burst, and then it's just like, well, shit, you know, it feels terrible. So I think Omni will allow him to at least get like a few stacks off before he's forced to back or forced to ult. So I do like the idea of the combo there. Should be nice.
Is there a ranged hero you can lane with Tiny that could crush this Omni Slark lane? Like, is there anything? And also, on top of that, you also want your hero to work against Batrider. I mean, Legion Commander could be interesting, I think, in this game. You get the hard dispel against Lasso, you lane well against Slark. I don't know if Zeal likes that hero. And if you pick it, do you run the Tiny in the safe lane with the Morph and then play Legion Phoenix, or do you still play Legion Tiny for double melee against double melee lane?
Zeal Visage.
Okay.
All right. They've been leaning sort of away from like his fighting heroes for Zeal and been focusing on a lot of his Zoo stuff. So his Visage, for me, of his Zoo heroes, I think his Pango is better, but this is for me his best Zoo hero, even better than his Batrider. Funny that they kicked Zhang Yu, who's plays this hero now. What do we think here? This is a very fast draw from both of these teams. Both of them were very insistent on their ideas. Sheep, you're looking at this Visage. Do you like it for LGD? And how do they utilize it to win game 2?
I just think that they can go like all your drums, greaves, whatever on this hero, and like if your Shiro Morphling can get like an Ags, I think the Slark will start the fight with so little agi, it'll be like really, really hard for him to do any damage, which puts a lot of reliance on the rest of your heroes. This is an offlane Rubik faster, right?
I believe so.
So that's a little weird.
Yeah, it is an offlane
That is
Rubik.
XXX is playing Rubik, yeah. XWI, Batrider, Boboka's playing the Primal Beast. Okay, I've not seen an offlane Rubik before, Syndran. Have you seen it? And if you have, do you believe in it in this game?
I've seen it before. In this game, I don't think it's particularly good. I think Morph should be happy in this lane. I think he's going to get a lot of farm on Shiro, so... I'll tell you this much, it's a totally different nature of game than the last one. Astra are way more brawly, they will want to fight with their Bat and their Slark, and their lineup by nature thrives extremely much. If it gets to win 1 or 2 fights, then they could just totally snowball the game, but it's very volatile. If they're on the receiving end of 1 or 2 team fights early on, and they don't even need to get crushed, they just need to lose them slightly, I feel like Morph has got this in the bag.
So anyway, LGD is going to crush the game. It's going to be an absolute stomp right from the mid game, all over the map. Easy peasy, easy peasy.
No way, not
Let's
this
see
time.
if we're going to have another stomp, or if the game itself will be much more impactful. Both lineups are much more brawly. A lot more street fighting going to be happening in game number 2. So to cost it, we have some street fighters in ourselves. We have Ken and Ryu, a.k.a. Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yes, game 2 ready to go. Fogged, game 1, it was a complete and utter stomp by PSG LGD.
Truth.
Is there any chance this is going to happen again, or do you feel that it's completely different?
Honestly,
I mean,
it should be completely different, but I got no idea what the hell is going on. Because we got an offlane Rubik. Is he gonna go Meteor Hammer? Because I've seen this in some pubs. I've seen people doing it a bit here, and he got tipped right at the start of the game. So
and I like the starting build with just full stats. The triple circlet, yeah.
Triple. Maybe
yeah.
that's a bit too much, but no regen. Okay, interesting. I mean, this looks.
I mean, don't need regen if you don't get hit.
What? Sure. Yeah, I guess. I think. Yep. Maybe. I guess. Whatever. It's very interesting. I mean, Baboka playing the Primal. I'm wondering why. I'm really trying to think why. Maybe because they don't want this Primal to have so many levels that the Morphling's going to be turning into Primal and getting all these like this early beastly trample that we've seen a lot of Morphs run away with. I don't know. I'm very curious about it. This was a super speedy draft as well. It was like instant pick Slark. It looked like a good Slark game, of course. Now maybe it could be a bit more difficult versus the Visage spam that's coming up, but he's got an Omni backing him up. I don't know, Owen. This is going to be a wild one.
All right, let's see. Let's see what we get here around this first bounty rune. A lot of heroes. Baboka, he's ready to charge in on them.
He said, get the hell away from me. Zeal didn't even use a single soul assumption. Okay, he could have put some decent harassment in, but doesn't even want to waste his mana. He's like, no, saving it for the lane.
Okay. So anyway, with regards to the offlane Rubik, have you seen this being done before? Like, what What makes this work when it does work?
It's usually when you have like very good spells or something to steal. In this game, I would say he does not actually have that. You either have very good spells to steal or you're griefing.
Oh no.
I was trying to think of another reason. I couldn't think of one.
And what's
I
the
don't
build? Like, what are you know, you're putting yourself in a position where you're going to get farm, you're going to get gold.
He's going auras, which, I mean, as an offlaner, sure, fine with that. Definitely looks weird. I gotta think. I'm trying to think of something. Like, there has to be something else that I'm missing here. Like, what could it be?
Bottom lane.
Wait, what?
I mean, they're just able to run him down. Zeal goes down.
Wait, what? I feel like that should not happen. What? Did he just get right-clicked by the Omni?
Look at the Omni.
The Omni just killed him by
Omni
himself.
literally kind of soloed him. 600 damage from him with those right clicks, and
what?
Yeah.
I mean, Visage is squishy, but what? I mean, look at him go again. Okay, well that's unexpected.
Okay.
This is a very bizarre draft coming out here. Mid lane, I mean, we haven't been seeing this too much either. The Bat Rider, right? This hero has, of course, gotten that nerf in the sticky napalm in the last patch, and I mean, pros have just completely stopped picking it from what we've seen. So it's pretty interesting to see that they open with it in the draft. Ember has been a response that we've seen a couple times. It does pretty decent. It's a little bit of a volatile lane matchup, but nothing to say. He's comfortable. He's already got his boots and his stick, so should be able to withstand the pressure of XWY if he's not overextending. And right now the Rubik. Okay, so other thing that I guess like I was trying to think this whole time besides like the craziness that happened was maybe like looking at the base damage, since Rubik is about damage reduction, so the higher base damage a hero does have, of course, you will reduce more. So playing versus Morphling, maybe looking to just shut down the lane completely and then just play off of that, getting auras and playing with your team. I'm trying to think of extra reasons. Because right now he is doing very good in the matchup. He's 10-5 to the 11-4. It's not bad.
Bottom. I mean, outside of sort of Zeal going down, is this a lane that PSG LGD should be able to apply pressure to the Slark with?
Level 1 dying hurts quite a bit, but they should be able to in theory. Just now, the thing is that the Omni just has so much extra gold that he's able to just probably throw so much extra regen onto Monet that maybe he is just going to withstand any of the spam, having levels with Heavenly Grace, having extra regen that he can throw on him. So maybe now they will struggle to shut down Monet. Nothing to say. High fives his tower. Does not get the range deny. And yeah, he's actually keeping XWY a bit low.
XWY, I'm to spend the time to head over for the bounty.
Okay, so I'm thinking more. So, okay, XXS, maybe versus the Morph. Here's the old school thing that people used to do. You're going to get the attribute shift. You're going to go all strength, and then you're going to steal strength adaptive strike.
That could work.
Right? I don't know. I'm reaching here.
I mean, we'll see if he does exactly that.
If he's able to even find it. Because most people don't even, I feel like sometimes you don't even see them use the adaptive strike strength even once per game. We'll see. Oh no, right now, lanes though for Esther, looking pretty good. Rubik farming well. Not slowing down the Morphling though. Runes, who's gonna get what? They will check top rune, Paboka, he's lingering around mid, is able to take away the rune from Nothing to Say, and XWI gets the bottle fill up. Not as important though for Nothing to Say, since as we always say, you know, versus Bat Rider, you tend to see these mid players opt away from going for that bottle, just going for their phase boots and stats and stuff like that. Tons of voice lines being spammed from both sides. Don't see this too often in China. But teams, I mean, they're smiling and like they're having a giggle and everything too, especially at the start when they tipped that XXS on the Rubik.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Baboka still hanging around this area. Same to be said for why you smile. It's kind of tricky for them to get in onto the Ember Spirit though, yeah. Why you smile, just making sure that Baboka doesn't have any sort of angle to enter into mid.
They were thinking about it though. Why you smile, he's gonna have to dive. Is Baboka gonna time it perfect? No, he won't. They were looking for a kill, because you saw XWI, he's holding skill build. So he's holding a point just in case for Flame Break to maybe look for the Ember. Is Nothing to Say. Has phase boots already finished up, Lightstone too. So yeah, he's done very well in this matchup.
So far, bottom lane, Slark's not having any issues down here, right? This is proven to be a pretty easy lane for Monet. I mean, to be fair, I feel like most of the times Monet does have a pretty good time in the laning stage.
Definitely.
Super solid laner as a carry.
God, hey, come on, give credit to his support.
True,
His
okay,
support
sure.
sets him up for success.
Super good position 5 by
Thank you.
Pichu every time.
To be honest, right? Like we've given Pichu quite a bit of MVPs, like his clock.
No,
like,
yeah,
he's a
I mean, it
baller.
really has, as you say, just sort of the way he plays in lane.
Yeah, and
does give a lot for Monet.
They got through like what I would call, I guess, like a little bit of the, like the harder instances is pre 3 minutes before raindrops can come out. That's where Visage is usually able to maybe get like 1 or 2 kills consecutively. So double raindrops already picked up immediately from the safe lane of Aster, so they should be able to endure any of the spam that's going to come out from Planet and Zeal. The only thing they have to watch out for now really is getting tossed under tower or something like that. I mean, XXS is very much so enjoying this voice line.
But I mean, he's going to play offlane Rubik, isn't he? I mean,
actually true.
I wonder, when you sort of see a player get to play sort of a hero like this, do you think it was a case of him being like, guys, trust me, this is the game for some offlane Rubik?
I mean, it has to be something along those lines. He saw something that maybe we didn't, and maybe Baboka also just saw something about the Primal that we didn't see too, just wanting to play it as sub. I thought maybe, I really did think maybe, because I've seen a couple pubs do this Meteor Hammer offlane Rubik, because you get that crazy cast range and stuff like that. But yeah, it's obviously, like we said, he's just going for auras. And yeah, we'll see what XXS is going to be able to do in mid-game, because lane, looking pretty all right. Planet, trying to help get the rune here, nothing to say.
Let's see, is it down bottom?
Bonks him away, spawns top. Baboka says thank you.
Try and chase down XWI a little bit, but indeed, with Baboka around, there's nothing more to be done here, by nothing to say.
And they are getting those stacks prepared already. So that's one thing that we've seen for Batrider. A lot of times, get ancient stacks prepared so that he can back up after the laning phase and get that crazy farm and get those early boots of travel. So it's only 1 stack at the moment, but I can imagine Baboka's just going to continue doing so. And they're both just playing around mid. Why You Smile and Baboka. So just leaving the Morphling in a 1v1 versus XXS. This is, I mean, we saw the Doom in a 1v1 versus the Lone Droid. Now we have Morphling in a 1v1 versus Rubik for the whole laning phase. Cool. And yeah, just prioritizing stacks.
Yeah, Planet also getting some going here for PSG LGD.
Same thing for Why You Smile. Innocence will get a hard camp stack. We'll also just continue to linger around the mid lane. XWI will get forced back to base, so nothing to say. He's actually won the mid matchup as December Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The only kill that we've had was an Omni Knight auto-attacking a Visage. Pretty funny.
Back in lane now, XWY.
Still level 6, so, and he skilled the second point in Firefly, so doesn't have Lasso just yet to go for an aggressive play. Farm game. Planet, he's trying to bait Pichu over to get the toss into tower, but Pichu, very careful. Nothing to say. Getting aggressive, wanting to deny some of this farm.
Ooh,
and now maybe
be able
they
to go
find
for
the Omni.
Pichu instead. Yeah, they've got the 3 of them. They'll be able to take him out. Does mean that Baboka's got the space to move over and take that haste rune away for nothing to say.
And there we see XXS already. He's got the attribute shift, so he's very tanky. And he is, well, he was top of net worth for a second. They're all kind of sitting very close. I really hope he gets some 5-second, whatever, or like max second stuns on the adaptive strike. Sorry, 3 second. Could be cool.
I mean,
mid, Baboka, he's got to be careful.
He's pretty squishy, only level 3 of course of this stage. Nothing to say, he's going to want to dive in for this one.
Next light, it's got him.
He's going to get the kill, and he's going to be out of there in time. Not a chance for any sort of grab to catch him.
Definitely going to be a bit of a difficult game for them to deal with, nothing to say. Looking at their disables, you've got a lift, you've got pulverize, but these, you know, pulverize pretty difficult to land. You've got lasso can, but difficult until you have like a blink dagger. Pounce can be a bit annoying sometimes, but I imagine they'll itemize to deal with that. And yeah, Morphling, Shiro has not been slowed down whatsoever. So even though he is versus that Morphling, or even though he is versus that Rubik, and the Rubik is free farming, they haven't touched Shiro's farm whatsoever. And similar concept as this Morphling as the Ember, limited, could be some difficulty catching him. XWI, gonna do the Ancients here. So what, that's triple stack. Nicely picked up there. Used the smoke even to ensure that he does it easy. And that will be Boots of Travel.
Yeah, good timing. I mean, whereabouts on the map do you think they'll focus on trying to go first? Like, can they look to entering into the jungle and trying to find this morph?
I think that's a reach. That's kind of risky play with their lineup at the moment. I think like the Visage is the easy kill. The other two is going to be probably a bit difficult for him to catch and get on top of. A lot of different ways to play around it. How are these levels looking? So Planet level 4, Omni Knight level 4, Planet. It's an XWY here.
XWY might be able to help out.
Monet also here.
Chains catches onto the two of them, and Ember, nothing to say. He's going to bail out of this one. They'll leave Planet to go down.
4 heroes to push them out of their jungle. LGD playing very aggressive again, even though it's a very different style draft. Still looking to put the pressure on. They will give Innocence. They will. Why you smile? I always say Innocence. Why you smile the tome. XWY, a nice aggressive move here, taking away the stack. All right. Nice economical damage. To the mid lane. See what he's able to get. A level 1 Flame Guard.
Maybe even more here. They get the catch into the Pulverize, but the Remnant's already out.
Does he get Fable? Oh my god, it didn't bounce. Guess he lost vision for a second there. Must have been the Ember right on the edge of the fog.
Bottom Monet. Attempting to get aggressive onto Zeal there with the Shadow Dance, but not enough damage on his own to threaten the Visage.
Zeal has to be careful how far he steps up. They know that the Boots travel online for the Bat Rider. We saw the TP coming in, and now the Omni.
Gonna dive forward for this one. Monet trying to fight, but he doesn't have ultimate, so he's got to be a bit careful.
It's a very nice egg.
They've got the Familiar stuns here onto the two of them, XWY and Monet. I mean, XWY gets out of range of the stun. Monet won't quite, but he's still going to be okay. Nothing else to follow up the Supernova.
Nice defensive egg, though, protecting his buddy. Lots of rotations as they're being forced down bottom a lot, but they're still farming very well. Stolen Slight. XXS is definitely going to have a fun game.
12-minute power in. It is the DD,
and
nothing to say he's going to be able to grab that. Doesn't want to fight with it for now, though. Let Planet fall here in the mid. And in return, down bottom, Zeal with the pressure putting onto the tower. He's able to get beyond it and take down Pichu.
Nice bird drop. Stops Boca's charge in place. DD Rune for nothing to say. They might actually be able to finish this mid tower here. XWY is walking over. He's got to stop this push. But they're going to hit it. We'll be able to deter them away.
He does have lasso up.
Oh,
and
the slight lift.
Oh, but not able to get the lasso off that.
Oh.
Maybe felt that they wouldn't have had enough damage if they did lasso.
He didn't have Firefly, so yeah, maybe thinking that. Shiro, though, in the meantime, he is not getting contested whatsoever, as we've said. 6,600 net worth for this Morph. Having a bit better game than Monet, who's had to move around a little bit, right? He's been being shifted out of that safe lane to look for some kills to help out his jungle. Yeah, this is a pretty nice Morphling game too. Shiro, level 11. He's got his Lincolns finished up, going straight for the Aghanims. Tough to deal with this Ags when you are playing a Slark too. He's just going to steal all your stats, and it'll be pretty hard for you to fight until you get something to counter it yourself.
And,
that's the Echo.
That is the Echo that gets taken out there by a well-placed tree from Planet.
Look at bottom lane. They are really good from going for Zeal again.
And they'll use the lasso here to make sure. Oh, but the Familiar stuns are coming out. He'll still go down. Not quite able to play his way out of that one, Zeal.
Splits the micro too, sends one bird one way, one bird the other. He could have, I see why he didn't, of course. He could have maybe resummoned and perhaps looked to protect himself with that, but XXS was there, so he does not want to give Familiars to this Rubik. Lets himself die. He knows that they heavily rotated for him there too, so it's not the worst case scenario.
Yeah, more and more space for the Morphling. It's complete uninterrupted free farm on the top half of the map and bottom. And we'll be able to get in under the tower here as they'll look to dive forward for Planet. And get good familiar stuns, but not enough to save him.
The Slight, he's kept it this whole time. It's actually doing work. Slight is one of the more... It's one of the more fun abilities you can get on Rubik, just because you can use all your spells while sliding. And he's got Greaves. I mean, pretty damn good timing for XXS.
Yeah, they're taking this tower down. Tier 1 on the bottom lane is gone.
Mid tower, though, at the same time, LGD, they'll get the bigger one.
Maybe the deny. Oh, can't. He's been caught by the root. And in fact, Pichu, he has the heals. So damage over time ends up ticking him out.
And now another steal of the stacks. I mean, this time it's Baboka. I think he might... Let's see if he pays with his life, though. Planet, he's in the area. Nice charge. All right. He's got drums finished. Pretty good timing for Baboka.
They still want to see if they can catch something here. So nothing to say, not quite able to catch onto XXS with the chains combo.
He's tanky too, and he has the Greaves at the moment locked.
Monet, he's running into this fight. They'll get the pulverize off on a Planet. Now XWY, he's ready to head in and see if he can get on top of another. As Why You Smile also to fall. Asta doing a good job at turning up to these fights.
They're just bringing the numbers over and over. They're like, Shiro is literally playing a different game, so we're just going to bring numbers and hope that we can actually overpower you with these numbers. But yeah, in the meanwhile, of course, Shiro, that's 2 components now finished for Aghanims. Level 13. Monet only level 11 at the moment. This Morphling is being set up for success.
Yeah, will they be able to deal with him when he turns up to the fight?
It's gonna be tough. It does feel like it. Because not only is he going to be able to, of course, you know, sap that stats away from the Slark, but also turning into the Slark. With an Aghanims, he'll have double pounds to be able to jump all the way inside and outside the fight. He definitely has some cool potential. Even turning into the Omni Knight, of course, too, and being able to always protect himself with that Heavenly Grace. Shiro? Can they set up for
onto him? He's got a bit too much HP to work through. Shiro, he's going to be fine.
He's got Heavenly Grace too. He's tanky.
See Monet go for Planet instead.
Monet.
Heals are there for the Sunray, but not enough to save him. Planet goes down. Well, it's going to look towards Shiro, but the Zeal's turned up as well with the backup.
Guardian Angel.
It's going to be popped as Aston. They continue to push on. Zeal, he's been caught out of the side. They'll take out the Visage. Double kill for Monet.
Aster, just the numbers every single time. It's like 4 or 5 of them when you look at the map. And is he going to get the bird as well? Zeal, drop stun. He'll protect it. But, wow, so much pressure that they're applying here. Aster just playing super quick. You look away for 1 second, it's 5 heroes instantly. And now BKB is actually done for the Batrider.
Yeah, and Monet's very close to his own Aghanims.
I think he has it.
He does actually, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yep. He can
it's
disassemble.
completed it 17 minutes in. Yeah, of course, with the Echo. So perfect timing here for Monet.
I think keep it up. Keep that aggression going. Don't let Shiro just sit back and get that space. Looking for their own move onto Baboka. They don't get the chains.
Yeah, unlucky with the chains there.
The Mud Golem split. I haven't heard that one. Now Zeal again.
I mean, Monet, he's just ready to go now. In under the tower, more stacks for him.
They are really ramping up the pressure. They're kind of just challenging PSG LGD. They're like telling them, come at us. Fight us, please. Super ready to fight. Monet has 5 stacks.
See what PSG LGD's kind of answer to this will be. I mean, is it... What do you feel they need to do? Do they need to be turning up with more, or is this still the best way to play, just trying to avoid losing more than kind of like 1 or even 2 heroes in these pickoffs that Asta's making?
I think it's probably going to be like level 16 and Aghanims on Shiro, because 15 he's going to get the morph duration, and 16 he gets the level 2 morph, so it's like that lower cooldown and stuff. Maybe it's just level 15 and then he gets the morph talent plus Aghanims and they look to just fight. But I mean, Aster, they're the ones just setting tempo constantly, playing around their vision, playing around this farmed Rubik, who's, by the way, 304 for XXS.
Monet. He's going to try and get in on this. He wants to keep going.
He's just in.
Dive in the tier 2 here. not a care in the world as he goes for Zeal. Backup's coming in, though. Now he'll start to care a little bit more as he pounces away, leaves Pichu to go down.
Gotta be careful how aggressive you are. Shiro now, Aghanims is finished. Level 2 morph. He's ready to join his team and fight constantly. Monet just jumps
He's gone back in.
That's a little reckless.
All right. I mean, they've got the numbers here, PSG. They'll turn and fight back, but Boca's gone. And I feel like he got baited in a little bit there by Monet.
Next success.
They get the stun.
He might also be in trouble.
They dive in the tower, and with the waveform forward, they indeed have enough damage. That's a couple of kills there off the back of what was Asta's decision to fight.
Monet, a little over-aggressive there. They have to cancel the Boots of Travel also from the Bat Rider because the egg was placed down, so if he TP's in, might just get set up on. Next WY, his TP CD, they're wrapping on him.
And we'll see here with the odds provided to us by our partner, esportsbet.io. Feeling that PSG LGD, again, once have the edge here, despite that fast start that Asta did come in with, but starting to show maybe some of the cracks that may end up hurting Asta in the long run this game.
I mean, Shiro is massive. He is having the freest Morphling game ever, and we said it's a pretty good setup for that Morph. Level 16's online now, so Morph duration, he's got that 36 duration. Super annoying to play versus as a Slark. Visage, I see Zeal, he's going for BKB. I thought he was actually gonna buy Shard. Since he's just getting literally charged at every single one of these fights, I thought he'd look to get that Shard so he can drop down and protect himself a little bit more. Maybe he does go back for it, but looking to be a little more greedy. And Aster, they're looking to go in.
Oh, let's see what XWY is able to get. He's going for Zeal. The stun there coming in to put a stop to the Pulverize. I mean, Zeal's still alive.
And now becomes Morphling.
They can get back in on this Shiro. Jumps towards the back lines, not quite able to immediately burst out for Boca as the save comes in with the Guardian Angel. See if they can continue to chase them out. Chains are there. XWY has to put the BKB.
Trying to chase forward here again.
And Monet.
Monet's turned up.
So we get the first pounce off onto the Morphling. Starting to steal those stats.
But now he gets stolen back.
I mean, Shiro's ready to turn it. Jumps in himself with the pounce. Gets the connection onto the Slark. Monet's in trouble. He's gone. And Shiro just a bit too much for the Slark to bite right now as Shiro using the Slark's potential against himself. And now with the stun putting a stop to XXS's TP, they are going to be able to claim a 4th kill from this fight.
Oh no, and now their draft is definitely going to start feeling that pressure where they do have this offlane Rubik. The Slark is very much so addressed as from this Morphling. Sure, you're stealing his stats, but then he steals your stats double-fold by using the Morph and then just hitting you afterwards with Essence Shift. And they're feeding Shiro Tomes. He's actually...
But just everything on the Morph.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty close to 18. And then it's, I mean, not infinite, not like permanent cooldown on that Morph, but it gets pretty close to being that point. Starting to find their footing completely here, PSG LGD. I mean, I don't think they really lost their footing at all because Shiro was free farming, but Aster, they have to be cleaner with the way they go for these aggressive plays. Every one of these mistakes just compound that much more.
Let's see where they want to go next. And Aster, they don't want to slow down.
But they might be forced to at this point now. Definitely don't want to overextend too much more into Shiro, who might just find XWY. They force a BKB.
A couple of times now, XWY just having to BKB and run.
I mean, it's pretty crazy that Shiro is 18. Like, look at the rest of the levels. It's 14 on Monet. He's got a 4-level disparity. Queuing up the Scotty next. Very good versus the 2 range cores and just great versus Omni Knight in general. And of course, just a natural Morphling item. And Zeal, Zeal did go back for the Shard. Okay, cool. I'm glad he did that, actually. He had the... I was like, BKB's kind of greedy with the way the game state's going, so I like that he takes a chill pill. PSG LGD, looking to strike. Monet.
They're going to jump him.
He gets morphed. Shiro's in.
Shiro's chasing. Couple of bounces, and he closes the gap in onto Siamese Cat.
It is just such a good morph game. And oh, look, right next to Roche. Do they want to go for it? They want more kills.
Well, they got the setup here with the chains. And Planet, he's here with a follow-up.
Now it's Roche time. Uh-oh, game getting out of control.
It certainly feels that way. You know, 4K gold lead might not be the biggest, but the speed that has kind of popped up and the way that the last few players have gone for Asta, definitely a concern here for them.
And the fact that it's, yes, there's a Slark versus a Morphling, but when a Morph has this type of game, he actually counters the Slark in the essence of having he just gets a Morph off every single time onto him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now he's got an Aegis as well, Shiro.
And XXS, who did have a pretty okay start, or pretty good start for the Rubik, of course, he is starting to fall behind. We're seeing Baboka actually catching right back up to him as this Primal Beast. He almost has BKB on Primal. He probably is going to become the offlaner.
Radiant's top tower is under
Things just looking very problematic for them to deal with Shiro. His itemization was honestly, like, it's very standard, but Linken's was, I mean, it's a godly Linken's game versus Rubik versus Pulverized versus Batrider.
Yeah, who sort of starts to catch on the Morph? It really relies on Mono being the one getting in line with the pounce, but as we've seen, if he's the one jumping in, Shiro is more than happy to fight back against Mono.
Yep. I mean, I'm seeing XXS try to find a solution. He's going for Hex next on the Rubik, so see if that's going to be able to even get.
Got the toss back onto Baboka. Mono here to try and help out. The Sunray's coming in from YE Smile. Baboka goes down, and Mono, he's got to run. Pops the Depth Shroud and has to back off.
This Sunray is also being a big problem for them. They can't actually commit onto most heroes. That's why YE Smile always seems to be there. And now tier 2 to fall. And this Morphling, of course, he's blessed with those very nice auras that he's got from his Visage, the Vlads and the Drum. They actually might just start knocking on high ground a little bit.
I think they can.
And Astar has to be careful. Planet's in position to go for tossbacks. Force the Glyph. But they're gonna keep their siege alive with their Glyph.
Yeah, Shiro can tank as well for it.
Yep. Heads up move.
And what are you gonna do
and
here if you're
look at
Asta?
Planet. Look at his positioning right now.
And there he is. He's in with the jump. They get the toss back onto XXS. The Guardian Angel comes out. Now get the Pulverized control onto the Ember. They've taken down Nothing to Say, but the Supernova successful. Asta, got to try and reset themselves here. XXS gets picked off at the side by a Soul Assumption. Shiro, he's still good to go. The push with the Familiars onto the barracks.
Baboka
tries to get in on this, but immediately just gets clipped by the stun, and Zeal takes him out as well with the Soul Assumption. Monet is looking for Shiro, but Zeal's cleaned it up. It's a triple kill for Zeal. 4 dead on Asta. They'll call it. GG. As PSG LGD, they take this game to, again, it's another quick one, 26 minutes, but definitely in a bit of a different fashion from the kind of just straight one-sided matchup in game 1.
They took a risk, right? They tried to go for this like off-lane Rubik and stuff like that. They tried to play super aggressive, but quickly you could feel it's like they need to play that aggressive because Shiro's just having the freest Morphling game of all times. And he just decimates every time he shows up to the fight, turning into the Slark. Slark does nothing when he loses all those stats versus Morph and LGD. Yeah, it seems like it really feels like they just have this great understanding versus Aster now that I've seen like multiple times in multiple different seasons. Honestly, Zhao must just know something of how to play versus this team.
It really does seem like that. You know, both of these games in a bit of a different style. Game 1 just for the straight up, we're gonna end the game quickly. In game 2, focus on getting Shiro this farm and knowing that Asta, even with the moves that they're making, they're never going to be able to get enough that's going to feel good to the point where the fights that Shiro turn up to, they have the answers because they just didn't, and they knew it. They tap out knowing that there was going to be nothing to be able to shut down Shiro in that game. As with that said and done, PSG LGD with a rather quick 2-0 against Asta.
You could almost say that Asta had nothing to say about the outcome of this game as PSG LGD take them down 2-0. An incredible performance all around. We got to see the Zeal Visage, got to see the Shiro Morphling. This guy was literally known as Morph God before he even joined LGD. But overall, we just got to see a very clean draft and execution from them. Unfortunately from Asta, it was better.
Right? Another easy stomp! Another easy stomp! Another easy stomp!
It wasn't that much of a stomp. They were actually doing quite well.
It was
right?
better than last game, but
it
was
a lot
still
better
like
than last game.
Sub 30.
Yes, sir.
So...
Nah, you were right. It was a lot closer. There was no like insane lane stomp into just like take over the map. There was a lot of like precarious team fighting. But it really, when Shiro got this Ags, like you could just see Slark trying to hit, and he's lost so much agi. It's so hard for him to ever man up and fight.
Yeah. This hero just became a shadow of his former self, can't really do anything as a Slark under these conditions. Another thing that I think made the game super difficult for them, probably didn't help that their offlaner is the Rubik, right? Although, obviously he broke some records, he's playing offlane Rubik, fastest mech, fastest GG boots, whatever. But Baboka on the Primal Beast, I don't think I ever foresaw a full onslaught into Pulverize combo. He was either running directly into the Avalanche from Planet, or Zeal was just constantly on. His job was just to watch Baboka. The moment he comes close, drop on him, immediately the combo gets broken. It felt like they just had too much of a hard time starting fights on their own accord here, Syndrome.
I mean, I think this is just a bad Primal Beast game from my perspective. You're not countering a single core. You're not good against Morph. You're not good against Ember. And against Visage, it's kind of, like you said, you have the bird drops to deal with, but also Visage is inherently pretty tanky, so you're not like a good target for anyone. And then even if you get onto someone, there's Avalanche and there's Sunray. So I just think Baboka had an exceptionally difficult game ahead of him here. I kind of like Aster's logic of demoting the Primal Beast for that reason instead of playing it 4, because I think, instead of playing it 3, because I think that wouldn't really have made a difference. Like maybe if he gets a BKB, he can perform something, but it still takes quite a while to get there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I honestly just want to double down on the Morph into Slark Ags. It's just an incredible item, right? Not only do you steal away his stacks, but you getting that insane pounce. Shiro was literally just chasing heroes from the start of the fight until the end. Like he would running down supports. He has the pounce to stop them from TPing. He has his strength morph to stop them, or his strength adaptive strike to stop them from TPing, and he was invincible, right? Shiro was never in danger in this game, and it just crazy. It's amazing how LGD sometimes, they have this X factor that you want to see for a team out of this region. If you want to have hope that China can ever take, a big major or a TI again, this is the kind of stuff that you want to see from the region. It's creative, it's fresh, and it's super well executed what they did against Aster in both games.
I really liked both of the carries, like the way they played this game though. You saw Monet as well, like coming around mid, like playing in the trees a bit. They try and push this tower. He comes out from behind and like pounces and like helps get the kills there. I think Monet got really early involved, and then Shiro hit his timing and he got involved. And I really like to see carries that do that instead of just power farming for like 30 minutes and then coming out like, okay guys, thanks for carrying the early game. I do think it was cool to see like the interactions in team fights between these teams so early on.
Yeah. And one of the things that, of course, Shiro was able to do as a result of his team doing well, he played well because his team played well. Nothing to say, also had a fairly good game. The mid matchup actually went fine for him.
Yeah,
he had like zero problems in the situation. Then after that, he's the one moving with his team. And they were playing as 4 versus 5. And that was a portion of the game where Team Aster was looking stronger. To your point, Sheep, that's where Monet was playing with his team already. So it's like, oh, they're actually maybe slightly rolling LGD. And then Shiro's like, all right, I've got Eggs, I've got Lincolns. Let's go. Time to play some Dota. I think the best thing for me about how he takes over the slot is that, normally Morphling has this issue of going in and out of the fight. Waveform has a cooldown. When you pounce, you don't have that issue. Pounce gets you into the fight, Waveform gets you out. But with how strong you look, there was no need to ever leave the fight. You just use Waveform to keep chasing. It was honestly really fun to watch. I do think maybe... Man, I wish they hadn't gone for the opening pick Primal in retrospect, because they just really dealt with it. I think LGD, as a team that knows how to play with Primal Beast, very clearly knows how to answer it as well.
Yeah, and I think they also probably know that the way Aster plays, I don't think Aster will find the same impact by putting it mid. So I think you opening with it, you can't have the same confidence as LGD because you don't have a specialist as much as NTS is. I think in this region, he's just hands down the best mid player on this hero. And if you can't offer that as a drafting tool when you do pick it, the enemy team can kind of assume that it's going to be 3 or 4. And then on top of that, you pick Bad Rider first phase. So you're kind of like, okay, this is not mid, guys. And they just handle it completely from the other positions.
One of the things that we actually haven't seen today from XWY, or just throughout the tour in general, Sheep, has been XWY. He hasn't necessarily managed to massively expand his hero pool. And I think it's starting to be to the detriment to Team Aster, because last game, for example, they ban out his Tiny in the second phase. They take out his their Storm Spirit. They left Puck in the pool, but they just had answers to be able to play into it if the Puck were to come out. This game, they go for the early Bat Rider, one of his better heroes, but then like, they're sweet. Now we know exactly what to do. We know how to play around this. I think they have to really work on that for Team Aster. What do you think? To make him a little bit more versatile in the same way that LGD is very versatile with nothing to say.
It's always nice to be able to be versatile. I think that when you do have a smaller pool though, you do just then tend to like pick in the first phase, which is like fine. Because you can just say, we give you a good hero, you're going to have a decent game. I mean, he did have a decent game, so it's not like he was just ruining the game by being Batrider. I think that obviously they had other issues and the way they took fights they struggled with, and maybe the Rubik shouldn't have existed in the off lane. I don't know. I don't see it as the vision. But yeah, no, I definitely have more problems with their gameplay than his hero pool. I wouldn't blame it on his hero pool. I don't know if you feel the same way.
I feel like the worst pick of this draft was probably the Omni Knight. I feel like there's very little impact coming out from Pichu this game. Like we were theorizing, like, what are they aiming for here? Obviously, the goal was to have this tandem with Slark that they ended up picking in the end, and these heroes do fare very well together. But usually when I see Omni Knight, there's two things I'm looking for. One, is there a hard dispel that you really want? Like, is Heavenly Grace amazing against something? In this game, not really. And two, is your ulti useful? LGD's lineup had insane amounts of magic damage. This Omni ulti didn't matter. Morph is a magic damage carry. They have Phoenix, Tiny, Visage, Ember with Maelstrom. Like, Omni Knight was half a hero. And he even got first blood in his lane, and I still just felt like he did almost nothing after minute 10. So,
yeah, I would agree with
rough.
that. Yeah.
Well, right now, unfortunately, as a result of the Omni Knight not having the impact they wanted for Team Aster, they will not be able to get themselves into contention for second or even first place here in the region. Of course, the team that is in that position is PSG LGD, who are now tied with Extreme Gaming and have an opportunity to go top of the region, kind of as per usual. To find out a little bit more about it, though, we have the legendary Xiaoba himself joining us for an interview. Good sir, congratulations on the victory. What an interesting game. I want to ask you something about the way that you've been drafting throughout this tour. Initially, you guys were sort of staying, I wouldn't say necessarily safe, but you were picking the same style of heroes. But today, you went for a very different style of draft, even dragging out the Timbersaw, which hadn't been played by Nothing to Say since like 2019. Can you talk us through the preparation specifically against Team Aster that led to you changing some of the approach in your drafts?
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。然后我想问一下老干爹最近的选人，就是之前的话感觉选的比较固定一些，然后今天的话打 Aster 也是拿出了莫言的伐木机的话，其实19年比赛开始的话就没见他用过了。就是想问一下，今天为什么在应对 Aster 的时候会就是 BP 上做的比较灵活吧？是特地准备的吗？
不是特地准备的，就临时他最近玩的比较多，然后他提了一下就选了。 他比较想玩。
It was because Nothing to Say played many Timbersaws in his pop games recently, and during the draft he mentioned Timber is actually a good pick, and that's the reason I picked it for him.
Okay. Now that you've gotten this W, of course, you'll be in a tiebreaker situation to go up against Extreme Gaming, but we've beaten them in the past. I'm more curious about what happens next once you end up at the major. Are there any teams that you're specifically looking forward to playing against that you think will be an interesting matchup for your team and that you feel you can learn from as well?
那之后的话要跟 XG 去打一个头名加赛，然后之前的话也是击败过他们了。就是我想问一下，就加赛之后吧，去到 Major 的话，有没有一些特别想要交手的队伍啊？有没有一些特别想要去从他们身上学习一些东西的队伍？
感觉现在欧洲队伍都比较厉害吧。然后我们打完 DPC 以后，我们会去德国去参加欧洲的一些比赛，然后提前准备训练，去准备 Major。
Yeah, mostly, I think all the European teams are looking very strong right now. So after this DPC, we're gonna fly to Germany and do some preparation, play some other tournaments before Major. We're gonna do some good preparation.
Okay. Sendrin, you want to talk to the man while we have him?
Yeah, so I was curious. This season, it looks like most series for you have been pretty easy, but you did end up losing that series to IG. What did they do so well against you? Were you having a bad day, or did they surprise you?
这个赛季基本上所有的比赛都比较轻松吧，除了输给 IG 那场 BO3。就是当时的话，你觉得 IG 做了哪些可能比较好的地方，把从你们这边拿到了1分？
我觉得首先是 IG 最近状态也挺不错的嘛，整体发挥的比较好。然后就我们自己这边，因为换了人之后赢的比较多，然后整体也比较松散，可能自己也有退步的地方，所以才会输的吧。
Yeah, first I think IG has been performed really well recently. That's one of the reasons. Second of all, after the roster change, I think we kept winning, and maybe we just slack off a little bit. I think that's also part of the reason we lost.
Speaking of these roster changes, how is it working out with these new players? Obviously, you guys are doing great this season. You've held on to some of the older players that you have. How is the balance? A lot of people were like, okay, what's this new LGD going to work like? How do you structure your team with so many new players coming in and only keeping so few from the past?
那想问一下，就是巴师傅打完这个赛季之后，觉得新阵容的整体的预期，就是感觉是怎么样的？因为很多人都说，老干爹的话，就是虽然还是有老队员，但是换了非常多的新鲜血液嘛。就是你是怎么看待人员调整的？然后包括整体的成绩？
我觉得人员调整就整体大家都是性格相合，然后都是比较想赢，就平时都比较抽情的话，任何人都是在一起会就是只要用心打都会打得好的。然后人员调整，我们因为其实就是我们新来的3个选手之前是一个队伍的嘛，所以可能调整磨合的也比较快吧。目前来说就是整体发挥的还是不错的。
I think for team to change players, as long as the new player come in with a hungry for victory and play really hard, I think it's always going to work out. And luckily for us, we have 3 players previously on the same team, so it actually saved us quite a lot of time to get everything going.
Thank you.
Cool. Congrats on the win. I would actually like to go back to a interview we did with you in Tour 1 and just see how things have changed. First of all, you said that you had 3 new players, young and without international XP. And since then, you went to the major and you did actually gain some of that. So do you think you guys are significantly better in that regard? And then also, what do you think is, perhaps your biggest barrier going forward to placing really well at the next major?
上个赛季采访到巴师傅的时候，你说你们队里有3个年轻选手没有这个国际大赛经历嘛？那这个赛季再来采访你的话，已经有过了一次打 Major 的经验，就是想问一下你们这次的话，会对预期是怎样的一个预期？然后觉得自己这个赛季打完跟上个赛季比的话有什么变化？
这个赛季就是经过上一次的失利嘛，然后可能整体总结的东西比较多，然后他们也比赛中也有很多就是因为经验上的问题嘛，然后这个赛季的话，所以我们提前准备去训练，然后我们目标是要拿Major冠军。
So after the major losses, I think we learned a lot from that major, and I feel I talked to my players. There's a lot of mistakes are causing by lacking of experience in the game, so we figured them out, and this is why we're going to German before the major start. We're just trying to play more internationally, so for the player to get used to the atmosphere, and my goal for this major is to win the champion.
Nice. That is hype. And also, last tour, you gave your MVP of the tour to Planet. Who would you give it to this tour? Who do you think stood out the most, or who's been overperforming?
上个赛季最后，巴师傅把这个 MVP 评给了 Planet。你觉得这个赛季的话，让你再评一次，这个赛季的 MVP 你会给谁？然后你觉得谁是队伍里进步最大的选手？
进步最大的选手应该是希若吧。对，他就是感觉从刚来这个队伍到现在就是进步比较大吧，然后也打得越来越好了。刚才这把这个水人也是一直特别肥，然后也是靠水人赢的局也是拿下了。
然后 MVP
希若呀。
Yeah, I think Shiro improved the most and also is the MVP for the season. He really has been improved quite much compared to when he first joined the team. Like for example, last game, the Morphling game, he always keeping his farm far above everyone else, and he's the winning condition of the game, and he played really well and carried the game from the beginning to the end.
Thank you very much.
I have one last question for you, Xiaowei. Obviously, we've seen now the team is gelling together a little bit more. last tour and at the major, your game length was fairly long, about the average game length on the patch in general. But right now, you've been playing the fastest in the region. And generally speaking, outside of like 1 or 2 games, your games have been extremely fast-paced. Is that something that you worked on specifically with the team to try get them to end games as fast as possible before the enemy has a chance to come back?
上个赛季的话，其实老干爹的平均获胜时长是比较长的，但是这个赛季的话，除了个别几场单场的比赛拖的时间比较久之外，老干爹的平均时长是赛区里面整个中国区平均时长最短的一个队伍嘛。这点的话是巴师傅这个赛季有刻意的让选手们尽量的在能赢比赛的时候尽快拿下吗？
没有，就是比如说阵容选出来，是这一把靠怎么赢的，我们大家会聊一下，或者互相都知道，因为平时有训练嘛，然后就是按照自己这个阵容强势期在哪，怎么去赢比赛，然后就这么去赢游戏了，就没有说什么尽量赢一点，只有说尽量失误少一点吧。
Yeah, I didn't really pay too much attention on the average timing, but it's always up to the draft. If the draft is if you pick a draft and it's supposed to win on that specific timing, then you always want the team to win on that timing. I care more about making less mistakes, and I didn't really pay attention to the average timing.
Okay, well, you don't have to because your team was just winning every single game. So congratulations on getting yourself into the major. Good luck tomorrow in your tiebreaker series against Extreme Gaming. And we hope to see you do well in all the future games. So thank you so much for your time, and I'm a big fan.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们加赛以及之后的国际赛事都有好运。
谢谢。
Thank you.
That is, of course, Zhao Wei, legend, TI winner, coach who has been to multiple TI finals, and of course, a man who is I love that guy a lot. So anyway, because he is now in this good position, everything is just flowing for the team. Actually, I'm happy that he said Shiro is his MVP, right? Because I heard that in China, some of the Chinese fans have been talking trash about Shiro, and they think he's the weak link in the team, and they want him to be replaced. When I heard that, I mauled it super hard. I was like, are you insane? He is... And for me, right now, you're asking him about MVP. Last season it was Planet. I think between the two of them, they stood out the most. And I think when you're standing out with nothing to say on the team, TI winning Innocence on the team, and Zeal, who's been looking really hot as well, then it's like, nah, these guys are really, really good.
I've seen a lot of bad opinions from Chinese Dota fans.
Seen some bad takes.
A lot of bad takes out of that. I mean, maybe it's the only ones that are filtering through to us English audiences. It's like, look what they were saying. It's like, okay. But no, I mean, Shiro's been absolutely amazing. I mean, the fact that his hero pool is so wide and he performs so well on everything is like, this guy is consistently impressing me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know why they would think that. I think I couldn't even point for a weak point on LGD this tour at least. Yeah, they're just stellar.
And I found it interesting in this interview when you asked the question about average game time. It kind of reminded me of when we talked to Tundra in Europe, where we were like, oh, you guys are, you used to drag out games longer, and now you're winning more or quicker. And they were saying it's not like a deliberate choice per se. It's just now we're playing better, we're more confident, and we know what we need to do in the game and play more oppressively. So I kind of feel like PSG LGD and Tundra in that sense have had the same development in this season, where they're just tightening up their mid-game and making less mistakes and really just going with the flow. And if that's anything to go by, if that was one of LGD's problems at the previous major, this could be a potential breakout tournament for them when they get there to maybe get a finals finish once again. So.
If they show up in this form, I have no doubt that we'll see them in a podium finish once we get to the major. For now, though, before we get into the meat and bones of what's still remaining here in the tour, the regular season is over, but it's not all done and dusted just yet. We have to look back and we have to be sad because I have our predictions up, what everybody thought this season would look like, and let us see who has to apologize for themselves. Sheep, you had a lot of faith in Vici. You had a lot of faith in Vici. What happened?
I don't know. I don't think I knew anything about Vici. I have no idea why I put them there. I think I just had no hope in anyone else, so Vici somehow managed to slide up to 3rd place.
I also had way too much faith in the side of Vici Gaming. They should have been much lower. Didn't have enough faith in IG. I didn't think that the team was going to be able to gel in time, but they certainly were able to. Does anybody actually have the correct standings here?
Not in perfect order, but I think...
Who's the closest? Fogged is not far off.
I see. The important thing about my predictions, actually, is that I put Extreme in 5th because I thought they would choke the major slug.
Meantime, they're in contention for 1st place. Oof. Pain and suffering.
You got 3 out of 4 in correct... No, you didn't, right? Not in correct order. Did anyone get PSG and then XG? No.
No. I
So
don't think
nobody
anybody
got
did.
top 2 even in correct order.
I
But-
know, we all just sucked at this. Like, we were terrible. This
I
is
think
not
we
good.
all gave it a good try.
There's quite a lot of XGs in the top 4 though. So
Yeah.
were you the only one who didn't have them there? You and OD. OD had them 7th. I feel like that's a bit
Yeah, that
that's
was
a
sus.
bold prediction. But he also had outsiders from China not last as the only one, and that was also very wrong.
But mine was for memes, okay? All right.
I think,
Oh, you put LGD first as a meme.
No. LGD first was completely very strong opinion. I was so sure they would get first.
B Corp's actually not the furthest away, because he had the top 3 and he had IG in 4th, so his top 4 is very acceptable. His bottom 4 is actually quite acceptable as well. So shout out to you, B Corp. You did the right thing.
So what do we know now? We know the top 2.
We do not know the top 2.
Well, we know not in order.
Oh yeah.
We know
the top
who's
2.
top 2, and we know who's 3, 4.
We know, and we actually do know who is 5-6 because it was supposed to be a matchup between Aster Aries and YBB, but YBB did decide to forfeit the game, so they're not going to be playing anymore. So it's guaranteed that YBB is going to be 6th, Aster Aries is 5th. What we do not know is who is going to be 3rd and 4th, because Team Aster has to play up against Invictus Gaming to determine 3 and 4, and the top 2 still have to be determined as PSG LGD take on Extreme. Both those games happening tomorrow, so pretty much on the same schedule that we've been rolling every other day with. And these are games that the ramifications are massive. You were talking earlier, Sundran, about these DPC points. It's 80 points a pop, right? Between 1 and 2, and then between 3 and 4. We see it in the last season of the last overall schedule of the year in the TI season. That
Wait, IG
those
made
points,
it to the major?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I missed that development because I was on NA.
Yeah, IG's in. IG's in.
What
and
the
they
hell?
looked hella clean doing it. They were super,
They were
super
very
good.
good. I mean,
Yeah.
they beat LGD.
Yeah.
Oh, they did.
They
And
were the only team that beat them.
when we spoke to Zhao 8 right now, right, he didn't just say, he eventually followed up by saying that we've been winning too much and we're probably slacking off. But the first thing he said was praising them and saying they've been doing really well. And I feel like that's probably a magnanimous thing for him to say. He's like, well, we kicked this guy. Now look at him. He's out there doing really well. Fine, I'll tank the L.
I mean,
That's
it's
pretty good.
also hard. Like when you go, what is it, 12-0 in all the other games in total, right? That if the team beats you and you're like, you kind of have to give respect, right? It's
Yeah.
like we beat everybody else handedly, and this was the one team that could beat us. It would be, if you don't say they played well, then you must have had a really bad day, right?
I mean,
So-
also, they lost the first game, IG,
Yeah.
really hard.
They got
They got
stomped.
demolished. And the fact that they
Dang.
came back, for me, that's actually even more impressive. I would have been less impressed if they just 2-0'd LGD. Then I would have definitely been like, they're slacking, whatever. But the fact that LGD still looked good and IG adapted and then looked even better, that to me tells me the mark of a team that's going to be able to do well once they find hard games internationally as well.
That's sick. Honestly, I'm happy because we trashed them a lot on Japan Arbiter. Like in the until 1 and 2, it's like Dust and Emo were like struggling so long to like find their groove of what they wanted to do.
I told y'all on day 1 that I was a believer
Yeah,
that this could work.
You're a believer in every Chinese team. There. Every time
No,
I
I
talk
am
to
not.
you,
No, I
yes,
am
you are.
not.
You're constantly like, oh, I just love Chinese Dota. I want everyone to succeed and do well. I want everyone to look good. I kind of hope the series goes to 3 games so everyone
Outsiders
feels
from China's
good.
gonna get first.
This guy's this
Do
guy's
not-
a super PMA
I'm
Chinese
just
Dota
glad that
guy.
there's no microphones in the green room because I've talked hella smack about some of these teams.
Hey, I mean, just, but yeah, I mean,
So-
I'm hella happy for IG. So-
2 more things that we need to talk about. So I want to hear predictions quickly. Who's going to be for both series tomorrow? LGD Extreme, what do you think is going to happen in that one? Because the last time they met, they were
I'll go first.
2-0.
Wow, you need to think.
Yeah.
LGD are going to stomp them. They crush every game in 25 minutes, Sheep.
There
There's
you
no
go.
way they can hold up to the medal. Am I doing a good Sheep?
Did you
Yeah,
like
that
did
was
you
not
like my
bad, yeah.
Synderen roleplay? I was just really considering that.
And you did the right
said
thing.
nothing, and you were deep in thought.
Deep in
That's-
thought, just like you all the time.
Yeah, so
No,
come on,
yeah,
hit me.
LGD supremacy for sure.
And the other series, IG, Aster, where does that one go?
I think IG are going to win that 2-0. I actually think both series are going to be 2-0s. Aster are definitely on a downward spiral, and IG have got to be full of confidence, and they've been playing great. So
Wait, no, my Synderen impression was terrible. I'm so sorry. Hold on. What was it again? LGD versus
LGD Extreme and then
Extreme?
IG Aster.
Okay. I just, I think like LGD, they could take it, like potentially if they show up in the form that they were in today, like I think it looks kind of good for them. But like on the other hand, Extreme, when they are running and doing well, I mean, they look really good, especially when like Kaka gets his Lion. But the problem is like, can LGD like out-tempo the Lion? So I'm
all right, now
just
do
not
Tigo.
So they're gonna have to get a really robust lineup. And they're gonna have to open the map, and when they can break the lanes, they can turn that into an advantage.
All right, Kezu.
Kezu? Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good lineup. I can't do Kezu. I can't do Kezu. He
Oh, I
doesn't
thought
have
that
an-
was a good Kezu impression. He was
Well,
like, I don't know what I'm
okay,
talking
it was
about.
okay.
No,
Like,
that's
pretty
me.
good.
That's me. I was.
Oh.
Kezu doesn't have enough like strong mannerisms yet that I picked up on.
Okay.
I was gonna make fun of his English, and then I was like, I probably shouldn't do that.
That's
So what you need to do, right, while
That's good
everyone else,
English.
Yeah, he has great English, but sometimes he says like a random word, and he's like, that wasn't correct.
so while everyone is busy getting ready for tomorrow's sheep, you have homework now. You have to go and watch a lot of Kezu, right? See him
Yeah.
on camera, gain and digest his mannerisms. Syndrin, you're gonna have to come with some bombastic opinions tomorrow.
Okay.
And everybody back home, I need you to make sure that you are ready for the final day, because tomorrow determines what the order looks like, what the DPC points distribution will be, and of course, this begins the road to TI for all of these teams who are going towards the major. Make sure that you join us for those matchups. Make sure that you're hydrated, and yet again, make sure that you are positive about your life, positive about the game. Call someone you love, let them know you love them, and join us tomorrow to finish off the Chinese Dota Tour. Until then, bye-bye.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.